We'll be following competitive contests for the U.S. Senate, the U.S. House, and governor's offices, bringing you candidate speeches, live results, and unfiltered campaign coverage as polls close throughout the evening. Michigan takes center stage tonight with one of the nation's most closely watched Senate primaries. Democrats choose either progressive Abdul El-Sayed or establishment-backed Representative Haley Stevens to succeed retiring Senator Gary Peters in a race that has drawn national attention, significant outside spending, and competing visions for the party's future. The outcome will set the stage for one of November's most competitive Senate elections. Throughout the night, we'll bring you victory and concession speeches, vote totals as they're reported, and analysis of what tonight's results could mean for the battle of control of Congress. From the nation's capital and campaign headquarters across the country, this is Campaign 2026 Primary Night on C-SPAN. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our primary night coverage. We're getting results from Virginia in as we speak, and they will start appearing at the bottom of your screen. If you want to follow along with all the results from the 5 states tonight, go to cspan.org/results. We're going to include all of you in our coverage tonight as well. Democrats, dial in at 202-748-8920. Republicans, 202-748-8921. And Independents, 202-748-8922. And if you voted today in one of those 5 states, dial in tonight at 202-748-8903. We're going to start with that marquee Senate race in Michigan. President Trump weighed in yesterday on the Democratic primary between Haley Stevens
but picking a phone or a phone provider. You have like 2 or 3 options, and that shouldn't be legal, but that's the way our economy works right now. So I think government ought to be there to regulate on monopolies and oligopolies so that everybody can actually participate in an economy without having to be forced to pay more or get paid less for the work they do.
It's the test tonight of the future of the Democratic Party in that Senate Democratic primary race in the Wolverine State. Here to join us throughout the evening for their analysis of tonight's primary results, Jacob Rubashkin, who's Inside Elections deputy editor, along with Erica Filter, who is National Journal on Hotlines.
Most Democrats, like you said, are planning on uniting behind the candidate. Mallory McMorrow, who was the 3rd candidate in this race, kind of adding the kind of complex dynamic, has agreed to endorse the eventual winner.
And I saw it reporting today that she may even show up at the watch party tonight, whoever wins in this Democratic primary.
Move quickly. And then Pete Buttigieg as well, who some wanted to run for this seat, is going to endorse and rally with whoever wins tonight.
Jacob Rubashkin, we were playing Haley Stevens there. I saw it from earlier today. She almost sounded like she's preparing for that tonight, saying he's not a socialist, he's a capitalist. He's already said that.
Yeah, look, I think ultimately both of these people are partisan Democrats, and what they want is for the Democrats to win, and they want themselves to be the nominee. Obviously, you don't put yourself through this kind of ringer if you're not interested in being the candidate yourself. But I would be shocked if either of these candidates is particularly difficult about lining up behind the winner tonight. I think both of them ultimately understand how important it is for the party to win Michigan to hold the Senate.
When you look at this Senate primary contest, though, on the Democratic side, folks say this is the left's moment. Out of tonight, they're wondering where this heads next if another progressive wins. Erica?
Yeah, so like you said, this is kind of the first of many left races happening this cycle. We have Minnesota coming up, we have Wisconsin coming up, where there are both some progressive candidates in the Senate and gubernatorial races, respectively. I will note, like they kind of said on the speeches here, El-Sayed has said himself he's not a socialist. He's not endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America, who are getting a lot more membership and a lot more attention. So there is a bit of nuance there where he might not be representative of the DSA movement, but as a left-wing movement, yes, this seems to be the do-or-die moment.
DSA is supporting him, though.
Yes.
So what's the distinction?
I think elections are choices between specific candidates, and Abdul is the more progressive candidate. I think it's clear why he'd be more palatable to anyone who was affiliated with DSA than Haley Stevens.
And we're showing right now our viewers. These are the folks that have endorsed Abdul El-Sayed: Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from New York, and Congresswoman Tlaib of Michigan.
Yeah, look, I mean, Abdul has done a very good job of consolidating progressive support and becoming the standard bearer, and he has benefited from a rising tide of frustration among Democratic rank and file voters about the leaders in Washington. I think it's notable he's running against a member of Congress, Haley Stevens. We have seen members of Congress struggle when they run for statewide office this cycle. We've seen it among Democrats. We've seen it among Republicans. I sat at this very desk a couple months ago and watched as Dusty Johnson lost his gubernatorial primary, watched as Nancy Mace lost her gubernatorial primary, watched as Randy Feenstra lost his primary. Voters are not really interested in promoting people who have been in Washington for a long time these days because they don't think people in Washington have done a good job. And that has just been an issue for Haley Stevens. Even as she's been running on her legislative record, it's hard to do that when voters are just dissatisfied with the last decade.
We are counting down to the closing of polls in Michigan. And of course, this bruising Democratic primary battle is the key race tonight that we are watching between Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed. Most polls closing at 8 p.m. in Michigan. The others will close at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We're also watching races in Virginia, Missouri, Kansas. Much later in the evening is Washington State at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. And we're going to bring you candidate speeches throughout the evening as well. You all will be part of the conversation, so dial in now so we can get your take on primary night 2026. Joining us from Michigan this evening, Emily Lawler, who is the government and politics editor with the Detroit Free Press. Emily Lawler, I want to begin with voters before tonight. How many were voting, and what does that say about turnout?
Yeah, so before the polls even opened today with absentee and early voting, we had more than 1 million votes cast. I think that people are looking at the turnout. This is an unusual primary, unusual interest nationally and here in Michigan. And I think people are thinking the turnout's going to be relatively high compared to other primaries.
What does the turnout tonight say about this race?
Yeah, I mean, I think people are really engaged in this race. I think that, for Democrats, there is sort of a sense that you're deciding the future of your party. So we saw some progressive energy, I think, at our Democratic convention in Michigan this year, where they were picking like AG and Secretary of State candidates. We've certainly seen some progressive candidates this cycle, and it's not just Abdul El-Sayed. There's a couple people running for congressional seats and further down ballot races that I think people are just really interested in and see sort of a new wave potential.
Yeah, we'll dig into those tonight as well. How quickly does Michigan count their votes?
Well, I always love to go to bed early, but it sort of depends. Certainly, we have some counties that transmit faster than others, and I think, we're hoping they come in as smoothly as possible. I know the clerks in Michigan do a lot of hard work to make that happen, but this could be a little bit of a cliffhanger that goes past most of our bedtimes.
So which counties are the ones to watch tonight in the Senate statewide primaries as well as the governor's race?
Yeah, I think our high population, high turnout counties are basically the 3 in Metro Detroit. So Wayne, where Detroit is seated, and then Oakland and Macomb, and then Kent County over on the west side of the state. I think those are sort of the ones that everyone's targeting and is hoping they can pull out because, if you win in some of those higher population counties, then conventional wisdom says you'll pick some momentum up for the rest of the state as well.
You have a governor's race in the Wolverine State tonight. Tell us about the candidates that are running.
Yeah, so Abdul El-Sayed has sort of got that progressive energy behind him. Certainly, he's been making the rounds, knocking the doors, has a really energized volunteer base here in Michigan. And Haley Stevens has a lot of experience. She's represented Michigan in Congress before, had the pleasure of talking to some voters in her congressional district that she currently represents. And I think people are impressed with her record and her experience, and that sort of pits us with an establishment candidate against a more progressive candidate, which is, I assume, why we're talking about this on national stage as well.
And in the governor's race?
Yeah, so in the governor's race on the Republican side, still running, we have John James and Perry Johnson. A couple other candidates dropped out after Donald Trump threw his support behind John James. I think that endorsement was seen as a little bit prohibitive to candidates who maybe weren't polling as well, but John James has that support. He was at a Trump rally recently. Donald Trump was here last week. And then Perry Johnson is a businessman and a self-funder, so he's really making a run at John James. And it has sort of divided the Republican Party. I think, people view this as a real contest on that side. Both sides aligned with Trump. Both people support Trump. But I do think that people see stylistic differences between these two candidates.
And what House races are interesting tonight in Michigan?
Oh, I have a whole list. So I'd say number one is the 7. That's our toss-up. Certainly, Tom Barrett is the Republican currently representing that district. There are 3 Democrats all vying to represent the district. 2 sort of in the more moderate establishment mode, and then 1 who's certainly from that more progressive side. The 10th congressional district, John James has vacated because he's running for governor, of course. And so that's an open district. There's competitive primaries on both sides, although Donald Trump is also endorsed in that race. And then the 11th district is the one that Stevens is vacating to run for Senate. So certainly there's some interest there as well. A competitive primary, particularly, I think, on the Democratic side. And then, in terms of pure primary interest, I would say the 13th in Detroit. Shri Thanedar represents that seat right now. He has a primary challenge from, again, sort of a more progressive candidate in Donovan McKinney. So, I think we've got some good ones on the ballot, and sort of all around the state, there are just these pockets of interest.
Emily Lawler is the state government and politics editor with the Detroit Free Press. Thank you very much for that update. We'll check back with you later.
Thanks for having me.
And all of you will be part of tonight's primary coverage as well. Democrats join us at 202-748-8920, Republicans 202-748-8921, and Independents 202-748-8922. I'm going to go to Karen, who's in Santa Rosa, California, on our line for Democrats. You're up first tonight.
Good evening.
Hi, Karen. Your thoughts on this primary night?
Yeah, we're watching. My husband and I were watching, got C-SPAN on, and I do anyway. And I'm a retired RN, and the fact of the matter that if I was, I realize I'm not in Michigan, but the fact that he's got a strong medical, Abdul,
Yes.
I think I said it right, and I'm getting there. And the fact of the matter is that he's got such a strong medical background. My goodness. I say, give RFK Jr. a run for his money. And who's completely and absolutely unqualified for the position that he's in. And even though they said that this Abdul guy has a podcast, I watch them sometimes on YouTube. Other than that, it's,
So, Karen, you don't think he has the credentials for this Senate seat?
Oh, I think he does.
You do? Why?
Well, I like the fact he's got a strong medical background.
Okay.
And the fact of the matter is what he did for that public health center in Michigan. Wow, impressive.
All right. Well, Karen, thank you very much for that. Erica Filter, it's interesting. We have a caller who's tracking from California, who's tracking this Senate race. This has really garnered national attention.
Oh, definitely, yes. And I think that something that hasn't been noted necessarily is this is all over the airwaves, and especially kind of the non-traditional airwaves. Since 2018, when El-Sayed was running for governor, challenging Whitmer, there's been kind of a rise of progressive media and non-traditional media, which has really allowed him to flourish. He got a ton of national headlines when he was campaigning with Hassan Piker, who is this famous, very left-wing streamer. Yeah.
And so he's been able to leverage that.
Definitely, yes. And I think that's kind of allowed him to have a bit of a rise that went somewhat unnoticed until he was very much up there. When you saw kind of the polling arc, it was McMorrow doing very well, Stevens doing very well, El Sayed sort of in the bottom, and then he's very much risen to become the front runner today. And I think that's partially because of the left-wing media that's supporting him.
I think, Karen's hitting on something pretty important and I think integral to understanding El Sayed's rise and his ability to win is that he is impeccably credentialed. I mean, he is combining two different things that make him a very credible threat, both for the nomination and to win the general election as well. This is a guy who was the valedictorian at the University of Michigan undergraduate. He went to Columbia Medical School, College of Physicians and Surgeons, one of the best medical schools in the country. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He got his PhD or his DPhil in public health from Oxford. He has held high positions in the public health apparatus in the state of Michigan. But he's still an outsider. And so he combines what people like in the Democratic Party. He's got the credentials. Democrats love credentials. But he also has the outsider status and he's got the progressive support. And both of those elements, you put them together and you've got a very compelling candidate.
In his platform, we should mention, our caller just said it, Medicare for All is part of what he's been talking about. As we mentioned, backed by Democratic Socialists of America. And at the center of this race has been aid to Israel. It was part of the debate. Well, how has this been playing out? This aid for Israel. Haley Stevens has received over $30 million from AIPAC to run against El Sayed.
And I think that spending has, in a way, backfired because it has put Israel issues front and center in this race in a way that they might not have been had AIPAC not been spending all of that money. Now, Haley Stevens is a longtime supporter of Israel. AIPAC supported her in her 2022 primary against Andy Levin to a lesser degree, but still with quite a bit of money. But by coming into this race with such a heavy hand, I think it gave Abdul an opportunity to run against the establishment and to harness a lot of the Democratic anger and frustration, certainly among the rank and file, about what's going on in Israel, what's going on in Gaza, to his advantage and to help counter the fact that there was so much money coming in against him. He didn't start this campaign talking about Israel. He started this campaign talking about healthcare and talking about Medicare for all. And I would imagine if he had his choice, he probably would have preferred to continue talking about Medicare for all and talking about healthcare. But because of how the race went, Israel became a dominant issue, and that's all anyone is really thinking about as we entered the final couple of weeks here.
Where else has that issue been playing out? And tonight, too, will we see it in other races?
Definitely, yes. Cori Bush in Missouri is back on the radar. She's running against her, the current congressman who beat her in 2024, Wesley Bell. She lost because, well, she says, largely because of AIPAC money. So given that kind of the Democratic attitude has very much shifted between 2024 and 2026, there's a likelihood that she might come back from that and that, the same matchup is going to have a very different result. As there's also Michigan 7, which there are two moderates. There's Bridget Brink and Matt Masdom. However, they're both kind of having some infighting, and the progressive Will Lawrence might be able to kind of come ahead on that.
Will the left have their moment tonight in Michigan? Abby, who's in Ann Arbor, Democratic caller, let's hear from you.
Hi, I'm happy to share that I voted for Abdul El Sayed in the race today. I'm very happy to cast my vote for him for any number of reasons that I'm happy to share.
Please do. Please do. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I know we just talked about it being a race that was focused in many ways on Israel. For me, that wasn't kind of a huge factor. I think AIPAC spending is a little unsavory for me, but I was more motivated by wanting to have a senator who I thought was going to be more willing to stand up forcefully to the Trump agenda. I'm pretty disappointed with my two senators that I have right now. I find them kind of flat-footed. They vote for confirmations for candidates who I don't think should be confirmed, who I think they should be standing up more forcefully against. And I think that of the two options that I had today, Dr. El Sayed is absolutely more likely to be forceful in standing up to the Trump agenda. I think Haley Stevens would roll over for it.
Abby, were you influenced at all by the outside candidates or outside personalities that you saw come into your state? The Bernie Sanders, AOC, Elizabeth Warren.
I think I actually was a little bit annoyed by it, frankly. I live in Ann Arbor, and Bernie Sanders endorsed in our mayoral race, which I kind of felt was a bridge too far. I don't think it's really his business. So for me, it's interesting that they care so much and want to share their influence, but I actually think I don't think it's important to the way I voted.
Abby, what has it been like to live there and listen to the ads in this Democratic primary?
I try to tune it out. It's a little vitriolic at times. And I've known for a long time how I wanted to vote, so I try not to pay too much attention, although you can't necessarily always avoid it.
All right, Abby there in Ann Arbor. I want to show our viewers what it's been like to be a Michigander and across the state be inundated with campaign ads on this for the Senate Democratic primary. Take a look.
There's those cool kids on the internet making fun of how I talk. But let's be real, they're making fun of Michigan. Their jokes makes me fight harder, just like I did when I was working for President Obama. Like I'm doing standing up to Trump to stop ICE. They might not like how I sound, but I am going to make damn sure they hear us in the halls of power.
I'm Haley Stevens, and I approve this message.
Nice to see you again.
What's shaking?
People hear me and know where I'm from.
That is so good of you.
I'm Haley Stevens, and I'm from Michigan. As Chief of Staff to President Obama's auto rescue, I helped save Michigan jobs.
And Haley Stevens, by the way, she was there. She was a critical part of my team that helped the American auto industry come roaring back.
I'm running for Senate to stand up to Trump. I'm proud to fight for it.
I love your energy.
And sound like Michigan. Keep it going. That's why I approve this message.
Okay, start off with the glasses on. Okay, my name is Mr. Larry. On my way to work one day, I was in a car accident. I had insurance, but the bills kept coming. I was in thousands of dollars of debt. I get a letter in the mail, and the next thing I know, my debt was cleared. Abdul fought for a program to cancel medical debt, and he won. That helped a lot of people, and it helped me for sure. He's a good man. He's kind-hearted. I can't wait to see what he does in Washington.
I'm Abdul Al-Sayed, and I approve this message.
Billionaires, Trump donors, and AIPAC are spending $50 million disparaging Abdul.
They're trying to trick us, flooding our TVs with attacks and lies.
I want to keep our money here in Michigan.
That's why they're coming after him.
They have millions. Abdul has Bernie, AOC, nurses,
Teachers,
UAW,
Working people.
Democratic leaders across Michigan, and us.
Abdul
Abdul will fight for change.
I'm Abdul Al-Sayed. I approve this message, and I respectfully ask for your vote.
That's it. I'm ready for a major speech.
Campaign ads from one of this year's biggest primary elections, and voting is underway in Michigan. We are counting down to the polls closing in most of the state, 8 p.m. Eastern time, and the final polls will close at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Jacob Rubashkin, what do you make of those ads?
Well, there are a lot of them, and my heart goes out to Abby and all the other viewers in Michigan who have had to put up with the absolute onslaught over the last couple of months. And Michiganders get it every 2 years because the state's just always such a crucial swing state battleground. Look, I think that both of these candidates have messages that they are hitting hard. Right. Haley Stevens has been relentless in her focus on manufacturing and her focus on kind of the Obama connection. She has varied a little bit in the closing weeks. We saw the Cool Kids ad. She's trying to roll with the punches a little bit that she's received about attacks from the other side there. But by and large, these are two candidates who have been incredibly disciplined in their message. And ultimately, look, I think Abby made a strong point. I think that Democratic voters all over the country are looking for fighters. They're looking for people who are going to stand up against Trump. They're frustrated with the performance of their current leaders in Washington. That's a change. That's a change from previous election cycles when Democrats really valued experience and competency, and they were more willing to vote. We talked briefly about the Cori Bush race against Wesley Bell, the Shontel Brown-Nina Turner race back in 2021, races that AIPAC and other Israel groups were involved in. Democrats, the way that they used those attacks was they said, well, the more progressive candidate or the more anti-Israel candidate is anti-democratic. They don't like Joe Biden. They don't like Kamala Harris. They don't like the Democratic leaders you all know and love. The problem is Democrats don't really love those Democratic leaders anymore. It's not as effective a message to say, well, you know, they didn't help Joe Biden. Or you know, Abdul ran against Gretchen Whitmer in 2018. Gretchen Whitmer's approval rating among Democrats has dropped 20 points over the last couple of months. So this is a real problem for the establishment candidates. They've lost their most potent weapon, which is pointing to how the left wing of the party doesn't always like Democratic leaders, because nowadays nobody really likes Democratic leaders. And you know, I think we're seeing that in Wisconsin as well in the primary in a couple weeks, where you've got the incumbent governor who's endorsed a candidate who's struggling. We're seeing it in this race where we saw that ad with Abdul. He's got Bernie Sanders, AOC, Elizabeth Warren. Haley Stevens has the governor. She's got Gary Peters. She's got all of the in-state luminaries, and it doesn't seem to have been enough potentially to get her across the finish line.
It's high-stakes proving ground for progressives tonight in Michigan and across the country, and we'll continue to watch that marquee Senate Democratic primary race in Michigan. Let's go now to some results that we're seeing in Virginia. They're also holding primaries in that state. Let's look at this, Erica, the second district of Virginia, a Democratic primary. Elaine Luria, 20% of the vote in. She's got a sizable lead right now. So tell us about this candidate and this race.
Yeah, Elaine Luria, a former member of Congress, she, assuming she wins this primary, would go up against Jen Kiggans, who defeated her in 2024. Not a major surprise here. She was favored to win this primary. The DCCC, which is the House Campaign Committee for Democrats, has been supporting Luria, as have the sort of establishment Democrats that we just mentioned. The establishment doesn't seem to have been as much of a curse in Virginia as it has been in Michigan. The DCCC has invested in this race and in Virginia 1, where Shannon Taylor is leading. So far, so good, but the DCCC has had some problems this cycle.
Sticking with the second district, Jacob Rubashkin, this is rated as a toss-up. Why is that?
This is one of the most competitive districts, not just in Virginia, but all across the country. It's one of these classic swing districts. It voted for Donald Trump in 2016. It voted for Joe Biden in 2020, and then it voted very narrowly for Donald Trump in 2024. We're looking at it's anchored by Virginia Beach. It has a little bit of the south side of Virginia. It hits the Delmarva Peninsula as well. And it's just very evenly divided. Congresswoman Jen Kiggans is the incumbent. She beat Luria back in 2022, so this is a rematch. That was a very, very hard-fought race. Kiggans won a hard race in 2024, and now, again, the partisanship of the district kind of demands that it be very hard-fought, very competitive. This is also going to be a great district to watch early on election night, because Virginia polls close among the earliest in the nation. And so we'll have a good sense of who's up and who's down, not just here in VA2, but all across the country. If Elaine Luria is winning big on election night, for instance, good sign for Democrats. If Jen Kiggans is holding on, look, this is the kind of seat Democrats probably need to win if they want to win the majority. That would be a good sign for Republicans.
By the way, the Associated Press, who we rely on to call races here in our campaign coverage, put a check mark by Bert Mezuzah. Help me out, Jacob Rubashkin. He's going to face Mark Warner in the general election.
We can just call him the Republican nominee for Senate in Virginia, and probably not going to be the next senator from Virginia, one-time classic swing state, but nowadays very much a Democratic-leaning state. Mark Warner, of course, former governor of the state of Virginia, longtime senator.
This is solid D.
This is solid Democratic. And Mizusawa, if I'm getting that right, he has run
You nailed it.
for office before. He's got a great pedigree. He's a retired brigadier general. He's got a lot of those credentials. One thing that he has not been able to do is successfully run for office before. He's run a couple of times and never been able to get across the finish line. So I'm not sure that this would be any different. But, you know, I think knowing Mark Warner ever since he escaped a narrow and surprising near upset in 2014, he's going to run through the tape here from here to Election Day.
All right. We'll go to Aaron, who's in Idaho on our line for Republicans. Thanks for joining us on this primary night.
How's it going, you guys?
Doing well. What are your thoughts?
So where do I even begin? I've been watching a lot of the, Democratic Socialist Party and everything. And the one question that I have is, do people really think that socialism in today's day and age really will work? I mean, people even in New York, take Mamdani, for example, were pushing to get him recalled. Obviously, socialism does not work. I mean, everybody that I've listened to is calling for, defunding law enforcement, replacing the Senate, replacing the presidency. You can't ultimately do that in today's day and age. That will not work, and that will not fly.
All right. All right. Thank you for the call, Erica Filter.
Yeah, I mean, the left wing and the kind of progressives in the party right now are trying to argue that their brand will work outside of New York City. AOC, while she hasn't endorsed as much as she used to, is endorsing in Montana. She's endorsing El Sayed. She's endorsing in kind of the redder part of California, if you can believe it. And I think that the argument they're trying to make is that Americans are under a lot of economic stress right now. They might be willing to try anything. A lot of these candidates are advocating Medicare for all. They're advocating affordability. They're not necessarily going to advocate socialism. As I said earlier, El Sayed in particular has said he is not a socialist. He just has progressive views. And the argument right now is this can work in battlegrounds, and this can win over independents. And tonight will really show whether that has any legs to it.
So do progressives have momentum in campaign 2026, Jacob Rubashkin?
Absolutely. It's not just tonight that we're looking at if Abdul El Sayed wins his nomination for the Senate. We've talked about Michigan's 7th district. Will Lawrence has rocketed to the top of that race there against two much better funded, more establishment-friendly candidates. I mentioned Francesca Hong in Wisconsin, the frontrunner for the gubernatorial nomination on that side in a couple weeks. We look at those primary results in New York. You've got the Democratic Socialist-backed candidates ousting two incumbents in Dan Goldman and Adriano Espaillat, as well as winning an open seat in New York 7. You've got Colorado's 1st district, Diana DeGette, longtime Democratic incumbent, losing to a more progressive candidate. There's absolutely a driving force here in the party at this point.
And is tonight a crucial test for the direction of the party?
Look, I am always a little skeptical of putting that much weight on any individual contest. Ultimately, elections are choices between two individuals as much as they are choices between ideologies, and it's hard to disentangle whether people are voting for the person, for the larger movement. I think everyone has kind of their own reasons for making their decisions in the ballot box. It's an important test. I don't think that it's make or break. I don't think that the progressive momentum is dead if Abdul loses tonight, and I don't think that the moderate wing of the party is down for the count if Haley Stevens loses either. I think there are a couple more races left. We're mostly through primary season, but there are a couple more races left, and still a lot of game left to be played.
Well, the two of you should wave because the El Sayed campaign is watching C-SPAN at their headquarters tonight. There it is on the big screen for his supporters as they come in to join him, and we expect to hear from him later tonight. It'll either be a victory or a concession speech in this bruising Democratic primary battle. Let's go to Tuscany and Ridgewood, New York. Democratic caller.
Hi, my name's Tuscany. I'm in Ridgewood, and I heard you talking about the results in New York City. You actually sort of hit my point on the head, but this is pretty much what we've been waiting for like 10 years, like ever since the Bernie Sanders primary. But, it's always been like, oh, we won in California, but we never proved we were able to do like a purple working class state, And so I'm just really excited to see what this proves.
Okay, let's take that point. Can the progressives harness this energy, Erica Filter? And what do they do with it in 2026 and 2028?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the progressives are kind of on a heater right now. They have been pretty successful in a lot of these Democratic primaries so far. I'm thinking of Malat Quiros in Colorado, like you said, defeated Diana DeGette. That was somewhat unexpected. DeGette was consistently on the left-wing side of things, though Quiros was obviously further to her left. They've really just been gaining a lot of attention. We mentioned DSA earlier. DSA's membership has surged. It's really seems to be like everyone is looking toward the progressives. They seem to have come out of 2024 with people on their side, or at the very least willing to hear what they have to say.
And Jacob Rubastian, who would you say is the heir to Bernie Sanders' movement?
I don't think we're quite ready to bury Bernie yet. He was still showing up in force. But if what we're talking about is, if Bernie doesn't run in 2028, who is going to be able to be the standard bearer? I think that there's AOC and then there's everyone else. I think she is probably the only person who has a realistic chance at holding together that coalition that Bernie assembled over the 2016 and 2020 presidential election campaigns. I think there are a lot of other people who would like to claim that mantle. I think all of them would have to fight over it. I think that the only person who could step up to the plate and do it without nearly as much drama is AOC, and I think it's up to her whether she wants to, take a swing in 2028.
We are moments away here from the polls closing in the most contentious Democratic primary we've seen in campaign 2026 so far. We're keeping our eye on the results as they begin to come in. Polls will close at 8 p.m. Eastern time in Michigan, most of them, and then in the upper western part of the state, they will close at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Let's leapfrog back to Virginia. We talked about the 2nd congressional district there in the Democratic primary. Elaine Luria cruising to victory to win the nomination to face off against Jen Kiggans in November. You can see she has the check mark next to her name.
Yeah, an expected outcome here. Congresswoman Luria, former Congresswoman Luria, she's a former member. Former members, when they try and run again, rarely lose their primaries. And there was nobody else who was really going to give her a significant challenge here. The other candidates that were raising any sort of real money all dropped out when she got in the race. So not surprising here. And again, teeing up what should be one of the most critical and competitive House races this fall.
We'll go to Kim Beck in Grand Junction, Michigan. Independent.
Yes, thank you so much. I've been really following this whole Saeed Haley Stevens thing real close. Sometimes I vote Republican, sometimes I vote Democrat. My ideology leans Republican. All right. That being said, I voted for Haley Stevens, in the Democratic primary. I think that he may be the only hope for Mike Rogers, who's the GOP nominee for United States Senator. He hasn't had to go through an ugly primary. He's got a lot of money. And, Abdul, I don't think he can cut it in Michigan. Michigan is not New York. It's not California. It's a little different. And generally speaking, the pattern has been to vote for kind of moderates, although I will predict at this point Saeed is probably going to win tonight. But I'm saying he's got a lot of baggage. This Hassan Piker stuff, all the stuff he said, believe me, they're keeping a record.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, Kim Beck. I'm going to go to Travis, who's also in Michigan on our line from Democrats. Let's hear from you.
Well, I think people are just ready for change. And I know that, that's been hammered in all the ads. And by the way, thank you for your condolences for us in Michigan. The ads are insane. But, people are quick to judge, saying these things aren't going to work in Michigan. These, ideas aren't feasible, but we've never actually tried, right? We're doing the same things over and over again. And isn't that the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result, right? People want change, and I think that's what Abdul Sayed's going to bring. So that's why I voted for him.
Hey, Travis, did you hear the previous caller? He's an independent. He voted for Haley Stevens. He has voted for Republicans in the past, but he went to the Democratic primary and he voted for Haley Stevens because he doesn't think Abdul El-Sayed can beat Mike Rogers in the general election. What do you say to that?
You know, I think it's a battle between two things, right? People are voting, trying to play like 3D chess, right? They're trying to see which candidate's going to be the best in the general election. And then there are people who are voting for who they really feel is going to bring that change, right? And that's why I think Abdul is who I voted for, because I vote on the person based on their morals, right? I just vote on who's a good person. I guess I should have called the independent line technically, but I think that Abdul Sayed's going to be one to fight with, and as long as the party can come together after the primary, I think it will be a good fight. But I'm not going to try to guess who's going to be the best opponent. I'm just voting for who I want to bring that change, and for me, that's Abdul.
Okay, all right, Travis, there in Michigan. Erica Filter, this general election matchup against who? One of these candidates is going to face Mike Rogers.
Yeah, so that's kind of been Haley Stevens' whole argument, is that she is the more electable candidate to go up against Mike Rogers. She argues she can win over those independents and kind of eliminate that threat. Rogers lost to Alyssa Slotkin in 2024 and is back for more. The question, kind of like Travis put out,
he didn't lose by much, though.
No, it was a very close race, and I think it's an open question right now. The national headwinds appear to be favoring Democrats, whereas in 2024 that wasn't the case. But the argument here again is you need an electable candidate. Obviously, you're going to be highly disadvantaged, even if the winds are changing for Democrats. You still need to show up in a battleground state. So Stevens has kind of argued this electability thing, but like Travis said, progressives are arguing it's time for change. Moderates have been saying they have this hold on electability for forever. He's arguing there's something new here.
What do you make of the general election there with Mike Rogers?
It's going to be incredibly competitive. There are two different schools of thought here. The first is if Mike Rogers couldn't win a Senate race when Donald Trump was at the top of the ticket, winning Michigan, if Donald Trump was turning out every possible Republican voter that was going to show up to vote in an election, which he probably did because he spent a ton of money there, and if there's one thing we know about Donald Trump is that he turns out voters. If all of those people showed up and they still left the ballot blank for Mike Rogers, enough of them didn't bother to vote for the Senate race, that Trump won Michigan and Mike Rogers lost to Alyssa Slotkin. How is he going to do it in a national environment of a presidential of a president who is 20 points underwater in a midterm election? So that's one school of thought. The other school of thought is it was really, really close last time. He had a really strong opponent in Alyssa Slotkin, who is one of the better Democratic politicians out there, who outraised him and outspent him by several factors, both on the hard side and on the soft side. And he's going to be much better funded this time and running against a weaker opponent, whether that's Abdul or whether that's Haley. I think either of them will have some issues that Alyssa Slotkin didn't have, and he only came up a couple thousand votes short the last time. So it's kind of, choose your own adventure here. I think the one thing that we can say for certain is that it's going to be competitive, it's going to be expensive. It may well be Republicans' best opportunity at picking up a Senate seat anywhere on the map. If they can grab one for the Democrats, even as they're playing defense elsewhere, it's going to make their math a lot easier for holding the chamber. So, going to be very, very competitive.
And has Mike Rogers just been sitting on his cash? I mean, he doesn't have a challenge from the right.
He does not. I think Republicans would like if he had a little bit more cash to sit on. Fundraising has never been his strong suit, and he's doing better at it this time than he did last cycle. But let's be clear, he's not blowing the doors off on the money side either. But yeah, it's been helpful for him to not have a primary, to avoid any sort of challenge from his right, to be in general election mode from the jump. But look, I think that it's not like he's going to be able to walk into this seat. Clearly, he would rather run against Abdul. He's made that clear both publicly and privately that is his preference. But, I think that he's going to face a really tough race in November, simply because he's a Republican running in a year that is not going to be friendly to Republicans, and he's trying to do this kind of dance around the most important issues of the day. He did an interview with Semaphore the other day where he was asked about things like tariffs and Trump's tariff policy, which has, of course, affected Michigan a lot. It's a state that's really tied into international trade. It's a state that has a really important relationship with Canada. And he was asked how he would vote on the tariffs, and he said, I don't know. He was asked about the anti-weaponization fund that's been the flashpoint in the Todd Blanche hearings, how he would vote there. He said, I'm not talking about any of that stuff. I don't care. I mean, I care, but he didn't have an answer. And he said he had hardly heard anything about the Iran war from his constituents. So he has been able to avoid those kinds of questions so far. He's not going to be able to avoid those kinds of questions in a general election environment.
So Michigan held right now by a Democrat, Gary Peters. He is retiring. How crucial is this seat? Democrats obviously have to keep it in order for them to possibly get the majority in the next Congress. So we know that. And then beyond Michigan, where do they need to pick up seats? They have to keep their own, and then where do they have to pick up in order to get the majority? And how many seats are we talking about?
Well, the easiest one for them is going to be North Carolina. That's where former Governor Roy Cooper is running against former RNC Chair Mike Whatley. Cooper's been doing very well so far. This campaign has not gotten a lot of airtime just because it hasn't been super biting yet. However, it is Democrats' best pickup opportunity. Maine, as everyone has talked about at great length, is another big pickup for Democrats against Senator Susan Collins.
The only state where a Republican incumbent is running in a state where Kamala Harris won.
Yeah. Yes. I believe it's where Trump has lost 3 times. So she is on some borrowed time, but that Democratic primary, very messy. There was a new candidate sort of installed by the state party. He's at a cash disadvantage, is going to have to do a lot of work until November. It's somewhat an even match at this point, I would say.
So those are 2 states. Jacob Rubashkin?
Yeah,
where else?
2 isn't enough because you need 4, and if you're worried about losing Michigan, you need 5, and that's not even counting, all of the surus about John Fetterman potentially switching parties in the event that he has the opportunity to cause some havoc on Capitol Hill. That's a conversation for another day. Where do you go after those states? Well, you start looking at more Republican territory, Ohio and Alaska. You got former Congresswoman Mary Peltola in Alaska, former Senator Sherrod Brown in Ohio, 2 big recruitment successes for Democrats, both of them making those races real pickup opportunities, despite the fact that they both voted for Trump by about 10 points each of the last 3 presidential elections. If the election were held today, I think both of them probably would win, and Republicans are going to try and change that dynamic over the next 3 months. After that, you start looking at a place like Iowa, Josh Turek against Ashley Hinson. That is a race that has gotten a little bit less attention, but is going to be one of the top races in the country by the time that we're through with this cycle. I am sure of it. And then, there's a big old state down south called Texas that you may have heard about. And there's a guy there named James Tallarico who is going to raise $200 million by the time this campaign is done. And he's going to try very, very hard to spend all of that money to beat Ken Paxton. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it, but as long as Democrats are feeling good about their chances here, they're going to swing for the fences. They're going to play in Texas. They're going to play in these other Republican states and try and make sure that even if they don't win all of them, they've got enough boats in the water that if the wave comes up for them, they'll be able to catch it.
Battle for control of the Senate in Michigan tonight is at the center of it. Polls are about to close with implications for control of the upper chamber. 8 p.m. Eastern time is when the first set of polls will close. We're counting down until then. And then the remainder of the states, their polls will close at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Let's go over to Virginia's 1st District. In the Democratic primary there, Jacob Rubashkin, check mark next to Shannon Taylor. Who will she face then in the general election?
So her opponent is Rob Whitman. He is the longtime Republican incumbent in this district. And this is an interesting one. A lot of these seats that we're talking about have been competitive for a long time. We talked about Virginia 2. I mean, God, Virginia 2 is like a ping pong match. Every 2 years, it's flipping parties back and forth, and has been for the last 20 years. Virginia 1, that's not the case. This is a Republican district that's been Republican for a long time. But it is one of the few seats in America that has gotten more and more Democratic in each election, including in 2024. Even as Virginia moved to the right overall, Kamala Harris did better in Virginia 1 than Joe Biden did. And Joe Biden did better than Hillary Clinton did 4 years prior. So this is a seat that's moving in Democrats' direction. Shannon Taylor is the Henrico Commonwealth's attorney. She has a law and order background that she is happy to tell anyone about in case they're worried the Democrats are not going to be tough on crime or anything like that. This district was redrawn following the 2020 census to include some of Henrico County. That's the Richmond suburbs. And that is where the engine of Democratic strength is when it comes to Virginia 1. We have not talked about this district in previous cycles because it just hasn't been on the map, but it very much is now. And again, this is going to be a highly, highly competitive race, certainly the second most competitive in the state of Virginia. If Democrats are having a good night, not just winning the majority, but probably adding some seats to that majority, they're going to be doing very well here. And Rob Wittman, one of several Republican incumbents who has been in Congress a long time, is not used to a prime time fight. And that's something I'm going to be watching all across the country is do these Republicans who have not had real races before, how do they shape up? How do they get themselves into fighting form before it's too late? Because he's got a challenge on his hands here, and we're going to see what happens.
All right, it's primary night here on C-SPAN. Back to control of the Senate. It's not a contest where we're going to see results tonight, but we want to go down to Texas because Ken Paxton is out campaigning in Allen, Texas. Let's listen in to what he's telling his supporters.
Representative Shaheen, I just saw him back there. He was out here speaking. I really appreciate him and what he's done. And of course, Jeff Leach introducing me in his district was pretty awesome. So thank you, Jeff. So I love Allen for a couple of reasons. One, I get to represent you for 12 years, both in the House and the Senate. I also love Allen because I get to live in the community and get to know the people in Allen. And then, every time that I've run for office and I spoke in Allen, I've won. So let's keep that going. So I am here today to announce something that I think is really going to be important to Texans and to the American people. It's a plan that we've been working on that I know that my opponent would not be fond of, but I think you all, and I think the Texas community is going to appreciate what we're offering up today and what we're going to go fight for. And we're calling it Paxton's Protecting Texas, the Texas Promise Plan. And I want to tell you what that's going to be. It's okay. I don't think she's going to like the plan. Thank you. Well, let me tell you a little bit about the plan. So the first thing we want to do is we want to give a $25,000 tax deduction for all medical expenses and premiums. And that includes for all dependents. So we all know that Texans and Americans are struggling with expenses, including medical expenses, and I want to make it easier for people to pay those expenses. We also want to offer a first-time homebuyer $50,000 tax deduction. And if you buy another residence, that's your primary residence, another $50,000 tax deduction. So you have two bites the apple. Because we know that the cost of housing under the Biden administration skyrocketed. The cost of building it and then interest rates have made it very difficult for many of our citizens to afford housing. And so we are going to make it easier for people to buy houses. And we want to help people with their children. So I know that President Trump has increased the child tax credit. We want to double it. So if you have children, we want to make it easier for you to take care of your children. And then finally, we want to give a $5,000 healthy living deduction. So if you want to spend money on gym memberships, any type of nutrition program, physician-described GLP-1s, whatever it takes, we want people to be able to afford to be healthy and prevent disease instead of waiting for it to happen. So those are the four main points. There are other things coming. We want to cut regulations as we build houses. So much of the cost is regulation. And if we can cut those costs, we can make home ownership less expensive. We can do the same thing with energy, cutting regulations and making easier so that gas prices are not so expensive. And in the medical community, medical services and prescription drugs, we want it to be more transparent what you're actually paying so you know what you're paying. Now I know that my opponent would say probably that right now he's for all of it, but let's talk about the truth, about his voting record, and about what he said in the past. Obviously, he's running in a general election and he has to change all of his positions, not just one. We know that he ran a vegan campaign and now suddenly he's a meat eater. I don't think we've ever elected a Texas senator that didn't eat Texas barbecue, so let's not start now. Well, also, you might not know this because the media hasn't really covered this, but James Tallarico voted for a state income tax for Texans.
All right, it's hot in Texas. Ken Paxton, who is running in the Senate race down there facing James Tallarico in the general election, reaching out to his supporters this evening. Live coverage here on C-SPAN. Erica Filter, this is not part of tonight's primary results. Interesting, though, that Ken Paxton is out campaigning, and at the same time, a poll comes out today showing James Tallarico with a slight lead over him?
I believe so. So Paxton's been a very controversial candidate, to say the least. He defeated the incumbent Senator John Cornyn in the primary, and now Cornyn's famously a bit of a loose cannon in the Senate. Paxton's battling a divorce, he has fraud charges, and he is at a significant cash disadvantage to James Tallarico, who seems to be printing money. He's all over the airwaves at the moment, especially with fundraising. However, even with this current poll that shows Tallarico leading, it is still Texas. Democrats have been trying for many, many cycles to get Texas on their map. This is a very good chance, just in terms of candidate quality and kind of the state of the Republican Party there right now. But the biggest question, I think, is whether Trump's super PAC is going to spend for Paxton. He kind of got Paxton into this race, and he has $400 million sitting in the bank. They've said they're going to spend, but have given very little detail on how or when they're going to spend. But I know Paxton definitely wants that money.
All right. Well, manhood seems to be on the line in this Texas Senate race, too.
Yeah, look, it's certainly something that Ken Paxton wants to talk about. Tallarico's had to talk about it. And, you know, somebody got the New York Post to write a whole story about Tallarico's girlfriend. Whether that was the Paxton folks or the Tallarico folks, I don't know. But I'm not sure that voters care one way or another whether their candidate said that they were going to run a vegan campaign or whether, you know, how much barbecue they eat. I, for one, the thing that I took from that is that Ken Paxton, you know, a rare campaign visit is going to Collin County, Texas. And that speaks loudly because Collin County is one of these places that has driven the state leftward over the last 20 years. You go back to 2000, you look at the Senate race there, Kay Bailey Hutchinson won Collin County 80 to 17%. Fast forward to 2024, Colin Allred only lost it by 5 points.
All right.
So if Talarico is going to win, he's going to win Collin County, and I think that's why Ken Paxton's over there today.
We'll put a pin in Texas because we will be talking about it a lot as we get closer to the general election. Tonight, all eyes on Michigan with the pivotal Democratic primary. A bruising back and forth showdown takes place tonight. The polls have just closed. Most of them, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. The rest of them will close at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are bringing you candidate concession and victory speeches, live results, and analysis throughout the night. If you want to track how candidates are doing county by county, go to our website. You can find the results if you go to cspan.org/results. We're including all of you in the conversation as well. Democrats, 202-748-8920. Republicans, 202-748-8921. And Independents, 202-748-8922. And if you voted today, we want to hear from you at 202-748-8903. Let's go to Brooks, who's in Trenton, Michigan, on our line for Democrats. Brooks, did you vote today?
Yes, I voted today. I voted for Abdul Al-Sayed.
Okay. Tell us why.
I think I like a lot of his policies, Medicare for all, but what really convinced me is I've seen Haley Stevens talk far more passionately about her support for Israel than anything she has for Michigan. So I feel voting for her would leave blood on my hands, and I can't do that.
And how old are you, Brooks?
I'm 19.
You're 19.
So this is my first election. Very excited to vote for Abdul Al-Sayed.
And Brooks, what about your friends?
If they voted, definitely Abdul. I think the electability concern shouldn't be a concern. Like, I've talked to people at work that they were big fans of Trump in his first term, but they like Abdul Al-Sayed better because they're just sick of the corruption that has really taken over Washington and Trump in his second term. They thought Trump was a lot more real in his first term, and now he's just another person in the swamp.
Okay. Brooks, 19 years old in Trenton, Michigan, voted in this Democratic primary for Senate for Abdul Al-Sayed. We have our first results in this primary contest between the physician and the Congresswoman Haley Stevens. 1% of the vote in, Jacob Rubashkin. Very, very early. But where does Michigan count votes first, and does it matter?
It doesn't matter because every vote counts the same no matter when it's counted. And you know my thoughts on this. I think everyone would be better served if we just went to bed at 9 p.m. on election night and woke up the next morning and saw who won. But I think we'd all be out of a job if that were the case. So
and you wouldn't be here with us.
Exactly. And you know, that's a very fair point. Look, we know that Detroit, Wayne County is going to take a long time to count its votes, right? We've all been here before. We were all there in 2020 when we were waiting in the middle of the night to see those votes come in. For Haley Stevens, that means that if she is going to pull off an upset, she might have to wait a while to find out, because if she's going to win, she's going to do it off of the strength of votes in Wayne County, especially among Black voters. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if Abdul's margin is larger at the beginning of the night and when Wayne comes in, narrows a bit. However, if he is going to do really well around the state, it doesn't really matter. He'll probably do pretty well in Wayne County as well. And we'll see when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing very, very, very early results out of Grand Rapids, but yes, it seems like Stevens is going to need Detroit and need it in decently large numbers. Obviously, right now, not a lot is happening. I would say to Brooks, I found it kind of interesting that you said, like, if your friends voted, because that obviously is one of the bigger concerns with younger voters, is getting them out to the polls. You know, the Republican side, they're struggling to get voters out with Trump on the ballot. The Democratic side, especially, I would say, Al-Sayed, hoping to get these younger voters who like what he has to say, but might not feel motivated to vote today.
Mm-hmm. We'll go to Charlotte in Seattle, independent caller. Charlotte?
Hi, yeah. I wanted to comment about the electability of the Democratic Socialist candidates. I think until this cycle, a lot of it was focused on, oh, they can't win outside of the Northeast, they can't win outside of the Tommy Corridor in New York City. But then you had Melot Quiros in Colorado, and you have districts like mine in Washington 7th, who had we had Jim McDermott for the longest time, and now we have Pramila Jayapal. And I think that when it comes to the statewide elections, we all know that the path to the Democratic majority in the Senate runs through Michigan, particularly. And I think that Abdul can win if he grasps the anti-establishment sentiment that seems to be quite prevalent nowadays, and if he can use that effectively against a longtime, albeit former legislator like Mike Rogers, I think he has a decent chance in Michigan. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take that. Jacob Rubashkin.
Yeah, look, I think we're going to find out, and I do think what we have seen, there are gradations to the success of progressive candidates, of DSA-backed candidates, right? It is notable that it's not just in very, very Democratic areas in New York City, for instance, that those kinds of candidates can win. It's a real jump to say, okay, it's not just New York, it's also Seattle, where you have a very progressive mayor now. It's also Denver, where Melot Quiros just beat a longtime legislator. But those are like, New York is here, and Seattle and Denver are here maybe. Statewide election in Michigan is way up here in terms of the kind of jump in general election consideration that we are talking about. It is one thing to win in New York City. It is another thing to win in Michigan or Wisconsin or these other states. And the fact of the matter is Democrats haven't nominated candidates like this before. This is something new. We are in uncharted territory. And
how careful then does El Sayed have to be about being seen with or talking about the progressive left as far as the Democratic Socialists of America?
Look, I think he is going to say that the Republicans are going to try and guilt him by association, and that he is...
Well, he's associated with...
Well, exactly.
Quiros and Chris Robb apparently are at his watch party tonight.
Yeah, no, clearly he has no problem, hanging out with a lot of people who are very, very progressive, DSA members on the left wing of the left flank of the Democratic Party. And I think that, that may come back to bite him, but he has confidence that the issues that he's talking about and the approach that he's taking are going to win people over more than the hits about who he associates with potentially on the other side.
Erica?
Well, what I will say is Republicans don't have a lot of good to talk about going into this midterm cycle with a relatively unproductive Congress, with Trump's polling underwater. What they do like to talk about is the threat of socialism on the Democratic Party. So this does give them a bit of a chance to really hammer that home. When Zohran Mamdani first got elected in 2025, there was kind of a slew of messaging of, oh, this is what the Democratic Party is turning into. Socialism is going to come into your home, everything like that. And, the question, I guess, is, are voters okay with that? But then for Republicans, it's very much a, let's drive this as far as we can possibly take it and just really hammer on the Democrats and present ourselves as the less worse option.
The themes of campaign 2026. Miriam in Texas, Democratic caller.
Okay, well, first of all, watching Pan Caston was like a buzzkill, but anyways, I know you have to do that. I don't know, all of a sudden he's going to help us with property taxes and housing when he's been there for 30 years and they've never spoken about that. no, I'm not going to drink that Kool-Aid. But coming to Al-Sayed and Stevens, I'm really conflicted because I like both of them. I like Stevens when she says stick it to them. That really grew on me. I don't really know Al-Sayed all that much, but he's a very likable person. I like his little smirk. So I'm very conflicted. And the only thing that really conflicts me about Stevens is that every time there's something going on with Israel, with the what do you call it, the funding Israel, for some reason the Democrats cannot seem to negate the funding, or there's something going on with that. And that's the only reason why my heart is going towards Abdul, but I really like Stevens. I really like her. She has that in it with her.
Okay, so, Miriam, your heart is for one of these candidates. You don't get to vote for one of these candidates because she's down in Texas. I find it fascinating that Texas, California, that Democrats are watching these contests in Michigan in this marquee matchup in a Senate Democratic primary, and I'm sure other races too, where it's the left versus the establishment.
Yeah, I mean, voters are fired up. Democrats especially are enthusiastic. They're motivated. They're paying attention to what's going on in races around the country. I also think, of course, voters who are calling into C-SPAN are paying attention in ways that maybe not all the voters out there are, but probably should be. But yeah,
okay, they're political junkies that watch. Sure.
This has been a marquee race. There are always a couple of these races every cycle that just captivate the nation, and this absolutely is one of them.
All right, we'll go to Jacob, Virginia Beach, Democratic caller.
Hi. I'm in Virginia Beach, which is a very confusing district to live in because it is so incredibly purple. It swings from left to right. I voted for Elaine Luria today because personally I'm kind of concerned with a lot of the rhetoric from DSA adjacent type candidates. I don't want to say that Elaine's opponent was DSA or socialist at all. She is a self-proclaimed progressive. And I think the attachment to very populist sort of topics it just seems like kind of like a Trojan horse to start setting up more like sort of socialist policies or something like that.
Okay, Jacob there in Virginia Beach, Democratic caller. Mark's next in New York, Republican. Mark, let's hear from you.
Well, I'm very sad I'm listening to this discussion because I live in New York and I've had the opportunity now to see what the Democratic Socialists do. It's a petri dish. It's a litmus test. And the nation should be watching carefully at the utter destruction of New York City. I've lived here all my life and seeing the socialists in control. And also, listening to Abdul is the precursor, the harbinger of politics. And that is going to be, even from your 19-year-old caller, Israel, you support Israel, you have blood on your hands. This is what this Abdul and our mayor and others are fomenting, the central issue in their campaign. You can talk about this till tomorrow, but this idea, AIPAC, is now tainted after years and years of politicians being supported by AIPAC and other groups. That's our political system. And lastly, Bernie Sanders has never passed a bill in the Senate. Okay? His Medicare for All is a road to nowhere. The Socialist Democrats, with their anti-Israel policy and their other socialist policies, is a road to nowhere. And when they got together in the Bronx, remember, New York, and they all shouted to Hakeem Jeffries, "You're next, you're next, you're next," I suggest that the Democratic leadership should pay close attention. I'm sad because I like a very close and interesting election between two partisans talking about issues, not ideology, issues, helping people.
All right, Mark, I'm going to pick up there because I want to note what you said about AIPAC and the money and and candidates distancing themselves when, for years and years, as you said, candidates courted AIPAC and that money. Take a look at this Michigan Democratic primary race. In the head-to-head matchup between Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed, $30 million has been spent by AIPAC in support of Haley Stevens. $50 million spent by anti-El-Sayed organizations since May. $4.7 million has been raised by El-Sayed and $2.1 raised by Stevens. Erica Filter.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much money in this race, and we've just heard a lot of concern about kind of the rhetoric from DSA candidates, so to speak. And I will just note that this hasn't been super present in Virginia. I would point to Don Beyer in Virginia 8. The race has been called for him. He had four-ish, several progressive challengers, but there really wasn't a consolidation there. And I guess to kind of tie it back to Michigan, Mallory McMorrow was kind of running the middle ground between El-Sayed and Stevens for a long time, sort of progressive curious while still having some establishment ties. There were quite a few national Democrats who shifted their support from McMorrow to Stevens after she dropped out. So El-Sayed's kind of been able to consolidate this leftward movement to become a very classic progressive versus moderate debate here.
Progressive curious. Jacob Rubashkin.
Yeah, look, I think, that is the best frame for this race, but I think that understates the other axis on which Democratic primaries are still playing out, which is anger, frustration, willingness to stand up to Donald Trump, willingness to go in and start flipping over tables. I mean, we heard from our caller earlier, Abby in Michigan, that she wanted somebody who was going to go to Washington and fight the Trump agenda, and she thought that Abdul was going to be more aggressive against the Republicans in D.C. than Haley Stevens would be. And I think that is a sentiment that is shared not just by progressive parts of the Democratic Party electorate, but also by a lot of quote-unquote normie voters, the same kind of voters that powered people like Haley Stevens to victory back in 2018 when they were so upset after Trump won in 2016 and are now not only upset at Trump, but they're upset at the Democrats that they see as having enabled Trump to return for a second term. And if you can tap into that anger, you're not just restricted to the 30% of the vote that you get in 2018 when you're running a Bernie-backed progressive campaign for governor. All of a sudden, the electorate very much opens up for you in ways that help you potentially become the Democratic nominee for Senate.
We are watching closely tonight this duel between Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed in the Senate Democratic primary race in Michigan, with 1% of the vote in very early on. This is where it stands right now. Those numbers will change. The Associated Press is going to call this race. We count on them for the numbers and the vote tallies. If you want to follow along yourself, go to Michigan on our website, cspan.org/results, and you can break it down by county there as the votes continue to come in. It's 8:21 p.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast. The polls have closed in Michigan in the lower half of the state. Now in the upper western part of the state, they will close at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Kansas polls closed at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and we also are seeing some results there. In the governor's primary race, in the Democratic primary race, Jacob Rubashkin, 27% of the vote in. Talk about this open seat. The incumbent Democrat, Laura Kelly, term limited. So is this going to stay in Democrats' hands?
It's certainly going to be the most difficult state for Democrats to hold on to in terms of governor's races this fall. This is Kansas we're talking about. And on the one hand, it does have a history of backing Democratic governors. Laura Kelly won 2 terms. Kathleen Sebelius won 2 terms. in the 2000s, but it is at its core a Republican state. It wants to vote for Republicans.
Yeah, the Sunflower State voted for President Trump 15 points in 2020, by 16 points in 2024.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is not, we're not talking about Maryland here. We're not even talking about like a Michigan, like a swing state. This is a Republican state. It just so happens that Democrats have found ways to win gubernatorial races. So I think it'll be competitive, but it's certainly going to be hard for the party to hold on to, even given a favorable political environment. And we've got a barn burner right now of a Democratic primary here, which is interesting because on paper, Ethan Corson should be the real frontrunner here. He has far outpaced Cindy Holscher in terms of fundraising. He has support from outgoing Governor Kelly, who is very popular among Democrats.
State senator.
He's a state senator, though so is Cindy Holscher, his opponent. But he had a lot of the kind of credentials that we would look to say that person is going to perform strongly. Cindy Holscher has run a more progressive campaign. She has done it with a lot less money because she is not as strong a fundraiser, and she has really tried in the closing months of the race and closing weeks of the race to make data centers a big issue. Now it's interesting. Both of these people voted for a data center bill in the Kansas State Senate. But it's Holscher who has said now that she regrets that vote and who has turned it around and tried to make it an issue against Corson. So, look, I don't think that's the reason why she might win if she wins, or the only reason. I think there are a number of reasons why you might expect her to win, even absent that issue. But as we're tracking the issue space across the country, this is a really interesting contest for the power of the data center issue, even just among Democrats.
Erica Filter, does Sam Brownback, the former Republican governor, still have a legacy, good or bad, in the state of Kansas?
Yeah, so Laura Kelly came up in 2018 hammering on Sam Brownback's performance, and that was, like Jacob said, one of the winning issues,
so
not
here's the
necessarily
deal.
the defining issue there. Kelly was able to kind of criticize Brownback's tax cut experiment that was not very successful. However, he hasn't been in office since 2018. It's on Democrats to continue management of the state government for the third term in a row. So it's not necessarily going to be as potent to criticize Brownback. It's more going to need to be, what has Laura Kelly done that is successful that we can continue doing?
So who is the leading Republican candidate for this open gubernatorial seat in Kansas?
Yeah, it's Ty Masterson, who has President Trump's endorsement. There's also businessman Philip Zarnecki. He has spent $300,000 in ads, kind of targeting. Masterson actually also voted for that data center that Corson and Holscher voted for. They're all in the state legislature. So this has been an issue on both the Democratic and the Republican primaries. Masterson likely has a hold on this just because he does have Trump's endorsement. There's a 7-candidate field. Likely not going to be a major issue here, but it's likely he will have to address his legislative history on the campaign trail in the general election.
Let's go to Michigan. Mallory McMorrow is speaking at Jocelyn Benson's Democratic candidate for governor there. She is speaking, former Senate candidate, at this watch party. Let's listen in.
Boo. And here in Michigan, the 2 Republicans who are running in this race are falling over themselves to see who can impress Donald Trump more. We literally cannot afford a governor who works harder for Donald Trump than they do for Michiganders. But tonight, Michigan, we are one step closer to electing a battle-tested, kind-hearted public servant, Jocelyn Benson, as our next governor. So tonight I'm here to ask you, Michigan, are you ready to get to work? Are you ready to flip the state house? Are we ready to expand our power in the state Senate? Are you ready to elect Jocelyn Benson as our next governor? We've got 13 weeks left, Michigan. Let's go show the rest of the country how we do it here. Thank you and good night.
Mallory McMorrow at the Jocelyn Benson for Governor's headquarters tonight. We've got some early results in that contest as well. Jacob Rubashkin, 1% of the vote in. Is Jocelyn Benson the front runner here?
I think she's got her work cut out. This is a nail biter. We're going to be here all night. No, Jocelyn Benson is going to be the Democratic nominee for governor in Michigan. She, more likely than not, probably going to be the next governor of Michigan, depending on how this next couple weeks goes. I think she's in a good spot there, especially ever since former Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan dropped his independent bid that was giving Democrats a lot of heartburn in the Wolverine state.
Is this contest then lean? Is it solid Democrat, lean Democrat in the general election?
No, it's still going to be very competitive. I think she has a slight edge here, regardless of who comes out of the Republican primary tonight. Probably John James, who has struggled to win statewide before. He's run for Senate twice in 2018 and 2020 as a statewide candidate, hasn't been able to get across the finish line. Jocelyn Benson, statewide candidate 2 times over, successful both times.
Current Secretary of State. She also withstood protests for her to overturn the 2020 election. So she's been in the national spotlight.
Yes, very much so.
All right. So, John James, as you were talking about there, Perry Johnson facing off against Perry Johnson in this Republican primary for the governor's seat.
Yes, there's something interesting happening here. James has President Trump's endorsement. However, Perry Johnson has tried to align himself with Trump as closely as he can. He has an ad of showing like him and Trump saying like outside businessmen win. So he's really trying to ride that and of course ride his own money. He spent $32 million on this. John James has spent $2.4 million. That said, it is very likely to go to James. There's just a bit of division within the Republican Party at the moment over which of them is kind of the more accurate representation of their party.
Okay, we'll go to Susan, Carlsbad, California, Democratic caller.
Hi.
Hi, Susan.
Thanks for taking my call.
Welcome to primary night.
What I want to say is I'm 78 years old. I have been hanging door knockers since I was 12 years old. I have worked for candidates. I'm Flack. Flack is the little guy who walks from door to door. But I've seen a lot of candidates, and I voted for Republicans and independents and people that I think are good for this nation. And I'd like to see everyone do that. And I'd like to see this ridiculous name-calling stopped. This ridiculous stuff about the guy being a socialist, the man in Michigan that's the doctor. The only question I had about him is, do you have any experience? And listening to C-SPAN, which I do a lot, I have learned that the guy is able to get things done. You know, the crazy people on the left and the crazy people on the right should not be any of our concerns. What should be our concern is getting our government back on track.
All right. Susan there in California. Aaron is next in Grand Rapids, Michigan, independent. Aaron, did you vote today? How did you vote?
I'm not an independent. I've always voted Democrat, but I think that the community that I'm in right now is so disappointed of the Democrats in our area. And so I voted happily for Abdul El-Sayed. Our state is just, I think that a lot of the people in my community have been so disappointed in the money backing the candidates that we have. And I think that Abdul has been so transparent about not taking any corporate funding. There's been some really kind of like fishy things happening, especially with Governor Whitmer backing Haley Stevens, and then a couple of other candidates backing Haley Stevens in ways that we just didn't expect. And so now we're just all second guessing everybody who's in front of us. And so I think that most of the people who live in the really progressive area in the pretty red Grand Rapids have just been really happy to vote for Abdul and questioning everything right now.
Okay. It's progressives versus establishment. Erica Filter.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that you point to the money in this race. It's something that I think a lot of the political junkies have been talking about, given that AIPAC and its spending are a bit of a national trend at the moment. But it's interesting to hear that that's kind of resonating on the ground. I would also say, I know there was a bit of drama in the Michigan Senate primary where Abdul El-Sayed wouldn't release his personal financial disclosure, and Haley Stevens was really pressing to do that. She was at one point saying she was the only non-millionaire in the race, though $70 million has been spent on her behalf. $30 million of that is from AIPAC. So obviously a lot of money moving around, and El-Sayed seems to have he did release his disclosure, didn't get a ton of fanfare out of that. So it seems like he is successfully keeping that like money in politics criticism going.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if Abdul is going to win, he's going to do very well in Grand Rapids. We saw a little bit of vote out there already. Kent County was one of his best counties back in 2018 against Governor Whitmer, then State Senator Whitmer. He didn't win it, but he came very, very close, even though he was losing statewide by a healthy margin. So he's got to do well there. As Aaron, our caller, said, they voted for him. And that's a good sign for Abdul there. And yeah, look, I mean, ultimately though, this is going to be a tough race for whichever Democrat comes out, and it's looking nice for Abdul now, but with 3% of the vote in, anything can still happen.
Right, 3% of the vote in, and this is where it stands now, very early on. How late do you expect us to be hanging out tonight waiting for this race to be called?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think it's too early to say on that front. I hope not too late, though, as we said before, Michigan can't take its time when it would like to.
Agnes in Westland, Michigan, Democratic caller.
Hello, good evening. I'm calling from Wayne County, and I'm interested in the money in all of these races, but especially with Haley Stevens. She's someone I voted for in the past when I lived in her district, but now with the amount of money she's taken from AIPAC, I'm not really sure if her interests lie with the people of Michigan or kind of with some of her big donors. Abdul El-Sayed has shown a lot of dedication to the people of Michigan, including some union endorsements. I don't believe that any candidate is perfect. I also have my concerns with Jocelyn Benson and her her and Whitmer's involvement with data centers, especially in Saline, Michigan. And kind of that's a concern of, again, who's providing the money and where do the loyalties of these candidates lie?
All right. Erica Filter.
Yeah, it seems like El-Sayed has locked down a lot of union support in the state. I know he's endorsed by the United Auto Workers, a major player in Michigan politics for sure, and Democratic politics in general. Like you say, he seems to be kind of taking this more on the ground approach, I think I would say, to Michigan, and especially focusing on workers and the industry happening there.
We'll go to Myron in Dripping Springs, Texas, on our line for Republicans. Myron, thank you for joining us on primary night here on C-SPAN. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think about all the people that's running for these positions and the leadership with the countries. That's great, and that's really remarkable. But I'm talking about the president's situation. We really need someone to step up and really make a difference.
In what way? What are you talking about, Myron?
As far as running the country, the United States of America, I would like to see more veterans come up and step up and take that leadership role and run, because they really is the heart and soul of America. They're the ones that defended this country and really sacrificed their life to defend it. And that's what I think we need to put our country back together.
Okay. Thank you, Myron, there for your thoughts in Texas. When we say that the balance of Congress is on the line here, Jacob Rubashkin, why is that important for this president in his second term?
Well, he really doesn't want to be impeached a third time. He already has the record, and I don't think he's interested in extending it. And if Democrats take back control of either house of Congress, he is going to be up to his eyeballs in investigations, right? Nothing legislative is going to get done if Democrats control Congress, right? There's very little that you could imagine the Republicans in Congress, the Democrats in Congress, and Donald Trump all agreeing on to pass bills on. The Republicans can barely pass bills now, and they hold both houses and the presidency. So what Democrats will be able to do in terms of the levers of power they will control is oversight. and they will make life brutal for everyone involved in the Trump administration, for Trump personally, for his family, for his business partners. They are going to use those gavels as aggressively as possible in terms of their investigations. And so if he doesn't want to have to budget most of his people's time to go down to Capitol Hill and sit in committee rooms for the last 2 years of his presidency, then he needs to have Republicans hold both chambers of Congress, let alone if he wants to actually pass any sort of legislation, the Save America Act, which is his latest preoccupation. Again, he can't get that passed with Republican control. He's certainly not going to get it passed with Democratic control of either house of Congress.
It's primary night here on C-SPAN. You're watching our special coverage here tonight. There are 5 states voting. We're keeping a close eye on Michigan. Jacob Rubashkin, who's deputy editor with Inside Elections, is here with us, along with Erica Filter, who is National Journal on Hotline's national campaign correspondent. Their analysis, speeches from the candidates, and results are all part of tonight's coverage. Erica Filter, you were talking earlier about the 1st District in Missouri with 16% of the vote in. Let me show our viewers how this is looking right now. Representative Wesley Bell, who's facing off once again against Cori Bush there with 16% of the vote in. That's what his lead looks like right now, Erica Filter.
It's definitely still early. It's possible that Bush comes back. However, this is interesting. I think that there was kind of some national headwinds that Cori Bush was defeated by Wesley Bell in 2024, largely because of spending by AIPAC. And she's kind of come back and said, "I told you so," to ride it back. I know that several of her constituents kind of liked the way that she approached her time in office. However, she did miss a lot of votes while she was in office. She may have had a difficult record to return to. I know that there was some advertising from AIPAC saying she voted against the bipartisan infrastructure bill in 2021, kind of portraying her as hostile to the Biden-Harris administration. So that may be playing some sort of role here.
Talk a little bit about Wesley Bell here. Ran against her, won. Who is he backed by? And ousted Cori Bush in 2024, as I said, backed by AIPAC and endorsed by Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jeffries endorsing incumbents. He likes to say that he supports incumbents, and then sometimes he doesn't, and it gets very awkward very quickly. Wesley Bell, of course, beat Cori Bush back in 2024, backed by AIPAC and some other pro-Israel groups there. This is the kind of district where primaries are just kind of the way of life. I think sometimes we think of primaries as these kind of strange things, like, oh my God, a member lost their primary, they have a real primary challenge. The reality is, in a district like this one in St. Louis, primaries are the name of the game. There's no competitive general election. So Cori Bush also got to Congress by beating a longtime incumbent, William Lacey Clay, a couple years earlier, and had run against him several times before getting over the finish line there. So this is the primary is the real election here. I think this would be a silver lining perhaps for more moderate Democrats on a night like this one, if they're potentially going down in some other races in Michigan to hold steady on this contest here. But again, to bring it full circle here and back to the question of Abdul's credentials and his ability to appeal to a broad swath of the Democratic coalition, Cori Bush had some issues that had nothing to do with her politics when she was a member of Congress. She was under investigation. She was accused of financial mismanagement, of improper relationship with a staffer. There were things that voters found distasteful that they rejected, as well as this question of whether she was supportive enough of the Democratic agenda of Joe Biden. That clearly played a role in her defeat in 2024, and we'll see what happens tonight.
Well, Democrats will hold on to this seat, according to Cook Political Reports. Rated a solid Democrat, voted for Biden-Harris in the last 2 election cycles by over 50 points. That's Missouri's 1st district there. Ann, in Michigan, Democratic caller.
Good evening, Greta and Erica and Jacob. I'm calling tonight. I voted today for Haley Stevens. It was a really, really difficult choice for me. Between the 2 candidates. Healthcare is my #1 issue. The Affordable Care Act, when they decided not to continue the subsidies, was really devastating to me and my family. I'm also worried about the people on Medicaid and the people on Medicare. And when I looked at El Sayed's both his medical experience as a doctor and a public health official, but also his stance on different things, Medicare for all, more money in your pocket, money out of politics, those were really big things in his favor. But in the end, I'm trying to play the long game as to who I think can beat Mike Rogers in this very purple state. And I felt that Haley Stevens, being more moderate and already having connections because she was a representative for 8 years here, that she'd already hit the ground running. And although she's not for Medicare for all, she is for universal health care. And I felt that she could make more incremental changes. But if the Democrats put a bill on the table for the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, I know she'll vote with them. But my heart was in large part with El Sayed just because he doesn't take any corporate PAC money. And I also worry, like a lot of the callers have said, about who are people representing? Are they representing us or are they representing their corporate donors? But healthcare really is what I was looking at in this particular contest and who I think can beat Mike Rogers.
Okay, Ann there in Michigan, her heart was torn. Jacob Rubashkin, I just want to note 5% of the vote in this marquee contest, and Abdul El Sayed, 62.7% of the vote of this 5%. Again, this is very, very early, and he's got a lead now, but we're expecting that this tightens.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to put too much stock into any of the numbers that we've got right now when we're talking about a fraction of the vote counted here.
Yeah.
But I think this caller was interesting because as is often the case in national media coverage, in kind of online coverage of races, things get really, really tense. They get really contentious. People get into their camps and they can't stand the other person on the other side of the election. And that's just not how most voters feel when they're looking at an election here. Most voters in Michigan like both of these candidates. And so I think what our caller was expressing is I don't think they were the only ones who felt that way, who felt torn, who felt like they could go either way in this race. And ultimately, if you vote for both candidates, don't do that. Your ballot will be invalidated. You have to pick. But for a lot of these Democrats, you know, it's a more difficult choice than perhaps you would think, just kind of hearing the loudest voices talk about these two candidates.
Well, let's hear from another Democrat in Michigan, Barbara in West Bloomfield. Barbara, were you torn over who to vote for in this Senate Democratic primary contest?
Are you expecting me to comment now? I thought it was by recording.
Yeah.
No, I was not torn, and not at all. I didn't believe a lot of Abdul Sayed's propaganda, for example, casting aspersions at Haley because of receiving corporate funds or big organizations. He accepted Republican money to run ads to smear Haley, and they were smear tactics. This is not a holier-than-thou approach. In addition, she is pure experience, dedication. I have never in all her years of service caught her in one lie, and that speaks very highly for me. Her energy for the people of Michigan is incredible.
Okay, Barbara there in Michigan. Erica Filter.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're talking a lot about the kind of messy and sometimes difficult primaries that we see this season. They get mean sometimes. Republicans definitely got excited about some Democratic infighting in this race. I think we mentioned earlier that, like, Mike Rogers probably wants to see Abdul El Sayed in the general election, but there was a lot of kind of general, like, excitement when people were making fun of Haley Stevens' accent or a certain way she said something, or, you know, any time there was a controversial line in a debate, you would probably see some Republican tweet making fun of it. So they definitely enjoyed the division here, and Rogers has a bit of an advantage that he hasn't had to undergo any infighting to get to the general election stage, but it kind of remains to be seen. Michigan Democrats will likely unite around the eventual nominee. Like Jacob said, they're both somewhat likable candidates.
He's also escaped scrutiny so far, but you can bet, Jacob Rubashkin, Democrats are ready to take him on.
Yeah, no, I mean, clearly, the bright lights are coming for Mike Rogers as well. I think our caller, Barbara, was from West Bloomfield. That is in Haley Stevens' district. She's got to be winning all those votes if she wants to win tonight in her home base.
What district is that?
That is Michigan's 11th congressional district, which is kind of northwestern Detroit suburbs, Oakland County. But to your point, Mike Rogers, right, he has been able to not be the main event in Michigan so far, and that's going to change regardless of who emerges from this primary. The other thing I'll say is that even as Republicans clearly want Abdul to win this primary, people aren't always right when they try and pick the candidate that they want to run against. I mean, we all remember Democrats talking about how they would love to run against Donald Trump back in 2016. Parties are as often wrong as they are right about who the most beatable opponent is on the other side of the aisle. I don't know whether that's going to be the case here in Michigan tonight, but just because Republicans want to run against El-Sayed doesn't necessarily mean that he will be the weaker general election candidate. The polling that we have suggests that he starts out in a little bit more of a deficit against Mike Rogers than Haley Stevens does. But we're not talking about wild swings here of 10 points or something like that. We're talking about variations on margin of error races in either direction.
It's primary night here on C-SPAN, and we're watching key primaries in 5 states that could tip the balance for Congress in November. And we are just moments away here from the final polls closing in Michigan. We'll hear from Lee, who's in Indiana, independent. Welcome to primary night.
Thank you. Great show tonight. Wanted to touch base on kind of some of the changes with the Democratic Party. I grew up with a family hardcore Birch Pie Democrats, and across the aisle kind of guy, and subsequently kind of gravitated probably toward a Ronald Reagan trickle down guy, but find myself in the middle of looking in both directions, and I'm very acutely aware of the sharp change that the Democratic Party has made, and it seems that there's a masquerade of liberalism that is coming in as a kind of I guess what I would call more of a radical religious side of the party, a la Dearborn, Mandami, and also Ed Now. And I think it appears to me that there's a real strong gravitation toward jumping on what appears to be a train to no place or to trouble on the Democratic Party in an attempt to try to be as different as possible. And I'm wondering if Dearborn in and of itself is not enough of a response for people in Michigan to change the way they think about it, because that's not really a great situation for America. I'm not sure we have an American agenda in the Democratic Party at this point, and that's the more scary thing to me, that maybe we're actually we're turning against America in an attempt to just be anti-Trump, and not that Trump has everything right by any means, but it makes me nervous that we're going in such a drastic direction. I'm curious of your thoughts.
Okay, Erica Filter.
This is the first mention of Dearborn we've had. Got somewhat famous in the 2024 Democratic primary for the uncommitted movement, which was, instead of supporting President Biden in his re-election campaign, supporting no one, not committing. They lodged about 13% in the February primary. Once you get to the November general election, it's not necessarily going to matter in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, a lot of independents and swing voters swinging, so it's not like they necessarily decided that election. But in Michigan, in the primary, it was very much an eyebrow raiser for Biden. Now it seems like they're still kind of looking for a fighter and for a home in the party, and that very much might be with El-Sayed. I don't believe we have results yet for Dearborn, but definitely would expect it to go for him in somewhat large numbers.
Okay, let's talk about the 13th district in Michigan in the Democratic primary there. Again, results are trickling in at this point. It's very early on. This is from the Associated Press so far, but just talk about this race and this matchup here.
This is a Democratic primary. Congressman Sri Thanedar ropes, as we've seen. We've known he's going to have a difficult re-election campaign. A classic eccentric, I think, is the best way to describe Sri Thanedar.
I've also seen odd duck in reporting.
Yes, odd duck would also be, I think, an apt description of the congressman. He is a chemical multimillionaire. He made his wealth in the chemical industry. He has a real rags to riches story, immigrating to America, making a lot of money, getting involved in politics very late in life. He ran for governor. He was the third candidate, in fact. The whole party's here. He was the third candidate running for governor in 2018 against Gretchen Whitmer and Abdul El-Sayed, and now ran for Congress in 2022 in Detroit. He won a very, very crowded Democratic primary with a small percentage of the vote. And he won re-election in 2024 in that primary against, again, a divided field of Democrats, albeit with a fairly unimpressive share of the vote for the incumbent. And so heading into this race, there was a lot of question about whether the anti-Sri Democrats in the district would consolidate around one person, and they ultimately did. Donovan McKinney, he's a state representative, congressman. He was backed by the Justice Democrats, which has supported progressive Democratic primary challenges to incumbents all over the country since 2018, and a number of progressive elements. But also, I think there's just a lot of people who are not particularly fond of Congressman Thanedar and are happy to see somebody step up to the plate against him. And so, look, I think that ultimately his first win was kind of a quirk of a crowded primary, and he's been on the ropes ever since.
What about Washington Democrats? Are they backing him, Erica Filter?
They are not. Thanedar is not very popular within the halls of Congress. Some of his colleagues have been sort of looking for someone else to take that spot. Something interesting in this race is kind of the impact of the Louisiana v. Calais Supreme Court decision that really tore down parts of the Voting Rights Act. And since then, Black Democrats have been very worried about their ranks. So the Congressional Black Caucus has been quite involved in this primary to see more Black members of Congress, period.
Yeah. And I'll just take this moment to point out the button, that I'm wearing tonight here, which is a 1972 campaign button featuring a hypothetical presidential campaign ticket. Teddy Kennedy, senator from Massachusetts, but for president, but for vice president, John Conyers, the longtime congressman from Michigan's 13th congressional district, served for more than half a century in the halls of Congress. And, you know, to Erica's point, this district for a very, very long time has been held by a Black Democrat. It is a majority Black seat. And when Sri won this seat in 2022, it marked the first time in a very, very long time that there were no Black Democrats in the Michigan delegation, congressional at all. John James, a Black Republican from the neighboring 10th district, part of the delegation. But heading into the 2026 election, had Sri won, with John James departing to run for governor, there was a real chance that Michigan's delegation would have no Black representatives at all come 2026. And I think that combined with the Calais decision that has put a tremendous amount of downward pressure on the number of Black representatives in Congress throughout the South, weighed on a lot of people's minds, certainly in Washington, D.C., and potentially out in the district as well.
Jacob Rubashkin, we always appreciate your analysis and your campaign memorabilia. You said earlier you have a dealer for buttons.
I know a guy. It's America.
You know a guy. All right. Well, we should see your collection someday. Yeah. Let's go to Canton, Michigan. David, Independent.
Hi. Yes. So I'm, 39 years old. The first time I ever voted in my life was for Barack Obama, and after that, I kind of just gave up on politics. But this day and age, it's time that the young people, we're waking up, and we're seeing that nothing has been done for our generation. It's kind of just like a stalemate, you know. We're seeing these new candidates, and yeah, I was born and raised in Dearborn, Michigan. So to the caller before me who said, "Oh, Dearborn, Michigan," this has nothing to do with religion. It just has to do with, you know, we want change. It's about time, you know. All these people have their term limits, and we're getting nowhere. We're stuck. Okay, things are just crazy expensive. People my age can't even afford a house, a car. You know, like this is just I don't know if you guys are familiar with track APAC, but all these candidates who are running against, you know, like Mamdani and all these people, they're losing because people are waking up, and we know that, you know, the Republicans who's running against Al-Sayed, they're taking the same money that Haley Stevens is taking from. So it's all part of the bigger picture. We just want change. We want our generation to actually benefit from, you know, what's coming our way so that our kids can benefit. And just, we want affordability. We want
And David,
happiness.
let me ask you, how old are you, David?
I'm 39.
You're 39. And you say you want change. You're an independent. Is that why you're open to this idea of a progressive Democrat?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with him. He has full talking points. Haley Stevens, she can't stick to one thing. I'm not, you know, just saying that to bash her. Honestly, I looked for things in her to try to consider voting for her, but she didn't offer anything. It's just establishment, you know. She takes money from DTE. She won't admit it. She won't.
Okay. All right, David, I'll pick it up there. So, Jacob Rubashkin, I just think this theme is interesting. They want change. They're voting against establishment. Are voters out there curious about something like socialism because of the affordability issue, and they're open to the idea, perhaps? Is this a natural pendulum swing?
I think that voters are looking for something different, and right now the something different available in a Democratic primary is coming from a wing of the party that is organized and energized. And so, yes, I think it is in part, there are some voters who are attracted to democratic socialism as an ideology. They like what those candidates are talking about, and it is in part, voters are responding to what they feel are the failures of leaders in Washington. They're looking for alternatives. I also think it's very interesting. At the very end, our caller mentioned Haley Stevens and DTE. That's the Detroit utility. That's the big Michigan power company. This ties into the data center issue that we've had previous callers talk about. It's become a flashpoint in this race that Haley Stevens said she didn't take DTE money while she was running for Senate. DTE donated to her campaign when she was still just a House member. It has become a controversy here as the data centers have become a controversy. Governor Whitmer appeared at the groundbreaking for a data center, and I think she got a lot of blowback for that. Abdul has been a little bit more aggressive on the data center issue, I would say, than Haley Stevens has been. And so it's just another way that this issue is continuing to pop up in primaries of both parties all across the country.
The data center issue.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about Michigan's 7th congressional district. This is a competitive seat. It's rated as a toss-up. And Erica Filter, this is with 14% of the vote in for this Democratic primary. Talk about these candidates.
Yeah, so William Lawrence is a former Sunrise Movement founder, and that's the climate movement hoping to fight climate change. Bridget Brink is a former Ukraine ambassador, one of the more moderates kind of in the vein of Alyssa Slotkin, who used to hold this seat before she moved on to the Senate. This is interesting to me. Hold on, I need to see... the other candidate in this race is Matt Mazdam, who kind of is in the same lane as Brink. The two of them have been going against each other. The Mazdam campaign called Brink a spoiler. There was a lot of argument over which of the two of them should drop out to consolidate the more moderate movement. And as of right now, it's obviously still early, but Lawrence seems to be surging ahead just because his vote isn't split. He's very much the progressive in this race.
Is it interesting to you, Jacob Rubashkin, that Bridget Brink seems to be in this second position so far? I mean, again, it's early.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, look, Brink is at 29, Mazdam's at 28.
So it's just trailing. So AP doesn't show the third person down, but just there's less than 1 percentage point.
They are tracking very, very close. I've been watching this race through the night, and they've been kind of one has been up, the other's been up, but both of them kind of in the same spot, and both of them well behind Will Lawrence. Look, this is a race that the establishment, the more moderate lane, has nobody to blame but themselves for how it's going to turn out if Will Lawrence is the nominee. This is not like like the Senate race. If Abdul wins, I think he'll win for a lot of reasons, a lot of which have to do with just the sheer energy and effort that he put into the campaign and the things that he was talking about. This was a coordination problem. Essentially what happened in this race is that Bridget Brink jumped out to an early lead in the polling and in the fundraising. She's the former ambassador to Ukraine. And then a whole bunch of money for Matt Masdam came in from the outside and hit her really hard and knocked her down a peg. And nobody... and then Brink's allies came in and started whacking Masdam, and nobody was really paying attention to William Lawrence, who is a Lansing housing activist as well as a co-founder of the Sunrise Movement. And that allowed him to rise pretty much unabated until the last couple weeks of the race. And it also meant that neither Brink nor Masdam were really able to build any sort of strong base of support because they were too busy attacking each other. And so what we're going to see here, what we're seeing here right now is Lawrence ahead, but with a plurality vote with just about 42%, and Brink and Masdam combining for 60% of the vote. That is really tough for two candidates that politically are fairly closely aligned. And I think there are going to be a lot of recriminations here about the way that the money, the outside spending played in this race. But ultimately, look, neither Bridget Brink nor Matt Masdam are from the district. Matt Masdam has never lived in the district. Bridget Brink only moved into the district after she left the administration and decided she wanted to run for Congress. She talks a lot about how her grandfather was from the district, but she grew up in a different part of the state. Will Lawrence, born and raised in Lansing, has made that a big issue in his campaign early on. He's made data centers a big issue in his campaign later on in the race. And so far, it seems to be working out for him. And Brink and Masdam, who spent the entire cycle focusing on each other, are going to end up tied for second.
And whoever wins this nomination has to face the Republican incumbent, Tom Barrett, who's seeking to retain his seat in the 7th Congressional District after flipping it in 2024. Interestingly, Barrett on July 23rd was one of 4 Republicans in the House who voted alongside Democrats to limit President Donald Trump's military action in Iran.
Barrett knows that he's got a tough race on his hand. He knows that he's in a classic swing district, again, talking about seats that went for Trump and then for Biden and then for Trump again. Barrett lost in 2022 when he was running against Alyssa Slotkin. And this is a guy who rose to prominence in the state Senate when he left the Army. He was an Army helicopter pilot. He left the Army over the vaccine mandate because he didn't want to get vaccinated for COVID. That was his rise to prominence here. And so he has really come around to kind of swing state Republican status here, trying to triangulate a little bit and make sure that he can survive a difficult election cycle. I think that he and his allies would probably prefer to run against Will Lawrence than some of these other candidates, and they may get their wish. But again, not to beat a dead horse here, but just because you get the candidate you want doesn't mean you're going to survive.
All right. Final polls in Michigan just closed moments ago here at the top of the hour, and the AP has put the check mark next to Jocelyn Benson's name in the Democratic primary for governor. 16% of the vote in. They're confident at the Associated Press that she is the nominee to face off in the general election against probably, as we've been discussing tonight, John James, the Republican congressman.
Yeah, I mean, I think the folks at the AP know what they're doing, and I trust them on races a lot more difficult to call than the 70-point blowout that we're looking at right now. I think they were just waiting for the final polls to close and do their due diligence. This is going to be a very competitive gubernatorial race in the state of Michigan. Again, a little bit less complicated than it looked at the beginning of the year when it seemed like there might be this 3-way race with the former Democratic mayor of Detroit running as an independent. a race that has significant implications, of course, for all sorts of things later on in the election cycle, both this year and in 2028, looking ahead to the presidential election. Michigan, of course, a central component of the presidential battlefield.
Final polls have closed here in Michigan at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are watching that marquee Senate primary race between, on the Democratic side, Representative Haley Stevens and the physician Abdul El-Sayed. Erica Filter, where do we stand right now at moments after the polls have closed in this race?
El-Sayed is leading. It's obviously very, very early, but he was favored to lead in previous polling. It really seems like this is going to be the first statewide progressive win, and then the real challenge is going to be in November. We were just talking about Jocelyn Benson. If El-Sayed does pull forward with this nomination, he may struggle on the campaign trail with Benson. They have very different brands of politics. Benson's, like we said earlier, worked with the 2020 election in the attempts to overturn it. She's a more classic establishment moderate Democrat, whereas El-Sayed is on the more progressive side of things. So the two of them would have to work to present a unified message in November as they kind of get party-wide wins instead of individual wins.
Well, we're talking about Michigan's marquee Senate primary race, and we're, of course, getting your thoughts on the left's moment here in the Wolverine state. We're also looking at 4 other states where there are key primaries tonight. In Missouri's 1st district, in the Democratic primary there, the incumbent, Representative Wesley Bell, facing off against the Cori Bush, who used to hold this seat, and the Associated Press declares him the winner tonight.
Yeah, win for the establishment, but I think, again, speaks to as much to the unique vulnerabilities that Cori Bush always had versus the overall defining mood of the Democratic primary electorate.
Go ahead.
This does seem to be a sign that AIPAC isn't a complete death knell for Democrats, though. That's been kind of a national conversation where, obviously, in the Michigan Senate primary, AIPAC spending is one of the top issues. But here, AIPAC has been a major spender, a major player, very much associated with Wesley Bell. He was still able to pull through. And obviously, like Jacob said, Bush has her own issues, but it wasn't a complete write-off for Bell.
We'll go to Ali in Astoria, New York. Democratic caller. Is it Ali or Ali? You there? Caller in Astoria, New York. We'll hear from you. All right, I'm going to go on to Robin, who's in Fort Smith, Arkansas, Democratic caller. Hi, Robin.
Yeah, evening. How you doing?
What are your thoughts on campaign 2026 and primary night?
It's pretty wild here. I'm just seeing here that Cori Bush has fallen. I myself am more of a progressive Democrat. So that's, as you guys are mentioning here, that's more of a gray area. But really pulling for Abdul El-Sayed up in Michigan tonight. Even though I am in the Deep South, I really believe that he supports and represents what a good future for the United States could be, policies that work for working class people and will deliver results that improve people's lives and material conditions. So I think that could spiral out and spread across the country, and really hope it does, as we've seen, and hope that continues to grow.
And Robin, what do you think that means for 2028?
Well, we'll see what gets to that point. We got 2 more years to go. We got a lot of, mysterious conditions in the air. A president with, who knows how he'll react to the results this November. But we'll keep up. We'll keep on going no matter what. And I don't think the people are ready to give up yet.
And Robin, who do you see as the leader of this left movement?
That's a good question. I know people like AOC have stepped in, across the country to endorse and kind of help campaign and lead. I think she represents as well the good ideals that we could put forward, policies that could work for working people. So, I think just people like that, anybody who supports that can keep it going. But it's not about one person. It's about the broad movement and about the people of this country and this world.
Okay. We'll go to Daryl, Battle Creek, Michigan, on our line for Republicans. Daryl.
Hey, how's it going?
Daryl, did you vote today, and who did you vote for?
I voted for Abdul El-Sayed. It was kind of a tough decision for me. I've been a long-time conservative. Since around 2012, I voted for Mitt Romney. I also voted for President Trump. And I think the issue here is that I'm just really unsatisfied with the Republican Party. They campaigned on no more wars, and here we are with a $1.2 trillion military budget or something to that nature. And you hear somebody like Abdul El-Sayed talking about Medicare for all and stuff like that. And I'd much rather see, our tax dollars go towards health care as opposed to a war overseas.
Daryl, did you vote for President Trump?
Yes, I did.
In all 3 elections?
I didn't vote for him in 2020. I did vote for him in this last election. And I also do want to note that I think that the importance of Thomas Massie losing his seat in Kentucky was also kind of the straw that broke the camel's back for me. You had a massive super PAC backing his opponent. That same, super PAC is donating to Haley Stevens' campaign. And anybody who's basically being funded by AIPAC, in my opinion, now is kind of people look at that more so as a bad thing now, just because they're tired of the military spending. Gasoline, at least where I live, has been around $4.49 a gallon. I got a pregnant girlfriend, and they want $300 a month just for health insurance, and we can barely scrape by sometimes. And then you got, places like Planned Parenthood closing down. So it was I never leaned socialist. I never wanted to vote for a socialist candidate. But after, seeing the way the economy's been stretching my wallet and, seeing the needless, spending on, wars that, don't look like we can win.
Okay. Daryl. Erica Filter, do you think that El-Sayed has appeal enough to pull some Republicans over?
It's really interesting you say that, given that Stevens' whole argument has been that she's the more electable candidate and can kind of win over these swing and independent voters. So, from Daryl, this seems to be what's happening here, but I'm really interested in the discussion of that Trump and Republicans had said that there would be no more wars. Obviously, this was a major promise in 2016 and 2024, and then he has kind of pulled forward with interventions in Iran and Venezuela. Some Republicans were very, very opposed to this at the time. Tucker Carlson, most famously, was very upset with Trump for expressing interest in intervening in Iran. And like you say, we've sort of seen repercussions for Republicans on the campaign trail. The war was not expected to go on as long as it has. It's an open question whether it will be resolved by the November elections, and fuel prices are kind of responding to that. So that's a downside for Republicans going into the election.
All right, status check here on this murky Senate primary race that we're watching. 18% of the vote in now, and you can see it's tightening slightly here. Jacob Rubashkin.
Well, look, I think if they're still playing C-SPAN at the Abdul headquarters, I think somebody's on the phone with Daryl right now trying to get him to appear in a campaign ad this fall, if he really is a Republican from Battle Creek, because those are the kind of voters that, the campaign probably needs to win over, or at least be appealing to, if they're going to be successful in a general election. Look, I think we're still pretty early on in the night. You have to be feeling better if you're Team Abdul than if you're Team Haley. Oakland County just came in with a big batch of votes. Again, this is Haley Stevens' kind of home territory, and she is winning, but only by about 2 percentage points, and she'd probably want to be doing a little bit better than that if she wants to catch up to him on a statewide level. But for now, I think we're still looking at a close and competitive race.
We're showing right now cspan.org/results, and you can go and handicap these races. Look at the breakdown county by county. Oakland County, right there on your screen. Jacob Rubashkin was just talking about the importance of that county, and you can play around here with the map if you go to cspan.org/results. We'll continue to bring you an update on the results in Michigan, which is the key state tonight here, as well as the other states. And that race on your screen, the Senate Democratic primary, is the one to watch. Will the left have its moment tonight? We'll go to Holly in Centerville, Washington State, Republican. Hi, Holly.
Hi.
Breakdown county by county. Hey, Holly, go ahead. Mute your television. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right, Holly, we're waiting on you. Go ahead.
From Goldendale, Washington.
Okay, we're listening.
And I'm just calling I see all this on TV and everything, what's going on. I don't see a lot of Republicans coming forward tonight. And I'm sorry, I'm from Golden Valley, Arizona.
And what do you mean you don't see a lot of Republicans coming forward tonight? What do you mean by that?
Just by saying what's really going on and around us and about the war and about Trump.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts on it? I support Trump 100%, and I always have, and I've always voted for him, and I've never gone back on my thoughts. Did I vote for the right person or not?
Okay. All right, Holly, thank you for that call. Let's talk about the Trump factor here in this midterm election cycle and enthusiasm. What role will the president play? Jacob Rubashkin.
Well, he's playing a big one by setting the temperature for the national environment. In the latest approval rating averages, his net approval rating is minus 20.4. I believe that is the lowest that it has been his entire second term. And the reason why it is so low is because he is doing things that are raising costs, and the American people are feeling the economic pinch, whether it's tariffs or whether it's the war in Iran. And he doesn't show any sign of letting up on either of those two particular issues, and people are unhappy with him because of it. And he demands absolute loyalty from Republicans in Congress. There's really no wiggle room for them to deviate from his agenda. And so what we would traditionally see with members of Congress trying to run away from the president in a bad midterm election, we're not seeing this cycle. That's not really an option. Because, to your point about enthusiasm, yes, Democrats are more motivated to vote than Republicans, but the way that Republicans get motivated to vote these days is through Donald Trump. He is the motivator, and so if he's not involved, if he's not engaged, they go from having not great chances to having really abysmal chances of winning all the important races this fall.
Are Republican leaders worried in the Senate and in the House?
It seems like it. Most leaders have been out on the trail in some capacity. Johnson's been out in a lot of these important Republican districts. Trump has been active, but Republicans are always going to ask him to do more. He was in Michigan last week alongside Mike Rogers. He did a tele-rally with Ty Masterson in Kansas, who's running for governor. So he's been out there. The problem is a lot of the time, it's not clear whether him being in the district, being in Michigan, is actually helpful. The idea is that he'll drive turnout, he'll drive enthusiasm by going to these areas. But then, of course, in some areas, it also will spark a Democratic kind of counter-enthusiasm where they'll go in much larger numbers to the polls. So for now, this doesn't matter. But heading toward November, when these general election matchups are set, his activity is going to be under a lot of scrutiny.
Back to Michigan. Jacob in Clarkston, Democratic caller.
Hi. So I couldn't help but be taken back to what my fellow Jacob had said earlier in regards to the race being closer than I think a lot of people would imagine if Abdul El-Sayed were to win. I was split as well. I didn't really know whether I wanted to vote for Stevens or El-Sayed, because I've heard everything about how Stevens was more electable, but El-Sayed definitely seems a lot more genuine. I ended up going El-Sayed. But I think ultimately, kind of akin to what Daryl from Battle Creek had mentioned earlier. I think there are a lot of people who are quite disaffected at the decision making on the Republican end of things, and especially around here. I think the appetite for an outsider is, I think, a lot more, probably a lot more desired than a lot of people would think. I would tend to argue that's probably why Trump was so appealing, especially this last go around. I think the establishment, the Democratic establishment, has been quite out of touch. And, as somebody myself who leans more moderate liberal, I think I definitely haven't really felt there to be any kind of desire whatsoever to listen to the atmosphere and what was going on with the voters around these swing states, and kind of the deeper reasons as to why they're making the decisions they're making. So I guess to sum it all up, I anticipate this being a lot closer than people think. I still think, I don't know to what extent he's going to make a dent in Rogers' support, but I think there are a lot more people like, I would imagine, like Daryl from Battle Creek.
Okay. Jacob, we'll take that.
We're Legion tonight. I think that's the second Jacob to call in. So keep it coming here. Yeah, look, I think that while Stevens has made electability one of her defining arguments, the double-edged sword of a good Democratic year is that voters perhaps are a little less willing to accept that argument than they might be under different circumstances. We're seeing this play out in Minnesota as well, where you have another more moderate candidate, Congresswoman Angie Craig, who, like Haley Stevens, flipped a Republican held district in 2018, has had a more moderate voting record, and has made putting the general election away a key component of her campaign against Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan, the more progressive candidate in that race. The problem is Democrats, we know they love to play pundit, and part of playing pundit is making that electability argument. Part of playing pundit is also saying, sticking your finger in the air and saying the wind is blowing our way.
All right, well, let's go to Michigan. Jocelyn Benson, who was declared the victor in the Democratic governor's race there, is talking to supporters.
I am so thrilled to stand before you as the Democratic Party's nominee to be the next governor of Michigan. Thank you. Thank you all for being a part of this moment, for being a part of our team. Thank you for placing your trust in me to work for you and with you to transform our state. Tonight, the general election begins. Tonight marks our opportunity to grow our coalition to include citizens in every corner of our state who believe, as we do, that the power of the people must always be greater than the people in power. My life's work is about making that promise, that hope, a reality. I carry that hope with me every day as the daughter of public school teachers, the wife of a combat veteran, as the mom of a 10-year-old little boy whose future will be shaped by what we do now together. Because that is the question facing voters this fall, my friends. Who do you want Michigan's leaders to work for? The people or the powerful? Well, you all know who I'll work for. I will work for all of you and every Michigander in this state. Not the highest bidder, not corporate interests, not Donald Trump, you. So I'm here tonight asking you to work with me to build a government together whose leaders work for the people. A government that saves us time, saves us money, and makes our life easier. A government led by a trifecta of state leaders who are committed to working together to make Michigan a place where anyone can afford to live and thrive, where childcare is affordable for all, where homes are easily built so that teachers and nurses and farmers can afford to live in the communities where they work, where every Michigander has access to quality health care and water that is safe to drink and air that is clean to breathe and a public education system that prepares our children for the jobs of the future. As the next governor of Michigan, I will work with you to drive down costs while expanding our economy. And yes, I will work with anyone to get that done. But I will also be ready to stand up to anyone, no matter how wealthy or powerful, who gets in our way. I've done that as Secretary of State, and I'm ready to do it as governor. I love this state, and I know when I talk to the single mom in Muskegon who has to decide, Mayor Mohammed, who has to decide whether to eat or pay rent, or when I sit down with seniors in Warren who are anxious about paying for medicine on a fixed income, I know we must do right by them. Just the other day, I sat down with a new mom and dad right here in Detroit, and I held their newborn little girl in my arms. And I listened as they talked to me about how they don't want their child to grow up in poverty. And as a mom, I can't stop thinking about that conversation, about how every decision we make now will shape the world that their little girl and my little boy and all of our children will grow up in. And in the eyes of that little girl's mom and dad, I saw two people who simply wanted what every parent wants, a chance for their child to grow up healthy, happy, and safe. To live in a state where she can get a world-class public education, afford to see a doctor when she needs one, get reproductive care because it is her right. Build a career she loves and live in a home that she can afford and not have to work 5 jobs in order to do it all. Right? It is our job to deliver that for her and for every person in this state. That's what it means to have leaders, a governor who works for the people. I will work for the veteran who deserves access to the health care they earned, the teachers who dedicate their lives to preparing our children for the future and who deserve pay and more respect. For the children whose futures depend on the work that we do today. Our campaign is about them and all of you. Costs down, wages up, rights protected, end corruption, and build a government that works for all of us. And again, you all know I'll work with anyone and everyone to get that done, but I'm also unafraid to stand up to anyone who gets in our way. And this moment demands leaders who will stand up with courage, unafraid to bullies. And boy, boy, do I know how to do that. Like when Donald Trump tried to pressure me into turning over your private voting information, I said no, and I'll see you in court. And I won. I want you to know that even if it means sheltering in my home, protecting my son, while people with guns protest on my front lawn, I am not afraid to stand up to anyone who would try to take away your rights and freedoms. And that, again, will be the choice facing Michigan's voters this fall. Who does your governor work for? What does she stand for? And who does she fight for? The Republicans have already shown us their vision for Michigan. It's a vision that would raise healthcare costs instead of lowering them, a vision that would allow housing costs to climb instead of fighting to bring them down, and a party whose leaders stood with Donald Trump when he tried to overturn a free and fair election and instead of standing with the people of Michigan. That is not the future that Michigan wants or needs. And together, we're going to reject it this November. Because the bottom line to me is this: Michigan deserves a governor who answers to the people, not corporations, not to the DeVos family, and not to Donald Trump. And my friends, I'll just say, Michiganders voted in this primary, which, by the way, is on track to be one of the highest turnout primary elections in state history. They voted in this primary because they are asking us to fight for them, to stand up for them, to fix what is broken for them. And I am committed as the next governor of Michigan to make sure we deliver. But I cannot do it alone. I need your help to get this done. I'm asking you tonight to knock those doors, make those calls, talk to your neighbors, leave here tonight ready to remind people what is at stake and what is possible when we come together. Let's take tonight's landslide victory and let's deliver another one this fall. I'm going to ask you tonight, as the eyes of the nation are on Michigan, right? I'm asking you to show the nation who we are, what we stand for, and who we are fighting for. So I'm going to ask you, like I asked you in 2018, like I asked you in 2022, are you ready to work for democracy? Are you ready to fight for democracy? Are you ready to vote for democracy? Well, let's get it done and let's go win. Thank you, guys. I love you.
Jocelyn Benson dancing to Man Eater. She is the Democratic nominee in the gubernatorial contest in the Wolverine state. Jacob Rubashkin, what kind of candidate is she?
Well, if Abdul El-Sayed wins tonight, the more kind of establishment wing of the party will have something to celebrate as well, because Jocelyn Benson, she is very much in kind of the Gretchen Whitmer kind of wing of the party. She and Whitmer won that first race. Their first races together in 2018.
When she ran as Secretary of State.
When she ran as Secretary of State. The three women in the three statewide elected positions in Michigan have been kind of a trio in many ways over the last 8 years. Dana Nessel, of course, the state attorney general, the third person there. Look, I think that Benson has made her name as kind of a competent and results-driven leader of some pretty uninspired state organizations. She runs the DMV, which she likes to joke about, but she also likes to joke about how people come up to her and thank her for the changes that she's made at the DMV. I certainly wouldn't want to run the DMV as my day job, but she has leaned heavily on her ability to take these kind of complex and staid government bureaucracies and make them work a little bit better for people. So I think that's what she's going to talk about as a general election candidate, but very much not kind of in the flip the tables wing of the party. There wasn't really anyone from that wing who ran for governor this time.
Erica Filter, she's a man eater. Who will she face more than likely in the general election?
It's looking like it's going to be John James, which is interesting because James has kind of unasked often falsely said that Trump won Michigan in 2020. Benson currently is Secretary of State, so she's the chief election official in Michigan and was handling the 2020 debacle in that state. So there's kind of an easy contrast for her to set up there of this election denier versus what she has been doing to kind of protect voting in the state. That doesn't seem to be what she wants. It seems to be that she, like Jacob said, wants to follow Whitmer and talk about kind of the little bureaucratic things she's done to make life better for Michiganders. In her speech, she talked about healthcare, housing, not so much her role as an election official.
The showdown that we are keeping our eye on tonight is the Senate Democratic primary in Michigan. Our multimedia journalist is at the El Sayed headquarters in Michigan tonight, caught up with Hasan Piker, who is a political commentator on Twitch, progressive commentator with leftist viewpoints, as our viewers may know. Before we hear from him, Jacob Rubashkin, what do you make of Hasan Piker at the watch party for El Sayed?
Yeah, I mean, Piker has been an El Sayed supporter for quite some time. His support for Abdul became a flashpoint earlier in the race. Mallory McMorrow tried to make it an issue. She actually went as far as to compare Piker to Nick Fuentes, the neo-Nazi, which I think rubbed people the wrong way. And obviously a lot of things about the McMorrow campaign didn't really work out for her, but her attempt to try and use that as an issue against Abdul ultimately, I think, fell flat. I don't think it's a surprise to see him there tonight. He's been very supportive of the campaign, and I think there is some overlap in terms of the, Abdul has talked a lot about reaching back to young men and the ability of Democratic politicians to win back the votes of young men who are disaffected. That's something that Hasan Piker also talks quite a bit about. The two are also gym rats. We've seen both of them on the bench press. We've seen both of them talk about their gym routines to great length, and so I think they're kindred spirits in that regard as well.
All right, moments ago from the El Sayed watch party, Hasan Piker.
I'm here today to continue the revolutionary practice of fighting for democracy, which unfortunately in 2026 is almost like a dying art. So we're carrying that flame, and we're hoping that we can continue carrying that flame into the general election. I think Abdul centered the needs of the working class so perfectly in his policies, but in many respects, his run didn't start yesterday. His run didn't start 6 months ago. His run started in 2018 when he ran on a Medicare for All ticket in the gubernatorial race. And I guess the people were not ready for it now, ready for it back then, but they're certainly ready for it now, it seems.
And what do you think this race means for the Democratic Party, regardless of the result?
I think what this means for the Democratic Party is changes are coming. And I'm glad that they weren't ready for it.
And today in a press conference, Haley Stevens said that she condemned your rhetoric and doesn't know why Abdul is having that expense. And what do you have to say to that?
Yeah, I think it's very sad that her closing message ended up focusing on a Twitch streamer. That was an extremely online thing that she did, and perhaps that's the reason why these expected results might have been unexpected for her. She thought that centering these sorts of issues in the heart of her campaign would potentially help her seize victory. But Abdul never ran on these sorts of drama-focused issues. He ran on kitchen table issues. He ran on improving people's lives. And it turns out that's exactly what people of Michigan were looking for. And we're going to prove that once again in the general.
And you've been in Michigan, Wisconsin, other places. Have you been seeing more younger people out at the polls, and how much of a difference?
Absolutely. There is so much more youth involvement in these races. It was actually Debbie Dingell who called it out when she visited our University of Michigan Ann Arbor campaign rally that we did many, many months ago, all the way back in, I believe, April. She attended that, and she told the Associated Press, I've never seen this many young people this excited for a candidate this far out from a Senate primary race. And honestly, there's a good reason for that. I can't take credit for that. Of course, I'm only a messenger. I'm only a megaphone for the anger and the resentment that a lot of people feel. I think it was Abdul's policies, it was Abdul's campaign that brought them out first and foremost. But luckily, he was the right guy for the right time.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right.
Anything else you'd like to say?
Anything else I like to say? Being pro-Israel is bad policy and bad politics, and we're proving that tonight once again. For all the nations.
All right. Progressive commentator Hassan Piker at Abdul El-Sayed's watch party there in Michigan with his thoughts. And by the way, C-SPAN's on the screen in Michigan at that watch party with El-Sayed's supporters there. I thought it was interesting. He said he was glad that change is coming to the Democratic Party, and he's glad they weren't ready for it. Is he right?
I noticed that line too. I think it really just encapsulates that this is a change election. Democrats and voters in general are pretty unhappy with their current leadership. There's been a lot of negative things to say about Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, and about the House in general, which has been very unproductive. So Haley Stevens, coming from the House, has kind of an uphill battle. There's not a lot that she can point to say that she's made people's lives better in a concrete way. So it is easier in some ways for El-Sayed to come in and say, I can bring something better, even though he is untested in the political world.
Jacob Rubashkin?
Yeah.
What did you make of Hassan Piker's comments there?
Look, I think that he was pointing to the anger and the frustration that we've been talking about all night, and the desire for voters for something else, something new, something exciting. You know, I talked to a Democratic consultant or strategist who supported Haley Stevens through this primary probably 2 months ago, and they said to me something interesting. They said, Abdul looks like he's the only one who's having fun out there. And I think that his ability to both demonstrate that he was having fun and that he was angry was attractive to voters. Now, things got a little bit dicier in the final weeks of the campaign as the attacks got more personal, and Abdul was on the defensive about some of the things he had said about Haley Stevens, and I honestly thought those were some of his weaker moments in the closing weeks as the race took that turn. But by and large, I think that his ability to keep a positive vision, but an alternative vision, front and center, it allowed people to be angry, but also to be hopeful, and that's a powerful thing in politics. And again, we'll see if it works in a general election. Winning the primary was the easy part for him. The hard part is just starting.
Well, let's dig into the numbers here and where we're at. 22% of the vote in the Democratic primary in Michigan, and this is where Abdul El-Sayed's lead stands at around 21,000 votes. What are you guys seeing in the county by county breakdown that's worth mentioning at this point?
Oakland County is still a tight race that should look good for Haley Stevens. She is kind of relying on the Detroit area to boost her. Right now, it looks like she has just under 50%, and El-Sayed has like 47, 48. Still a pretty tight margin there. He's doing well in other areas of the state at the moment. Obviously, everything could change. There's still a lot of vote to be counted, especially in Wayne County, which could definitely give Stevens a boost. But for now, she's going to need to perform a lot more to overcome his advantage.
Jacob Rubashkin.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we're seeing is a close race. Again, obviously watching Oakland very closely. There are 3 times as many votes out of Oakland as there are out of any other county in the state right now. That will change, but as we get Wayne County votes in more, that is the elephant in the room right now. Or the donkey in the room for the Democratic primary. Stevens has, I don't even want to say what the vote is in Wayne right now because we only have 2% of the vote in, but we know that she needs to do very well there, and there's very little out there. So, again, Abdul clearly in the driver's seat here, but this is, as expected, a close and competitive race, and with less than a quarter of the vote in, I don't think anyone will be releasing the celebratory balloons anytime soon.
Erica Filter, we're about to talk to a viewer in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Describe this area of the state.
It is home to University of Michigan, so you're going to have a lot of college-aged voters. From what we've been hearing, there seems to be a lot of dissatisfaction with the U.S. relationship with Israel among young voters in both parties, so that might contribute, and if that does, it would go toward El-Sayed. However, not necessarily going to be a wash in either direction. Yeah.
Berkeley, we'll go to you in Ann Arbor. Democratic caller.
Hi there. I am so excited to be on the phone with y'all. I am a graduate student here at the University of Michigan, and I was so excited to cast my vote for Dr. Abdul El-Sayed this morning on my way to work. And I worked in public schools before my time in graduate school, and I was 17 years old when Donald Trump was elected in 2016. So this is the reality I have known coming of age as an adult. So to have somebody who reflects a positive future is something that I really value, something where with a Democratic candidate that's something other than I'm not the other side. That's I have let's focus on health care, let's focus on affordable groceries. I mean, it's something that speaks to people my age. And I know that from all my friend groups and fellow friends of mine who worked for Gretchen Whitmer's campaign back in 2018 look today towards Abdul El-Sayed with so much positivity, which is something that, frankly, we find kind of rare as an elder Gen Z here in the political sphere. And I must say, too, in the race in the 7th district, I am so excited to say that William Lawrence went to my high school, East Lansing High School. I grew up in Alyssa Slotkin's district. I voted for her in my first ever campaign, my first ever election in 2018. And so to see somebody, a fellow Trojan, somebody who's pushing for the same similar positive, forward-focused futures, it's incredible. And I wish I could vote for him. However, I know my family is. I'm here in Ann Arbor, so I can't. But it's just wonderful. So,
Erica Filter.
You touch on such an interesting point here that Trump is sort of all that young voters have known. I think that's something that gets forgotten in the political junkie world where you're talking about, Bush, Reagan, these kinds of people all the time. We were talking earlier about the idea of a change candidate in El-Sayed, and something Jacob said kind of reminded me of the conversations that Democrats were having around Zohran Mamdani this time last year. A lot of Democrats were just excited to be part of something that seemed to have joy and enthusiasm in it. Kind of regardless of Mamdani's policies, he had this kind of joyful warrior attitude going into it. And this was big for politically active Democrats to kind of feel like they could be part of something. I had a lot of people saying they hadn't felt this energy since the Obama campaign. So I think if El-Sayed and maybe Lawrence can tap into this idea of a bright new future, a new way of doing things that's not the Trump world that we've had for the last decade, I think they might be able to really, really do something here.
Our next call comes from Miriam in Troy, Michigan. Independent caller.
Hi. So I'm calling about the Abdul and Haley Senate race.
Yes.
I was formerly for Haley years
Make your
ago.
browser fast.
I think Jocelyn Benson said it herself that we would want someone who's there for us, who's here for the American people, who's here for the people of Michigan. And I think my biggest thing with Haley Stevens is almost everything that she has said has been proven wrong of what her stance is, especially of the ICE raids. She said she was against the ICE raids, and then she voted for ICE. And then the only thing that she has been truthful about was her support for Israel, and that Israel comes to her in her dreams and the support of Israel. So I think my biggest thing is just that I would want someone who's here for me as an American, not in Israel. And I think that's my biggest support with Abdul El-Sayed, is his focus is all here in Michigan. It's all the people for Michigan, how to help Michiganders, and not like raising our gas prices to go kill children.
Yeah. Okay, Miriam there in Troy, Michigan. Jacob Rubashkin, how big of an issue has this been, foreign aid for Israel?
Well, it's been a very big issue in this race. I think that this is something that Haley Stevens has been vocal about for a long time. And you go back to that 2022 primary, which is where I believe that clip that got circulated a lot in this cycle, saying that she sees Israel in her dreams, originated from. That race, was a big flashpoint on this issue, and that was before October 7th. That was before the Gaza war, and the issue really took a turn within the Democratic Party electorate. And since then, I think the politics has shifted considerably. And so when you have a candidate who is as vocal supporter of Israel as Haley Stevens, and then you match them up against a candidate like Abdul El-Sayed, who has been a vocal critic of Israel, I think that it's going to become a big issue in the race. I would note we are hearing, especially at least on the phones tonight, primarily from young voters who are citing this issue as kind of the motivating issue for them. And I think that is noteworthy. That's telling. I think that among younger voters, this is a much bigger issue than it is for other parts of the electorate. We had our caller from Ann Arbor. Washtenaw County is, I would imagine, will be Abdul's best county in the state. He's currently winning it by 31 points. There are a couple tiny counties that he's winning by more than that. But in terms of where real votes are going to come from, University of Michigan is going to be a major source of support for him. And I think that speaks to his strength among younger voters. I think his stance on Israel and Haley Stevens' stance on Israel, a big part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about the duel between Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed for the Democratic nomination for the U.S. Senate being vacated by retiring Senator Gary Peters, a Democrat. The Democrats need to hold on to this seat if they have any hopes of controlling the majority in the Senate come this new year. This is a general election matchup that will be very important for both parties. And money has been a big factor, and where the money is coming from in this race. $30 million spent by AIPAC, $50 million spent by anti-El-Sayed organizations since May. El-Sayed, though, is raising more money than Haley Stevens. He's raised $4.57 million. She's raised $2.1 million since April in just recent quarters. Sue in Grand Rapids, Michigan, an independent. Sue, did you vote today?
I'm going to tell you that I'm an older person with similar views to your last young callers, as you call them, with these ideas about the influence of foreign governments over ours. I have voted for Bernie Sanders, and I've also voted for Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders, I watched the corruption in the Democratic Party take the vote away from him, basically. And Donald Trump, I watched in the 2020 election the corruption that took place, essentially taking that election from him by not allowing the completion of process there in the Capitol. And so if your problem is that you don't want globalism running, that is Brussels or Israel running our government, then you've got to get it out of the hands of all these influencing lobbyists. And by the way, Jocelyn Benson, look her up on Wikipedia. I think you'll find that trifecta you're talking about is heavily influenced in the same direction. Stephen Ross is a billionaire that her husband works for.
All right. Sue in Grand Rapids, Michigan there. Thomas in Pensacola, Florida, Republican. Thomas, your thoughts on campaign 2026 primary night here in America. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not really quite sure what to think of it. It seems like we either get to choose a bunch of neocons or lobbyists bought by Israel who want to get us in foreign wars, or we get to choose a communist that hates our country. So I'm more of a Pat Buchanan-style Republican. I voted for Matt Gaetz and Donald Trump, and I voted for mass deportations, no new wars, and cheap gas. And I'm not getting any of them. So
Thomas, what will you do in November?
I'm going to vote far right in the Republican primaries here in Florida. And the Democrats will have a moderate win, most likely, with Jolly. If we get a establishment Republican backed by the Adelson family, which is the only reason why Byron Donalds was endorsed by Donald Trump, who Adelson gave all that money to, I would just vote for Jolly, who also takes AIPAC money. But, you know, I mean, I'm really just America first. And I'll warn the Republican establishment of one thing, and that is they better get with the people who support people like Nick Fuentes, because they just want to bring us back to 1950s and 1980s America and keep America American. They're going to keep, you guys safe. But
all right, we'll go on to Mike, who's in Little River, South Carolina, Republican caller. Mike.
Yeah, I'm listening to all your callers tonight that are going for these socialists, and I'm trying to figure out, what did they learn in school? What were they taught in college? Did they learn anything about World War II or Vietnam, or was it all being a radical? I just don't understand these callers tonight. I would like you to ask them a question when they call and they say they vote for these socialists.
Well, Mike, you've heard them explain that they want money to go to America and not to supporting wars like the Iran war or military aid to Israel, that they are saying America should be first and American jobs. They're also citing the affordability issue.
With a communist in charge, these people cannot be voting for commies in this country. This country is going to go down the toilet real quick.
Okay.
But
all right, Mike. Well, so let me ask you, Jacob Ravashkin, what are Republicans thinking for the general election in these contests where you've had a progressive win and they're facing sort of an establishment Republican? What's the message going to be?
Don't vote for the socialist. That has been the message, and I think that will continue to be the message. And for the candidates that have embraced that ideology, that'll be the message. And for the candidates who have not, the message will be tying them to the candidates who have. We saw this play out when Mamdani won the mayoral race in New York. The Republicans used kind of the New York connection with Hakeem Jeffries, with Chuck Schumer, to kind of basically associate Mamdani with every single Democrat in or running for Congress. And I think it'll be much the same. I think Republicans are excited to have something, as Erica mentioned, to talk about at a moment when the American people are not particularly happy with them, to point to and say, well, you don't want the socialists in charge either. And I think there's reason to believe, looking at the polling, that there's something to that. I mean, there was a poll just the other day in the Washington Post that came out asking whether you would vote for a Democratic socialist as president. And only 39% of U.S. adults said that they would consider voting for a Democratic Socialist as president. 55% said that they would not consider. But among Democrats, 75% yes, 20% no. Among independents, 36% yes, 54% no. So largely modeling the adult population overall. If you're Republicans, you're going to latch on to that. And you're going to say Democrats are all socialists. Even candidates who have run before. There's a guy in Arizona, the Democratic nominee in the 1st Congressional District, Amish Shah, was the Democratic nominee for Congress in 2024 in one of the most competitive, expensive toss-up races in the country. And Republicans never called him a socialist that time. And yet, as soon as he won the primary this cycle, the press releases came out, socialist Amish Shah wins primary in Arizona's 1st district. So clearly, this is the new tack, and the more Democrats who win these high-profile races, I think the more the party is going to have to contend with the fact that this is something that a majority of Americans are still very skeptical of and might end up voting against.
Erica Filter.
Yeah, the DSA, like I said, their membership is surging, but they're really at a crossroads kind of because of that and because of at least the idea behind the polling that you mentioned, Jacob, where most Americans aren't necessarily supportive of their agenda. I mentioned that DSA didn't necessarily endorse El Sayed earlier, though they are supporting him. They have some pretty strict criteria for who they endorse. They have to adhere to a certain set of policies. They have to be running in a state where DSA has a lot of resources. So as they kind of rise as a power in American politics going forward to 2028, it's kind of an open question how they influence things. Obviously, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is kind of the obvious frontrunner for this movement, but they've been very explicit that she is not a shoo-in. The DSA has had its own quibbles with her over the years with her relationship with Israel. It's really an open question what they do next as they rise in popularity.
We are watching the Senate showdown on the Democratic side in Michigan, Haley Stevens versus Abdul El-Sayed. We are also keeping our eye on the governor's race. Over on the Democratic side, Jocelyn Benson was called earlier tonight the winner for the Democratic nomination. Now we're watching the Republican side here in this gubernatorial primary. John James, with 19% of the vote in, leads by over 28,000 votes. Where are you watching Jacob Rubashkian across the state for his support? And 19% of the vote in, too early in this race? You expect this to get tighter?
Probably not. Look, I think that John James, once he received the endorsement from Donald Trump and once Mike Cox, the former state attorney general, dropped out, was looking like he was in a pretty strong position in this race. Again, this is a guy who has won 2 statewide Republican primaries before for Senate in 2018 and 2020. He's a fixture of the Republican Party now, but people kind of forget that 2018 result was a bit of an upset. He was not the most notable candidate in that race. But look, the guy he's running against, Perry Johnson, is kind of gadfly. This is somebody who was kicked off the ballot in 2022 for signature issues in the gubernatorial race. He turned around. He ran for president in 2024. I don't know how many people remember that or were aware of it to begin with. He spent millions of dollars of his own money on a no-shot presidential bid. And he turned around and he decided to run for governor this cycle. He's 78 years old. He spent $30 million of his own money. He was never really able to get beyond kind of the mid-20s in any of the polling in this race. That was before Mike Cox dropped out. Let me tell you, if you spend $30 million of your own money on campaign ads,
Perry Johnson
did that, and you're not able to build your support, you start to plateau, that is not a great sign for you. Now we're about 1/5 of the vote counted here. He's down by 15. You know, there are a few counties, more rural areas where he's doing okay, but look, I would be shocked. I would fall out of my chair here if Perry Johnson were to somehow win this gubernatorial race. I think this thing is cooked. I think it, you know, I trust my friends at the AP. I think they're a lot smarter than I am when it comes to these things. But again, I think that John James is going to be the nominee.
All right, we are waiting for the Associated Press to call that primary race for governor. Moving our attention back to the Senate primary on the Democratic side to replace Democratic retiring Senator Gary Peters. It's the Haley Stevens versus Abdul El-Sayed. 26% of the vote in, and this is where it stands right now. El-Sayed, 51% of the vote to Stevens, 45% of the vote. Again, 26% of the vote in. For our viewers who want to go to our website, cspan.org/results, and play around with the map here, what counties do you suggest that they go to, Erica Filter, to see the results come in, and why are those counties important?
I'd mainly be looking at Oakland County, Wayne County eventually, and Macomb County. A, that's where the majority of the population is. B, that's where Haley Stevens will have any chance of getting this back. 26% in, El-Sayed's above 50%, even with Mallory McMorrow, who dropped out, getting 3.6% of the vote here. Wayne is not going to come in for a long time, most likely, so Oakland, as of right now, is our best indicator. They're pretty evenly matched there. Stevens is up by about 3,000 votes. She's likely going to need a larger lead in those 3 counties combined to outdo El-Sayed in the rest of the state.
And why will we get Wayne County later?
It's a very large county. It's a very geographically large county. I think it was actually Macomb where the election clerk was saying that officials needed to physically drive results to the headquarters. So,
oh no,
just a complex operation.
I don't like the sound of that, Jacob Rubashkian.
Yeah. Look, I think that Wayne County, again, most populous county in Michigan, home to Detroit. There are a lot of ballots to cast, and again, you know, the most important thing is counting them correctly. And as frustrating as it can be to sit here on election night and not have final results. It is a small price to pay for knowing that the hardworking election administrators out there are doing their jobs correctly.
Another race called here. This is Michigan's 11th to replace Haley Stevens. Jeremy Moss with the check mark tonight. Jacob Rubashkin.
This race, to call it, to say that it flew under the radar would suggest that it ever got off the ground. So I don't think this race ever got off the runway, let alone avoided the radar here, which was interesting to me because Jeremy Moss is going to be a member of Congress now. That district just elected their next member of Congress. It's a solid Democratic seat that Haley Stevens was vacating. His closest challenger, Aisha Faruqi, a more progressive candidate, but was not able to gain traction the way that we've seen some other progressives like Will Lawrence in the 7th district do so in that race. Faruqi, in fact, ended this campaign with a negative cash balance. As of mid-July, she had negative $300 in her campaign account. That is not where you want to be in the final 3 weeks of a race, trying to scrounge up $100 a week to pay off your remaining debts as opposed to spending a lot of money on TV. So, look, the fact that she is at 33% right there, I think speaks to the progressive energy that is sweeping through Michigan right now. But it was not going to happen for her when she was not able to generate any of the sort of attention or fundraising that some of her compatriots, Donovan McKinney, Will Lawrence, and of course the grand maestro here, Abdul El-Sayed, on the statewide ticket, have been able to generate.
It's primary night, and all of you are part of C-SPAN's Campaign 2026 coverage. Robert in Spartanburg, South Carolina, Republican caller.
Yes. Yes, thank you for this coverage, C-SPAN. I can't wait to vote next week in my Senate primary here in South Carolina. But for tonight, my last home state of Michigan, I can't wait for John James' speech, but I'm looking forward to who they will pick for lieutenant governor in Michigan. And thank you very much.
All right, Robert in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Let's talk about that race next week, the special election. The late Senator Lindsey Graham passing away suddenly last month. His sister was appointed, Darlene Graham, to that seat. She then decides to run in this primary, in this special election. Jacob Rubashkin, what are you watching in this race?
Who gets the other spot in the runoff? I think that, I would imagine she has a fairly decent chance of getting at least one of the spots in the runoff. But remember, South Carolina has a 50% threshold. So if no candidate receives a majority in the first round, they go to a runoff, which takes place on a very compressed timeline. And I think it really
2 weeks later.
2 weeks later, it really matters which candidate is able to get there. Of course, if she doesn't make it at all, then she's out of the game. But I think that whether it's Russell Fry, who is relatively new to Congress, only got there a couple years ago, defeated an incumbent Republican who had voted to impeach Trump. I think that's one thing. If it's Ralph Norman, I think that's another thing. Norman has a lot of support both regionally in his base in kind of the northwest part of the state, but he also has a real solid claim to being kind of the true blue conservative in the primary field. Ever since he's gotten to Congress in 2017, he's been a favorite of the Club for Growth. They spent a lot of money on him during his political rise, and I think that's a compelling argument to make among the most highly dedicated, engaged voters in a special election primary runoff. I think that is kind of the most informed, hyper-partisan electorate that you can probably imagine. But look, I think it's a very fluid situation right now. There's really no precedent for this.
Night.
Well, I was just looking, and I personally am very happy for that lady who won the governor primary. I think she'll do a fantastic job. Me and my friends, Chase, Natalia.
All right, we'll go to Jesse. North Richland Hills, a Republican. Jesse, go ahead.
This call is no longer being recorded.
All right. Jesse, are you there in North Richland Hills?
Yeah, I was wondering, does anybody got to you get to have some about schooling to be a politician anymore? I mean, I'm sorry about Graham, passing away, but how does somebody's sister just get to take a seat with you? I mean, she never was in politics before, was she?
Was she in politics before? Jacob Rubashkin, Graham's sister, Lindsey Graham's sister. I don't believe so.
No, she was not. She had served in a couple of somewhat public roles on the South Carolina Commission for the Blind and had been a disability advocate, but no, she has never held office before politically.
Rob in Ruskin, Florida, on our line for Democrats.
Hi, guys. Pretty exciting night. There's a lot going on. So I wanted to talk about basically three things that from an outside person looking in at Michigan and, of course, Al Sayed and everything going on there. I want to say that, this is a pendulum swing on both sides of the party. A couple of months ago, you had the Republicans had their Israel war or Israeli lobby, thing going on their side. Trump steps in, and I forget the guy who just lost, and they put $40 million in against him.
Are you talking about Thomas Massie?
Thomas Massie, yes, thank you. Again, that was one of the biggest ones, primaries going on the Republican side. $64 million, I think you guys said, against Al Sayed, crypto, big pharma, a whole lot of lobbies. I'm thinking it's going to be about $74 million. But again, it's a pendulum swing. Both parties, they have their stance on where we want to go as far as aid and stuff like that. Stevens, bless her heart, nothing towards her. But again, her politics, her stance isn't the direction that this party is going. We're going to the left, but we don't want to go too far to the left. I hear callers calling in about DSA. People are scared, not really knowing what they kind of stand for. Money out of politics, health care for all, the Bernie Sanders stuff. But again, this is politics. You got to use propaganda. They pick out the scary things, abolish the prisons and things like that, and focus on that, but not noticing that, hey, these guys are going for what's electable in the public, what the public wants.
Okay, Rob, we'll take your point. Do Democrats need to be careful here?
Somewhat. I think there's an interesting conversation here where obviously so much of the Michigan Senate primary has been dominated by this discussion of AIPAC money. As we've said, $30 million spent from AIPAC to Haley Stevens. But it's unlikely this will come up in the general election. The New York Times had a good data point today that in the 2022, 2024, 2026 elections, AIPAC spent $138 million in primaries, but less than $5 million in the general elections. So even if Stevens, if she does pull through, she cannot rely on AIPAC money going into the general election, especially against Mike Rogers. If El Sayed goes through, it's possible they'll spend for Mike Rogers, but I think that Israel specifically will become less of a talking point. I'm not saying it's completely going to go away, but the money's not going to be there in the way that it is now in the general election. So it's possible that El Sayed will pivot more to talking about healthcare and Medicare for all, which are kind of his bread and butter.
Sam in Ann Arbor, Independent.
Hi, good evening. So I live in Ann Arbor. I go to school there. My family lives in Dearborn Heights. I've lived here my entire life, and I was a Democrat. I became an independent. And the first election I voted in was for President Barack Obama. And he was kind of like the champion, this new face of the Democratic Party. And I think, I don't know if I could speak for a lot of people. I'm a minority. I'm female. I'm also Muslim. And I just, one of the biggest things I see with the Democratic Party is that it risks going and moving into irrelevancy. And a lot of it has to do with that I really feel that the Democratic Party, the establishment, took minority and especially the African American community's vote for granted. And, you know, these were decades of promises. And I'll give you two specific examples. Many in the Black community and minority communities face employment discrimination and healthcare discrimination, right? And there are avenues to address those, right? The EEOC. And I'm just pulling up statistics. The average time for a person to file a discrimination claim with the EEOC to when there's a final judgment is 5 years. It takes 5 years for people to receive justice. And only 3% of those cases is it positive and in favor of the complainant. The other issue that I'm sure you guys heard of this. It's just like an issue with Black maternal mortality rates. Okay. It's one of the worst in the Western country. And
Sam, we understand your point. Jacob Rubashkin, has this been an issue that's been bubbling up on the left before this election? Taking for granted the minority vote in the Democratic Party?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think that we saw this, in Michigan. We saw it around the country. You know, you look at, for instance, Wayne County, which we're going to be talking about a lot tonight. But you look at Wayne County, home to Detroit, and you see Joe Biden won by 38 points in 2020, and Kamala Harris won by 29. Wayne County swung toward Donald Trump. And when you look at regions of the country that swung the most to Trump between 2016 and 2020, and then in 2020 to 2024, it is minority communities by and large. Trump did the best among Black voters of any president, potentially, I think, since either Ronald Reagan or Richard Nixon. He did the best among Hispanic voters of any president since George W. Bush in 2004. And I think that there are a lot of important reasons for that, some of which our caller touched upon, that voters feel like they have been taken for granted and that they haven't seen the results out of their leaders that they would have liked. And that's a challenge for anyone in office. And I think something that will continue to play out over this election cycle and looking ahead to 2028.
Erica Filter.
Yeah, I know this isn't necessarily your district, but I'm really thinking about Michigan 13, where Donovan McKinney's currently leading Sri Tanadar, but there's 7% of the vote in, so we have a lot of vote coming in. But it's this idea that majority minority districts are getting kind of carved out due to the Supreme Court's recent ruling in Louisiana v. Calais, which stripped a lot of the Voting Rights Act. So if Black Democrats were worried before, they're definitely worried now, and I think that would apply to a lot of seats across the country. Definitely McKinney's. There's this idea of like trying to get Black Democrats into office as soon as possible, and the fear that they will have their districts drawn out in 2028, in 2030, in 2032, and that's alongside additional like longer-term Democratic fears that the census will take away basically electoral power for them in a lot of strongholds, including Michigan. So a lot of fear from Democrats right now, and a lot of motivation to elect Black Democrats and kind of show loyalty to that group.
Well, that brings up Missouri's 5th congressional district, Jacob Rubashkin. The district is one of the most public victims of the redistricting war. Missouri's 5th district used to be deep blue, represented by Emanuel Cleaver since 2005. After the Supreme Court ruling, this was that the new map was constitutional. This is now a district that would have voted for Trump by 18 points in 2024. Yeah,
I mean, this is a classic example of what we call cracking, which is a method of gerrymandering where you take a city, a small geographic area, in this case, kind of Kansas City, Missouri, which is heavily Democratic, and you crack it among multiple different congressional districts. So split among 3 different districts. Cleaver is running for re-election in the 5th district, but he is not likely to win given how Republican the new lines are, drawing in pieces of much more Republican rural areas outside of Kansas City. And this is a story that we've seen play out not just in Missouri, but in Alabama, where the 2nd Congressional District was reconfigured to no longer be a majority-minority seat. We saw it in Louisiana with the 6th Congressional District. This is something that Republicans have done all across the South, and the 5th District is by and large going to elect a Republican this fall, Rick Bratton, the state senator, who had a bunch of local endorsements and then got a last-minute endorsement from Donald Trump a couple nights ago. We know the president likes to pad his endorsement win rate, so this was an easy way for him to add another check mark to the win column and send a new member to Congress.
Emanuel Cleaver, the incumbent there, as we were talking about, first elected to this seat in 2004. It's now rated from solid Democrat to solid Republican. Let's go back to Michigan in Dearborn Heights. Bilal, on the line for Democrats?
Yeah. How are you doing today?
Doing well. Who did you vote for?
Yeah. I voted for Abdul, and let me tell you why.
Okay.
I voted for Abdul. I voted for Abdul because it's mainly about what Haley Stevens said about Israel. You know, we all saw the thing online. I had dreams about Israel. And the thing is, after you take $30 million of AIPAC money, it's hard to look at it and see, oh, she's fighting for me. $30 million. I wish I had $30 million, honestly. And the thing about Abdul, he just resonates more with me. The thing he's saying about Medicare, thing he's saying about college and all these things. I work in physical therapy. I deal with a lot of patients that have a lot of problems with insurance, and, you know, it hurts a lot when I have to tell them that their insurance is up and they have to take a pause on therapy for now. People that really need it, they can't have it. And, you know, here's the thing with all these callers calling in. This is straight McCarthyism, like how in the 50s. You know, with a communist and socialist, you can't just call someone a communist and think they're the devil. You have to talk to people. It's like the bell curve. You're not on the left, you're not on the right. We're somewhere in the middle. See, with all this propaganda and saying this guy's horrible, like how Trump is saying, oh, you're a communist, you're a socialist, like they're the same thing or something. And just because, let's say someone is a communist, someone is a socialist, it doesn't make them evil, right? I'm not saying I am, but it wouldn't matter if I was. And what your correspondent was saying next year about how the younger generation, all they knew was Trump. In 2016, I used my mom's vote. I voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary. In 2020, I voted for Trump. In 2024, I voted for Trump. And you know what? Because I thought he was going to make life easier for me. Because Biden didn't make my life easier. But you know what? With this war, he made my life worse. And right now, I'm voting for Abdul. See, okay. I'm not Republican. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democrat. I'm voting for liberty. I'm voting for humanity.
Okay. Caller there in Dearborn Heights, Michigan. We have another call from the Associated Press here tonight. In the Republican governor primary, John James declared the winner by the Associated Press. Erica?
No huge surprise here. There was a little bit of concern that James wouldn't secure this nomination. He skipped a few of the early debates in the primary to attend House votes. But largely, he had Trump's endorsement. This wasn't going to be a major upset here. Perry Johnson put in millions of his own dollars into this race, but he is something of a perennial candidate. He ran for governor in 2022, but was disqualified because of a signature issue and had a very long shot run for president in 2024. So now we have John James, who will be facing Jocelyn Benson in the general election. May or may not be kind of a referendum on the 2020 election. James has talked a lot about how he has falsely said that Trump won the 2020 election, and Benson litigated that race as Secretary of State. That might be a matchup. It might kind of touch on the more kitchen table issues that she likely wants to talk about more.
Let's go back to that caller, and the caller previous was talking about Haley Stevens versus El Sayed, and was saying just about this socialism movement. Earlier today, the Democratic leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, was asked, will you support El Sayed if he wins tonight, the nomination? And the answer was, we're going to win Michigan and we're going to take the majority in the Senate. Not answering the direct question. But do Democrats, if he gets the check mark tonight, isn't it all hands on deck in Michigan?
Yeah, they're not walking away from this state. I think that Schumer and kind of the Senate leadership has been pretty clear about their preference for Haley Stevens. I think it's understandable why he wouldn't want to do anything to try and get in the way of her electability argument before the polls closed. And I think that that's his right to not answer a question. But no, I mean, this is not a state that they can afford to walk away from, and it's not a state that they need to walk away from. I don't think anyone is sitting here saying that this is somebody who couldn't win Michigan if he were the nominee. We're talking about a year where the president's approval rating is at 20 points underwater and not really slowing down. There's still 3 more months left to go before Election Day. Anyone who says that he can't win is kidding themselves. And so if you're Chuck Schumer and ultimately your job is to flip the Senate, this is a state you have to be highly invested in. This is a state that you have to play to win. Otherwise, you're not doing your job.
Let's talk a little bit about the Schumer versus Bernie factor in this primary in campaign 2026.
Yes. Oh, in 2026. Okay. To start with Michigan then. So Schumer initially wanted Gretchen Whitmer to run for the Senate seat. She declined. He backed Stevens more privately to begin with. I will note there's been a bit of an anti-Schumer trend in this primary season among Democrats. The biggest one was in Maine. His pick was Governor Janet Mills. She dropped out, kind of leaving the nomination to Graham Plattner. And I will note, just on the previous point, that Schumer said something similar to what he's saying now of, well, we'll get behind the candidate, we'll win Maine. So he's like thinking about the larger picture, to be sure. Sanders, on the other hand, has gotten in trouble with some other Washington Democrats. He has been very liberal in his endorsements, and by liberal, I guess I mean he's endorsing a lot of progressive candidates. To the extent that he got in trouble. Well, sorry, he had a tense conversation with Hakeem Jeffries over endorsing a challenger to an incumbent in North Carolina.
Well, let's pick up on that point. Hakeem Jeffries endorsed Wesley Bell, who was declared the victor tonight in Missouri's 1st district. He was challenged by Cori Bush, who wanted her old seat back, and the incumbent won. Let's listen in. He's addressing his supporters.
You know what? There is a lot of noise that you hear during campaigns. There's a lot of chatter. There's national headlines, and everybody has an opinion. But we approach this from a very simple way. We are going to work for the people right here in St. Louis. We understand that there's issues happening, and we'll take those issues seriously all over the country, all over the world. But the vision that I see for this place is a magnificent vision. When we think about all of the division that we hear, I think it is important that we focus on what this place can be. When I was a professor, I used to tell my students all the time, I want you to see me, I want you to see you how I see you. I see the potential in these young people, in my students. And I'm using that as an anecdote because when I think about this region, I see a region that is a sleeping giant. I see a region that has not seen its best days. That's right. But it's going to require us coming together, working together. That doesn't mean we agree on every single issue, but it does mean that we care about our babies here in St. Louis. It does mean that we care about our seniors right here in this region. It means that we care about working families that are having to make a decision whether they can fill up the entire tank or skip a meal. And so when we think about all that noise that was going on, I got a tremendous group of folks. And we just got to work. There were people who say, well, what about this? You know what? We got work to do. What about what's happening over here on the East Coast? We got work to do. When the biggest killer of our young people is gun violence, don't tell me what's happening on the other side of the country. So I got a few thank yous. Theta, how you doing? There's a lot of local leaders and elected officials who do this work and understand how tough this work is. And I want to make sure that we thank them. Do we have some in the room right now? Right here, dog. Who are our labor folks? Folks doing the work, making sure that working families have decent wages, safe working conditions. And the fight that they do is the fight for every single American. Our faith leaders. Come on, y'all got to give it up. Campaign volunteers. Let's start with them. Listen, I got some officers that work with me. And last time we were here 2 years ago, we took a picture and everybody was happy except these two. And I know they doing their job, keeping us safe, but just a little smile so we can get one picture. Come on, Clay, you can do it. But those organizers and campaign volunteers, just tremendous work. When we see them, the doors, the canvassing, the mailers, the postcards, but also what we emphasize to our folks, anybody that's working with us, you work hard, but you do it with a smile. When someone comes to you and they want to challenge you, you kill them with kindness. We're going to set an example of what not only campaigning, but what this life, how we're supposed to deal with each other in life. I want to thank the voters who chose.
Wesley Bell in Missouri's 1st District there. The incumbent secures the nomination once again, and likely in this solid Democrat seat, gets to serve another 2 years. Jacob Rubashkin.
He's headed back to Congress. This is one seat the Missouri Republicans didn't try and gerrymander out of existence when they revisited the map. Again, we'll see what happens next year. Now that the Voting Rights Act has essentially lost its teeth, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some effort among Missouri Republicans to at least talk about what to do with the 1st District. But for the time being, Wesley Bell gets another 2 years.
Erica Filter, let's go back to Michigan. And while we wait for more results to come in that marquee Senate primary, we'll take a look at some competitive House races, beginning with the 7th Congressional District. Why is this a toss-up? Yeah. So this is Tom Barrett's seat right now. He won it after Alyssa Slotkin went up to the Senate in 2024. It's definitely a very swingy seat.
Largely, it's kind of been a veteran and intelligence based seat. Slotkin was a intelligence official. The two kind of, I don't know what to call them. The two other candidates in this race who are not William Lawrence, Bridget Brink and Matt Masdam, both have some of that military and intelligence background. Brink was once an ambassador to Ukraine. Matt Masdam is a former Navy SEAL. So it's kind of that sort of race. However, Lawrence does not really fit that profile. He is the former co-founder of the Sunrise Movement, a climate action movement. He has kind of benefited from a splitting of the vote between Brink and Masdam.
And Masdam is doing, where is he right now in this race? Because we're not showing the third place here.
27%.
27%. Okay,
Yeah,
so
right
Bridget Brink has 29, and Masdam just trailing her by 2 percentage points here for second place.
Yeah. And what we've seen over the course of the evening is that as Ingham County has come in, Ingham County is is Lawrence's home base. As Ingham has come in, Lawrence's lead has increased again. It had gotten down to about 7 points, but he's back up to 14 points over Bridget Brink. You'd clearly rather be him than either of these other two candidates when at this point in the race, but still about half the vote left to count.
And then we'll talk about the open seat in Michigan's 10th congressional district, open because John James, who holds this seat, running for the governor nomination, he secured that tonight on the Republican side. Michigan 10 leans Republican, according to the Cook Political Report.
This is going to be a really competitive race. I mean, this is a district that voted narrowly for Trump in 2020. It voted narrowly for Trump in 2024, but it has voted for Democrats down ballot like Gretchen Whitmer and Dana Nessel and Jocelyn Benson in the 2022 elections. And so there's certainly room for Democrats to perform well here. You know, this is Macomb County, the kind of home of the ancestral Democrat turned kind of Reagan Democrat that we heard about back in the 1984 election. And it's one of these seats that isn't necessary for Democrats to win the majority back, but it's one that they certainly will need to pick up if they want to have any sort of comfortable majority in Congress next year. And at the moment, it looks like Christina Hines is ahead in the Democratic primary. The Republican primary, Mike Bouchard is the winner, according to the AP. Bouchard is the son of the Oakland County Sheriff, longtime Oakland County Sheriff, also named Mike Bouchard. The elder Bouchard was a statewide candidate in the early 2000s. So when his son came into this race, he parachuted into the district, essentially. I'm not just saying that because he's a paratrooper, but he with very high name ID. He had a super PAC all set up for him to go. And his most prominent opponent, Robert Lugerai, dropped out of the race a couple weeks ago after Bouchard was endorsed by Trump. So he is running in that district. Christina Hines, who's a former Macomb County assistant prosecutor. She ran a close race for the Macomb County prosecutor a couple years ago. She's in the lead right now. Eric Chung, who is a former Commerce Department official and an attorney, is in second place on the Democratic side.
Erica Filter.
Yeah, so Hines has been endorsed by a lot of local leaders, including Carl Marlinga, who was the Democratic nominee in this seat in 2022 and 2024. She's looking good. Polling has had her favored going into tonight. However, Chung has been leading in fundraising, so it's possible that he can stretch those dollars and carve out a lead here.
All right, before we jump back to the Michigan showdown in the Democratic primary for the Senate race, we want to talk about Kansas Senate race. In the Democratic primary, 85% of the vote in Adam Hamilton has secured the Democratic nomination to take on who?
Roger Marshall, who is the Republican senator from Kansas, finishing up his first term. He's a physician. He won a competitive race in 2020. Kansas is this kind of odd place where There is both the longest active streak of Republican control over both of its Senate seats, dating back over 100 years at this point, but also it finds a way to hold these competitive races. So that race in 2020 against State Senator Barbara Bollier was very competitive, saw a lot of spending, and Marshall ultimately won by about 11 points. He is running for another term. And look, we can see right here, he is losing 20% of the vote to a guy who, nobody had ever heard of and spent no money and was kind of running because he didn't have anything better to do. There's an interesting story in the Kansas Reflector about Mr. Naramore and why he's running for office that we don't need to get into, but I think this is reflective of the fact that Marshall has some issues just in terms of how he's viewed in the state. His approval rating is fairly middling for a Republican senator in a Republican state. There are concerns that he doesn't spend as much time in the state as some people would like. Adam Hamilton, who's the Democratic nominee, he's got a much different background than Democrats currently nominate. He is the pastor at a church, one of the largest churches in the Kansas City region. He is a very faith-forward candidate at a moment when you don't typically associate Democratic statewide candidates with that kind of background. And he is, though a first-time candidate, has proven to be a fairly decent fundraiser. He has done well. I think he may have outraised Marshall in the last fundraising quarter, in fact. So, look, this is not a race Democrats need to win the Senate, and that's good because they're probably not going to win it. But it is something to keep an eye on, especially as the lingering effects of Trump's tariff policy has really hit agricultural communities hard. This is something that we're seeing play out in Kansas, in Nebraska, and in Iowa, all of those states, big ag states. And when the president is starting trade wars and making things more difficult for farmers, that starts to seep into the politics there. Something to keep an eye on if indeed the political environment continues to get worse for Republicans over the next 3 months.
There's also an open governor's seat there in the state of Kansas on the Democratic side, seeking to replace Laura Kelly. Cindy Holscher, the Associated Press gave her the check mark tonight. Who is she, and who's she going to face?
Interesting. She is a state senator. She has really kind of come to fame in the last little bit of this cycle for her discussion of data centers. So she and her opponent, Ethan Corson, and her general election opponent, Ty Masterson, all voted for a bill that would have supported data center development in Kansas. However, she has now said that she regrets that vote, and she is calling for a moratorium on data centers in the state. Ty Masterson in the Republican primary is likely to secure that nomination. He has President Trump's endorsement. It's a pretty crowded field. However, he has seen a little bit of flack for that data center vote. One of his rivals, Philip Sarnecki, spent like $300,000 criticizing his vote for that bill. So it's likely this will show up in the general election now. It'll be interesting to see kind of how Corson navigates her change of heart, given that she voted for the same thing that she will likely hit Masterson for.
All right, all eyes are on Michigan tonight. Gregory in Detroit is an independent. Let's hear from you as we continue to wait for that primary race on the Democratic side to be called for the U.S. Senate contest. Gregory, as you give us your thoughts, with 38% of the vote in, this is where it stands. Abdul El-Sayed, 49.7% of the vote. Haley Stevens has caught up. She's at 46.6% of the vote. So that his lead that we saw early on has narrowed here as time ticks on. Gregory.
Hi. Before I get started with my 3 points and ask a question, I want to say I thank God and I cheer the fact that Clarence Thomas and Alito and the other 4 Supreme Court justices voted to rule against voting districts by race. I am so sick and tired of the race pimps doing that to this country. Now to my 3 points. I noticed that it's always AIPAC, AIPAC, AIPAC. Those are loaded with U.S. citizens who are donating to different candidates. But there are other super PACs whose citizens are in support of different countries around the world. But there's always AIPAC, AIPAC, AIPAC. That tells me those are anti-Semites, in my opinion. Number two, Bernie Sanders used to say millionaires and billionaires. Until it was revealed that he is a millionaire, now he just says billionaires. It is, and number three, jealousy, and jealousy. It has reared its head when it comes to the DSA voters and supporters. They are so jealous of a person who is a billionaire, or maybe even an athlete or a singer. How is it that, and here's my question, and I've asked questions to other people. How nosy and or jealous does a person have to be to count somebody else's money?
Gregory, can I ask you, who did you vote for?
In Detroit, in Wayne County, I voted no on the two tax proposals here in Detroit and Wayne County. As a dyed-in-the-wool libertarian, I do not vote in other parties' primaries. But this coming November, I will be voting. But
and who will you vote for?
Libertarians.
Libertarians.
100%. But again, jealousy. God, so much jealousy.
Okay, Gregory there, trailing off in Detroit. Let me go to Will, who's also in Michigan, Democratic caller. Let's hear from you.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Will, go ahead.
So, not to beat a dead bush or anything, but so I'm, or beat a dead horse. Sorry, I kind of misspoke there. But, I'm a college student here, and one thing that I notice among my generation is that, we have this kind of worry about how much control the Israeli government has in our federal government. And I think when you're looking at two candidates like Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed, when you have one candidate who's taken $30 million of AIPAC money and has said out loud that she sees Israel in her dreams, I think that that's very concerning, considering the fact that why would we want somebody in our federal government that's going to do another foreign country's bidding for us? And I just think that that's absolutely diabolical.
Will, take the point from the previous caller who said AIPAC is made up of Americans who give money to that organization, and then they support candidates on the behalf of these Americans.
I think that, that's a good point, that AIPAC is made up of both Israeli supporters and American supporters. Is the Israeli-American, Committee of Public Affairs. And I think that, that's a good point. But when you look at who's really controlling where...
All right. Will, I got to jump in at this point because I want to take our viewers to Michigan. John James, who secured the GOP nomination for governor, addressing his supporters.
Well, thank you, Michigan. First, thank you. Thank you. And always, I want to thank Almighty God for every blessing in my life, for each opportunity, and for each one of you. Everything that we have comes from Him. I also want to thank my incredible wife, Liz, and our three amazing boys. They are the reason why I fight so hard for Michigan's future. Thank you for your sacrifices. I love you. And I also want to thank President Trump for his endorsement, his friendship, and his steadfast belief in the American people. And to every volunteer and supporter who poured your time, energy, and prayers into this cause, this victory belongs to you. The primary is over. Now we come together. One team, one fight, one mission to save Michigan.
To those who supported me, thank you. And for those who did not, I'm going to work every single day to earn your trust. And to every Michigander who feels politically homeless, who loves this state, works hard, and believes in common sense and wonders whether anyone in government still sees you, I see you. I'm for you. And there's a place for you in this campaign. Tonight marks the beginning of Michigan's comeback, but we have to be honest about where we are. Michigan's families are paying some of the highest gasoline prices in the Midwest. Our unemployment rate's among the highest in America. Our children are falling behind. Our infrastructure is crumbling, and too many of our young people are leaving to find opportunities somewhere else. But don't worry, Benson and the Democrats will just blame Trump because they think you'll fall for it. But we're smarter than that. Here's the truth. The president's occupied the White House for less than half the time that Benson's held power in Lansing. For nearly 8 years, Jocelyn Benson's been a part of the Michigan Democratic leadership. For 2 full years under President Biden, Democrats had a trifecta in Lansing. They have the power. They passed their agenda. Now they're spending roughly $20 billion more than Michigan spent at the height of COVID. Our state budget's nearly 50% larger than it was under Governor Snyder. Does your child's school feel 50% better? How about your health care? How about your damn roads? Michigan now ranks 46th out of 50 states overall. 46th. That's 11 spots worse than California. We rank 45th in education, 43rd in our economy, 42nd in our infrastructure. Our 4th graders rank 44th in reading. 45 states are doing better than Michigan, and every one of them has the same president we do. Jocelyn Benson promises a new direction, but she has been a part of the leadership that got us lost in the first place. Now she's teaming up with Abdul El-Sayed, the Midwest Mamdani, to impose a socialist agenda that's never worked anywhere it's been tried. Look, Michigan does not lack talent. We do not lack resources, but Michigan lacks proven, tested leadership where it matters the most. I've spent my life answering the call. I'm a veteran. After September 11th, I served our nation in combat and learned to bring people together from different backgrounds to accomplish tough missions. After the recession, I worked with my father and my brother, and we helped grow jobs in Detroit when families needed work and dignity and hope. I'm a congressman. I helped cut taxes, secure our border, end vehicle mandates, save Selfridge, and protect Medicaid for vulnerable people. Now I'm answering the call to come home. Michigan is on fire. I've always run toward the fire. This November, the choice will be clear. We offer freedom, they offer socialism. We offer change, they offer continued decline. We offer common sense, they offer crazy. But we should never underestimate how pain and desperation make false promises sound like hope. That doesn't make socialism compassionate or workable or even viable. It is none of those things. It means we must listen to people failed by the status quo and answer their pain with solutions that actually work. They don't want bureaucrats controlling their lives. They want groceries they can afford, homes they can buy, schools that will teach their children to read. They want safe streets, reliable electricity, decent health care, and a job that pays enough to raise a family on a single income. Our fellow Michiganders just want the pain to stop. But socialism will not stop that pain. It will deepen that pain. It will spread that pain, and eventually it will make that pain permanent. We cannot merely condemn socialism. We must expose it for the lie it is and show Michigan a better way. We must prove that freedom works, free enterprise works, lower taxes work, enforcing the law works, phonics works, strong families, faith, and freedom works. We will cut taxes, lower your energy bills. We're going to cut taxes. We're going to lower your energy bills. We're going to protect Medicaid for those who need it while stopping fraud and abuse for those who would steal from it. Yes. We're going to restore excellence and accountability and parental rights to our schools. We will support law enforcement, protect victims, and keep violent criminals off our streets. We're going to rebuild our roads and our bridges and our water systems and our electric grid with transparency and accountability. And we're going to make Michigan a state where our children can build their futures, not one they feel forced to leave. I know the American dream works because my family lived it. The son of a slave became a sharecropper. The son of a sharecropper became a mason. The son of a mason became a truck driver. And that son of a truck driver stands before you here tonight, the nominee from the party of Abraham Lincoln, 90 days away from becoming Michigan's first black governor. All glory and all praise and all honor to God. I am just a servant. I am here to submit to the Lord and serve all of his people, all 10 million of us. I'm not standing here because of socialism. I'm standing here by the grace of God and through the sacrifices of my family and because the American dream is real. To my children, to my nieces and nephews, and to all of yours out there, you were created in the image of God and built for a purpose. You are not victims of history. You are the founders of your future. Freedom, not socialism, is your birthright. Michigan is made for more, and so are you. So tonight, I ask every Michigander, Republican, Democrat, Independent, none of the above, I don't care. Join us. Join us. If you want your children and your grandchildren to build their futures here, join us. If you want your children to stay in Michigan and not necessarily in your basement, your movement is with us. This is bigger than any one party. We are all Michiganders, and we're all one nation under God. This future is about our home. And I'm here to tell you, hope is on the horizon. Help is on the way, and the best is yet to come. So with that, may the Lord bless and keep each and every single one of you. May God bless the great state of Michigan, and God bless the United States of America. Good night, and thank you so much.
Congressman John James seeking higher office. He's the Republican candidate for governor tonight, and he'll face off against Jocelyn Benson in November for that open governor's seat there in the Wolverine state. We're talking Michigan tonight, and 4 other states are holding primaries as well. But the marquee race is the Senate primary on the Democratic side. Abdul El-Sayed versus Haley Stevens. It's a Senate showdown there for the Democratic nomination. 42% of the vote is now in, and Abdul continues to have a lead here. Abdul El-Sayed continues with the lead, around 20,000 votes here. Again, joining us, Jacob Rubashkin, Inside Elections Deputy Editor, Erica Filter, also with us, National Journal and the Hotline National Campaign Correspondent. Erica, sticking with you, what counties are we watching tonight as the results trickle in for this Senate primary? It's slow going.
Definitely, yeah. It seems like it's mostly going to come down to Wayne County. 25% of the vote is in there, but Stevens is up by like 15,000 votes, which is kind of what she needs. She is still down, but El Sayed is teetering around 50%, which is obviously a close outcome. Stevens needs the Detroit area to kind of pull for her, so Wayne County looks good for her right now. Oakland County, she has a bit of an advantage, about 6,000 votes. Macomb County, El Sayed is currently leading, but there's only about 27% of the vote in, so that may change. El Sayed is going to look good in the Ann Arbor area and kind of the generally the rest of the state. Stevens is really banking on the population in Detroit and the kind of black voters in Detroit to support her going forward.
Jacob Rubashkin, would you describe this how right now, this contest?
Leaning El Sayed, but Stevens still in the mix. Again, we've only got about 40% of the vote counted. We're still waiting on 60% of the vote. I'll point out right now, Mallory McMorrow's vote share, 3.7%, is basically the delta between Abdul and Haley at this point. I think part of this is early votes, people who cast their votes early, but I think it's always interesting when you've got candidates who drop out and remain on the ballot. At this point, Oakland is about 80% reported. Stevens is up by 3 there. But again, Wayne County, just a quarter of the vote in. Stevens currently leading by 20. She needs a big margin out of there to withstand Abdul's margins in Washtenaw County and Kent County, which is Grand Rapids, in Macomb County, where he's doing quite well as well. And then she needs to continue to pull up decent margins in a lot of these tiny rural counties that don't have a lot of votes, but that she is largely winning. And any individual county doesn't add too much to her total, but Michigan's got a lot of counties that don't have a lot of voters in them, and the more of those she can win, they start to add up. There's still a number of counties up in the UP that haven't reported any votes yet. So again, Haley Stevens needs a lot to go right for her, but if you compare where we are right now to what some of the pre-election polling described, clearly Stevens doing better than the expectations set there. Just a question of whether that's good enough for her to win, or if this is just going to be a closer than expected win for El Sayed.
And in Wayne County, the votes that have been counted, which ballots are those?
It's largely mail-in ballots. I think it's up to 26%, but that first 22, 23% was largely mail-in ballots. So now we have some real-time ballots coming into the count.
And how slow is it?
That is anyone's guess right now. It's been slow so far. It's a very large county. There's a lot of ballots to be counted still. We definitely could be in for a long night. It's really just a question of how quickly they can process today's results.
All right, we'll watch closely as the percentages tick up of the votes in. The Associated Press will call this race when they feel confident that enough votes have been counted to put a check mark next to one of those two names on your screen. Earlier tonight, Jocelyn Benson, who won the Democratic nomination for governor in Michigan, addressed her supporters. Here's what she had to say.
Good evening! Good evening, Michigan! I am so thrilled to stand before you as the Democratic Party's nominee to be the next governor of Michigan. Thank you. Thank you all for being a part of this moment, for being a part of our team. Thank you for placing your trust in me to work for you and with you to transform our state. Tonight, the general election begins. Tonight marks our opportunity to grow our coalition to include citizens in every corner of our state who believe, as we do, that the power of the people must always be greater than the people in power. My life's work is about making that promise that hope a reality. I carry that hope with me every day as the daughter of public school teachers, the wife of a combat veteran, as the mom of a 10-year-old little boy whose future will be shaped by what we do now together. Because that is the question facing voters this fall, my friends. Who do you want Michigan's leaders to work for? The people or the powerful? Well, you all know who I'll work for. I will work for all of you and every Michigander in this state. Not the highest bidder, not corporate interests, not Donald Trump, you. So I'm here tonight asking you to work with me to build a government together whose leaders work for the people. A government that saves us time, saves us money, and makes our life easier. A government led by a trifecta of state leaders who are committed to working together to make Michigan a place where anyone can afford to live and thrive, where childcare is affordable for all, where homes are easily built so that teachers and nurses and farmers can afford to live in the communities where they work, where every Michigander has access to quality health care and water that is safe to drink and air that is clean to breathe and a public education system that prepares our children for the jobs of the future. As the next governor of Michigan, I will work with you to drive down costs while expanding our economy. And yes, I will work with anyone to get that done. But I will also be ready to stand up to anyone, no matter how wealthy or powerful, who gets in our way. I've done that as Secretary of State, and I'm ready to do it as governor. I love this state, and I know when I talk to the single mom in Muskegon who has to decide, Mayor Mohammed, who has to decide whether to eat or pay rent, or when I sit down with seniors in Warren who are anxious about paying for medicine on a fixed income, I know we must do right by them. Just the other day, I sat down with a new mom and dad right here in Detroit, and I held their newborn little girl in my arms. And I listened as they talked to me about how they don't want their child to grow up in poverty. And as a mom, I can't stop thinking about that conversation, about how every decision we make now will shape the world that their little girl and my little boy and all of our children will grow up in. And in the eyes of that little girl's mom and dad, I saw two people who simply wanted what every parent wants, a chance for their child to grow up healthy, happy, and safe. To live in a state where she can get a world-class public education, afford to see a doctor when she needs one, get reproductive care because it is her right. Build a career she loves and live in a home that she can afford and not have to work 5 jobs in order to do it all. Right? It is our job to deliver that for her and for every person in this state. That's what it means to have leaders, a governor who works for the people. I will work for the veteran who deserves access to the health care they earned, the teachers who dedicate their lives to preparing our children for the future and who deserve pay and more respect. For the children whose futures depend on the work that we do today. Our campaign is about them and all of you. Costs down, wages up, rights protected, end corruption, and build a government that works for all of us. And again, you all know I'll work with anyone and everyone to get that done, but I'm also unafraid to stand up to anyone who gets in our way. And this moment demands leaders who will stand up with courage, unafraid to bullies. And boy, boy, do I know how to do that. Like when Donald Trump tried to pressure me into turning over your private voting information, I said no, and I'll see you in court. And I won. I want you to know that even if it means sheltering in my home, protecting my son, while people with guns protest on my front lawn, I am not afraid to stand up to anyone who would try to take away your rights and freedoms. And that, again, will be the choice facing Michigan's voters this fall. Who does your governor work for? What does she stand for? And who does she fight for? The Republicans have already shown us their vision for Michigan. It's a vision that would raise healthcare costs instead of lowering them, a vision that would allow housing costs to climb instead of fighting to bring them down, and a party whose leaders stood with Donald Trump when he tried to overturn a free and fair election and instead of standing with the people of Michigan. That is not the future that Michigan wants or needs. And together, we're going to reject it this November. To climb instead of the bottom fighting line to bring me them is down. this: Michigan deserves a governor who answers to the people, not corporations, not to the DeVos family, and not to Donald Trump. And my friends, I'll just say, Michiganders voted in this primary, which, by the way, is on track to be one of the highest turnout primary elections in state history. They voted in this primary because they are asking us to fight for them, to stand up for them, to fix what is broken for them. And I am committed as the next governor of Michigan to make sure we deliver. But I cannot do it alone. I need your help to get this done. I'm asking you tonight to knock those doors, make those calls, talk to your neighbors, leave here tonight ready to remind people what is at stake and what is possible when we come together. Let's take tonight's landslide victory and let's deliver another one this fall. I'm going to ask you tonight, as the eyes of the nation are on Michigan, right? I'm asking you to show the nation who we are, what we stand for, and who we are fighting for. So I'm going to ask you, like I asked you in 2018, like I asked you in 2022, are you ready to work for democracy? Are you ready to fight for democracy? Are you ready to vote for democracy? Well, let's get it done and let's go win. Thank you, guys. I love you.
Jocelyn Benson for governor. She cruised to a victory tonight. 83.8% of the vote declared the winner by the Associated Press, and she will face John James in November in the general election. She said all the eyes of the nation are on Michigan tonight, Jacob Rubashkin.
Yeah, I mean, she's not wrong, but they weren't watching her primary.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. I think that's going to be a very competitive general election, not a competitive primary.
And they are the eyes of the nation on Michigan tonight, Erica Filter, because of this showdown on the Senate side in the Democratic primary. It's a tight race at this point.
Yes, Abdul El-Sayed is teetering above and below 50% as more votes come in. Haley Stevens right around there at 46%. It's really a question of Wayne County at this point. 26% of the vote counted right now. She's currently up by like 20, so that's a good lead for her. She wants to hold that. El-Sayed has advantages in currently in Washtenaw County and also the Grand Rapids area. We'll see if those hold as the night continues.
Jacob Rubashkin, what do you make of those counties?
Look, we still have 3/4 of the vote out in Wayne. Her lead has come down a little bit. A little bit of the vote still left in Oakland. Again, if you're Haley Stevens, you're coming out of Oakland County, you want to be up by more than 4 points. I do think that puts her in a hole. Obviously, she's down statewide, and currently Oakland alone accounts for almost a third of the entire statewide vote here. So that is part of what's going on here. And then, El-Sayed putting up big numbers in Washtenaw County and Kent County. Those are places where he needs to do well in. But I agree with Erica. We're looking at Wayne County and the cumulative vote counts in all of the smaller, more rural areas of the state where Haley Stevens is outpacing him.
The outcome of the race on your screen will set the stage for one of the November's most competitive Senate elections. Erica Filter, why are people focusing on Michigan when it comes to the balance of power in the Senate?
This is probably Republicans' best chance at a flip, looking at the Senate map this cycle. Senator Gary Peters has been there since, I believe, 2015, and is now departing. It's been a Democratic stronghold for quite a long time, though there have been formidable Republican candidates. Whoever wins tonight will go up against Mike Rogers, who ran in 2024. He very narrowly lost to Alyssa Slotkin, so he is back for more. It's really a question of whether Democrats are going to unite around the eventual candidate. They most likely will, but it's an open question where this seat is, given kind of the national headwinds combined with whoever ends up winning. It's looking like a very close race.
Jacob Rubashkin, the map for Democrats in the Senate.
I mean, it gets a lot harder if they're losing Michigan, but if they're holding on to the three competitive districts or states that they have currently, that is Michigan, Georgia, and New Hampshire, they've still got to go out and find 4 more states. We've talked about North Carolina, we've talked about Maine. Those are the low-hanging fruit. And that's a problem when your low-hanging fruit is you got to beat Susan Collins, who's outperformed the top of the ticket time and time again. In Maine, won while Biden was winning the state by 9 points at the top of the ticket, while Obama was winning the state by 17 points at the top of the ticket back in 2008. She has been around. She knows how to win that state.
She defies odds.
She defies odds. She defies political gravity. Democrats also haven't won a Senate race in North Carolina since 2008, despite several times trying. So they've got to do something there that is new. And that only gets them half of the way to the 4 that they need to take back the majority. Next, they've got to win 2 of Alaska, Ohio, Iowa, or Texas. Take your pick, but those are all red states. They all voted for Trump by between 10 and 15 points in the 2024 election. They all voted for Trump in all 3 of the last presidential elections. Those are not easy places for Democrats to win. But again, they've got opportunities in all of them. And if they do win back the majority, it will be off of the strength of their candidates in those states.
All right, let's talk about double check marks in Washington's 3rd district. Talk about the primary system in Washington state here, that we have 2 check marks in the primary.
So this is a jungle primary where the top 2, regardless of party, advance. So it was it was almost definitely going to be Marie Glueson Kemp Perez, the incumbent, and the state Senate Minority Leader, John Braun. Braun is a better opponent for Glueson Kemp Perez than Joe Kent was in 2024. Kent was a somewhat controversial candidate, whereas Senate Minority Leader John Braun is a little bit more conventional. This is a difficult district for Marie Glueson Kemp Perez. She was able to come away with a win in 2024, and the national headwinds look a little bit better for her this cycle, but it's just always going to be a bit of a swingy seat there.
It's a toss-up race. Jacob Rubashkin?
It is a toss-up race. Republicans would tell you that Joe Kent was one of their worst congressional candidates over the last 2 cycles, and that John Braun is boring, and that is what they need in this district. We hear it time and time again, oh, this district wants to vote for a Republican. Tonight.
They voted for Trump by 4 points in 2020 and for the president again by 3 points in 2024.
Yes, so remember we talked about Virginia 1st Congressional District as one of the few districts that moved all 3 cycles. Washington's 3rd is another one of those seats. It's one of the rare places where Kamala Harris actually did better than Joe Biden. That is off the strength of Clark Clark County, which is the the Vancouver, Washington, which is a Portland, Oregon suburb on the other side of the river. That is the engine of Democratic strength in this district. So the trend is in Democrats' favor. The overall partisanship still tilts slightly Republican. And tonight, Democrats are actually combining for a majority of the vote, which I believe is the first time that this has happened in quite some time in Washington's 3rd Congressional District. We've still got about half the vote to count, but I think you have to be feeling pretty good if you're on Team MGP right now, as you see that third-place finisher, Brent Henrick, whose supporters are largely people who are frustrated that Gluesenkamp-Perez is not liberal enough. And so those are not people who are going to go and vote for John Braun in the general election. I think they're going to come back around to the Democrat on the ballot when all is said and done. Going to be very competitive, but this is a strong result for the Democrats here in Washington so far.
And if you're in a swingy district like that one in Washington's 3rd, and you're the incumbent, whether you're an incumbent Democrat or an incumbent Republican, you need to make waves every once in a while, bucking your own party, and she's done that.
Oh, yeah, she's good at making waves. And she's good at finding these kind of niche little issues like sea lion predation that she can find to highlight the unique industries of the Pacific Northwest of this district. She's very good at using her the auto body shop that she owns with her husband in her campaign ads to demonstrate her blue-collar bona fides. And she's very good at getting media attention. I think I once counted up, there were no fewer than 7 New York Times profiles written about her in her first term about how she's the Democrat who can win back red areas. So she is good at this, even though she is a relative newcomer to politics. She clearly has, for better and for worse, carved out a unique political identity here. It's allowed her to win 2 tough elections. It is also causing her, of course, to bleed a considerable amount of support to another Democrat in this primary, Brent Henrick, the 3rd-place finisher, and she's got to count on those voters coming home in the fall.
We are watching Michigan tonight, along with votes that are taking place in Virginia, Kansas, Missouri, and Washington State. Going back to Michigan, let's take a look at the watch party for there. We'll stick with that on your screen. 49% of the vote in. Abdul El-Sayed, 50%. Going back over the 50% threshold. He's gone over it, come back down, over it, and now he's back up again. Haley Stevens with 46.2% of the vote. They are locked in a very tight race. There he goes, back down, under 50%. I want to show our viewers the watch party for Haley Stevens in Michigan. Live shot there. The crowd in Detroit, looks like the crowd is thinning out a little bit there. And we'll wait and watch with them as they hope to hear from their candidate. Then the watch party for Abdul El-Sayed. It looks like they've changed the channel. It was on C-SPAN, and now they've switched it on us.
To Maddow.
Oh, my goodness. What's going on over there? All right. We'll go to Troy, Michigan, caller, Democratic caller. Go ahead with your thoughts. Haseeb.
Hi, my name is Haseeb. Hey, hi, how you doing?
Good evening. Go ahead. Who'd you vote for?
So I voted for Abdul El-Sayed. I'm also a physician. I actually work in a critical access rural hospital in Michigan, and I kind of deal with a lot of patients who are having a hard time paying for their health care, these folks out in rural Michigan. So it almost breaks my heart to see that we have billions of dollars to send to foreign countries like Israel, where they have, free health care, but the good folks in rural Michigan are struggling to get an MRI approved or an injection approved. So, I'm watching the results. You guys are doing a great job hosting, and I'm just surprised by how close it is. You got one candidate that's saying that he's going to take money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. You got another one that's getting checks from major corporations and billions or millions of dollars from foreign countries. I'm really surprised how it's even this close. As an America First candidate, I don't know how Abdul is not America First. His name might not sound like America First, but all of his policies, all of his work supports America First. So I'm really surprised by how close the vote is.
Okay, well, let's take that point. Erica Filter, are you surprised at how close the vote is?
I am. Polling had El-Sayed averaging about 10 points above Stevens, and obviously the only poll that matters is tonight, but I think there was a bit of an expectation that he might have a more dominating performance tonight. The question that kind of comes forward from this is whether progressives have a mandate here or whether this was coming down to a different boilerplate issue here. A lot of callers today have talked about which candidate is more electable, which candidate is more of a fighter who will resist President Trump. These are going to be more of the questions that are happening tomorrow morning and beyond.
And the conversation will continue tomorrow morning here on C-SPAN, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. The Washington Journal will pick up with results and more of your thoughts. We're continuing to get your thoughts on primary night here on C-SPAN. So if you're a Democrat, dial in 202-748-8920, Republicans 202-748-8921, and Independents 202-748-8922. And if you voted today, we want to hear from you. We've received a lot of calls from Michigan, which have been great tonight. 202-748-8823, 8923 if you voted today. Let's continue to talk about this marquee matchup in this Michigan Senate primary race. President Trump weighed in on it yesterday in the matchup between Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed. Listen to how he framed this race.
Well, you have a very interesting group. Who I really voted for is Mike Rogers, because I think he's going to be a great senator. But you have a communist versus a socialist. That's the way I look at it. You have a communist versus a socialist. It looks like the communist is leading. We're talking about for the Democrat primary. But for the Republican, you have a very good man, and he should be able to win. Yeah.
President Trump in the Oval Office, both candidates have pushed back on that frame and the characterization of them in the lead up to today's election. Here's Haley Stevens' assessment of herself and her opponent earlier today.
My opponent, and I do agree on something, he has denounced socialism, just as I have. We're not a socialist country. He's a proud capitalist, as am I. Abdul has said that. I know he campaigns with some people who do the socialism, but yeah, Michiganders don't want that. They want to be small business owners like my parents were, right? They want to build the American dream. We've got a lot of people who came to this country who escaped socialism.
Haley Stevens on the socialism characterization. Abdul El-Sayed, who is supported by Democratic Socialists of America, had this to say at last week's debate with Stevens.
When it comes to the question of socialism, I'm not a socialist. I'm just a capitalist who understands how capitalism works. The biggest threat to capitalism was never the idea of government regulation. It was always monopoly. I want you to think about the stuff that you have to buy, whether it's your groceries and the number of stores you can go to, or it's buying a flight to see your grandmother, or it's picking a phone or a phone provider. You have like 2 or 3 options, and that shouldn't be legal, but that's the way our economy works right now. So I think government ought to be there to regulate on monopolies and oligopolies so that everybody can actually participate in an economy without having to be forced to pay more or get paid less for the work they do.
Jacob Rubashkin, has Abdul El-Sayed had done a good job with explaining his philosophy toward capitalism?
Enough to win 49.7% of the vote.
So
with
far.
50% of the vote counted exactly. Look, voters tune in on their own time, and Democratic primary voters took a long time to tune in to this election. General election voters are going to take their time to tune in to the general election. If he is indeed the candidate, he's going to have plenty of time to talk about what it is he believes. Whatever he says, Republicans are going to attack him as a socialist, or as you heard Trump say, communist. Whether those attacks stick or whether he is able to be an effective advocate for himself in talking about what it is that he supports and the worldview that he has, will be up to the voters to decide.
We'll go to Jeff, who's in Dwight, Michigan. Jeff, an independent. Did you vote in a primary?
I did vote in a primary. Thank you for taking my call.
Okay, and who did you vote for?
This year I voted for Abdul, very proudly.
And why?
Well, Abdul's message of just hope for the future, for Medicare for all, making sure that we have people-based politics, really spoke to me this year. And what I really like about him is how he highlights how, like, the Democratic Party itself really needs to stop hedging their bets about policies that support people versus policies that support corporate interests and their donor backers. And that's what really spoke to me about Abdul this year.
Okay. And have you voted for Republicans in the past?
I certainly have.
Okay. Did you vote for President Trump?
No.
No. Okay. For Democrat in all 3 election cycles that he ran?
Of late, that is true. Yeah, I'm in my mid-40s, and in the latest cycles, I've been on the progressive side. But going back to 2008 and earlier, I was libertarian, and what has spoken to me throughout all of my adult life has been this appeal to change, and whether that's the people that were earlier in the early 2000s that said, hey, we don't want change, whether that's Obama, whether that was Ron Paul, or people like him that said, hey, there's something broken, right? We want to change things. And Abdul has said that, and other candidates in the progressive wing have said that lately, and are in alignment with where I'm at right now.
Okay. Jeff there in Dwight, Michigan, an independent. How important are independents in the November general election in this race?
Yeah, one of the biggest questions in the Senate primary has been electability. Haley Stevens has kind of claimed that she is the more electable candidate, that she can win over independents and swing voters. We have had quite a few callers tonight who have said they're independent or even Republican and supporting El Sayed in the primary. It's something of an open question whether El Sayed will be able to win over Republicans in the general election against Mike Rogers. But this whole idea of change and kind of anti-incumbents, and Stevens is in the House, might pull him forward to the general.
It's been a matchup of establishment versus progressives. Right now, CNN is talking to the Debbie Stabenow, former senator from Michigan. She's at Haley Stevens' headquarters.
Yeah. Debbie Stabenow, very much in the traditional mold of Michigan senators. When you think about the people that Michigan has sent to the United States Senate, Debbie Stabenow, Carl Levin, Gary Peters, these are not people who are national figures. They're not particularly flashy. They're not the most prominent members of the Senate. They are much more kind of in the mold of what Haley Stevens has been over the last 8 years of her time in Congress. And I think that's part of why we've seen many of them line up behind Stevens in this race. That said, clearly something that Michigan voters and Michigan Democrats are perhaps tired of and looking for an alternative to. As they make their choice here. If Michigan Democrats wanted more of the same, I think Haley Stevens would be doing much better. She represents the kind of politics that Michigan Democrats have gone for time and time again, between Gretchen Whitmer, between Debbie Stabenow, between Gary Peters, all these people who have come out for Haley Stevens. And that's good for 46.7% of the vote with 53% counted, but it is not good for a win at this point. And clearly there's a desire for something else, as we've heard from caller and caller coming out of Michigan.
Yeah, and we are about 20 minutes away from midnight here on the East Coast, and it's still too early to call. 55% of the vote in Abdul El Sayed, with 49.6% of that vote, 46.7% for Haley Stevens. It's neck and neck.
Yeah, this is not going to be a mandate for either side as they're kind of going through the tea leaves in the coming days and weeks and gearing up for the general election. The progressive argument this cycle has been that they can be successful in battleground and swingier parts of the country, not just the New York City area where they've kind of come to power so far. El-Sayed is kind of the first test of it statewide. There's a few more primaries down the line that have some progressive candidates. I'm thinking of Minnesota. I am thinking of Michigan.
Yes, we all are.
Minnesota, there's Peggy Flanagan running for Senate, and Wisconsin, there's Francesca Hong running for governor. So they will be looking very closely at tonight's results, and they probably right now are not necessarily seeing a complete and total, they're not necessarily comfortable with these results as they stand.
Would you agree with that, Jacob Rubashkin?
Yeah, look, I think that if you are Peggy Flanagan, if you are Francesca Hong, and you're looking at your own polling data and public polling that has you with a comfortable lead in your primary, you might get a little bit anxious given what's going on here. Abdul's allies had put out numbers over the last couple of weeks showing him up by double digits, 15 points, 17 points, things like that. We've seen some polls with Francesca Hong, the Democratic Socialist candidate in Wisconsin's gubernatorial race, up by similar margins or even greater margins. Look, I think you always want to be alert to blind spots in polling, and this close result, this nail-biter, regardless of which direction it goes, I think will probably weigh on those campaigns' minds in their closing weeks.
Okay, let's go to Steubenville, Ohio. Carson is watching there, independent. Hi, Carson.
How you doing, ma'am? I want to say thank you for taking my call, first of all. And what I wanted to talk about was, myself, I'd say I'm an independent democratic socialist. And a lot of people earlier were calling in, worrying about communism and socialism. And I feel like I have to defend Abdul here. And he doesn't even identify as a democratic socialist. So when people throw these words around, I think it's just coming from a place of vitriol, hatred, and trying to spread fear-mongering. And I don't think it's a good thing for the country. I think you should research and study on the facts of these candidates and the meaning behind their ideologies.
Okay. All right, Carson. Has Abdul El-Sayed had to answer those questions about what he stands for and in campaign ads? Is it a constant? Has it been a constant? Will it continue to be a constant?
I would say yes. We just watched a clip where he describes that he's not a socialist. DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, haven't endorsed him, though they have supported him. And I think we said earlier that Chris Robb and Milad Kuros, two other House candidates who won in their primaries, are at his watch party or were at his watch party. Mm-hmm. Expect Republicans to really hammer on this, throw everything they can at the wall. Like, they will be likely throwing all kinds of socialist, communist names and accusations. They have already, and they will likely continue to.
And we heard from the president just the other day on it. Yeah. Jacob Rubashkin. Yeah,
look, I mean, Republicans are going to call every Democrat a socialist or a communist by the time this election cycle is done. And I think Democrats can only hope that their candidates are able to get as much free airtime as guys like Abdul El-Sayed have managed to garner in an effort to explain themselves. I think it's very interesting. We've seen a real contrast between how Abdul has handled kind of the rise in his stock over the last couple of months with what we're seeing from, again, not to harp on Francesca Hong, but this race is coming up, and she has just turned in an interview today with CNN that is not getting good reviews. When pushed about her past comments about getting rid of Thanksgiving, she gave kind of an uninspired answer. Whereas I think that when Abdul is on camera and in these kinds of situations, he probably helps himself more than he hurts himself by having the opportunity to explain what it is he wants to talk about. So, look, I think these attacks are going to come fast and furious, and they could well be effective. As we know, socialism not popular among the general public, even as it has a purchase in the Democratic Party. And again, it doesn't necessarily matter that he's not a socialist and that he gets up there and says, I'm a capitalist. if voters are hearing that he is a socialist and they believe it. It obviously matters, but in terms of, is he going to win or not? What's important is what the voters believe, and that's the important question.
It's a test for the future of the Democratic Party tonight. The Senate primary in Michigan, a dead heat here between the two candidates. Abdul El-Sayed, 49.4% again, with 57% of the vote in. Haley Stevens trailing just by 2 to 3 throughout the night, less than 3 throughout the night, with 57% of the vote in. I mean, the difference between the two has hardly changed as the votes keep trickling in.
Yeah, El-Sayed saw an early lead when there was like less than 10% of the vote in.
Yeah, I'm not counting that part. That was way early.
Of course. But since then, it's been pretty close. It really looks like Haley Stevens is, for now, delivering in the Detroit area counties that she needs. That's Oakland, Wayne, and Macomb. There's still about 50-60% of the vote in Wayne County to be counted. She needs to maintain the lead that she has right now, which is a little less than 20,000 votes, in order to have a shot at overtaking El-Sayed.
What are you seeing on the county by county breakdown?
Yeah, I mean, we are at the point where we're almost done counting in Oakland. And we're just waiting on the other half of Wayne. Wayne has been trickling in slowly. We're up to 45% there. Stevens' lead has dropped as that has come in, but because there are so many votes there, her lead statewide has remained stable or even narrowed a little bit, because even if those batches out of Wayne County are bringing her margin in Wayne County down, she's still winning them, so they're bringing her statewide margin up a little bit.
So how much is she up in Wayne County?
13 points.
13 points.
Yeah.
And where was she earlier tonight? Has that stayed consistent? I mean, the votes have been slow to come in the county.
So that's come down. She was up over 20 earlier in the evening. So
she needs to hold a double-digit lead in that county?
Oh, certainly, yeah. I mean, if she wants to win statewide, she does.
And for our viewers who want to play campaign analyst, you can do so if you go to our website, cspan.org/results, and you can do what Erica and Jacob are doing here, go county by county and watch as the votes come in. Glenn in Pennsylvania, Republican, will take your call.
Yeah, hi, Greta. That's like the third time I talked to you. I just want to mention real quick, I was the guy, I was like 50 yards away from Trump when the assassination attempt in Butler. So, that was a weird thing. Now, I mean, this might be a little bit off topic about what you're talking about tonight, but I was going to say just how crazy, how insane these people that are these Democrats, so sound and normal people, like empty out the jail cells. How in the world can anyone go along with this craziness? And what are you going to do with all these people in jail? Just let them out on some farm, or tell them, now you be good people and get rid of the president, get rid of the Senate? I mean, it just sounds like insane stuff to anyone that's a normal human being. So I don't know how anybody is responding to this stuff in a positive way. I mean, we have to do something about this housing problem. I mean, I can see how these young people, they feel like they don't have agency, they don't have a future. But I mean, the rest of it just sounds so insane to any
Okay, well, so Glenn, let me pick up. So what are people responding to from Abdul El-Sayed and these other progressive candidates?
Yeah, it really seems like they just want something new here. El-Sayed, he's qualified, like he is, he does have a PhD? PhD.
And an MD.
And an MD, yeah. So he's been in school. He doesn't have the political experience, though, and he's been using that to his advantage, where he can say that he's qualified, especially when he talks about Medicare for All. He's written pretty extensively on it, but he's not part of the establishment. And, most of the national establishment and the statewide office holders in Michigan have endorsed Stevens, so he can kind of use that against her.
Jacob Rubashkin, what do you think the appeal is here?
I mean, we've talked about this through the night. I think the appeal is multifaceted, right? You've got the credentials, right? You've got the fact that he's He's got this kind of impeccable resume that I think Democratic voters like. Again, they like seeing those Ivy League degrees. They like a Rhodes Scholar. You know, I think that he is also, because he's political but not in politics, he kind of weaves that weaves around the distaste for politicians that voters always kind of have, but especially in this day and age. And he's never been in D.C., and so he doesn't have to deal with the frustrations about Congress. And he presents a vision that is both angry and hopeful. He allows you to be angry about the current state of affairs and angry about the current leadership, but also hopeful about a positive vision for the future. And that's a potent combination, and it has served him well in the primary, and he has adopted this kind of happy warrior attitude that sustained him while he was in third place in polling, and after McMorrow dropped out and Haley Stevens never was really able to put this thing away, he has seen a rise to now being on the precipice of a pretty history-making nomination here, and certainly if he wins, you know, he will make history in all sorts of ways, and it'll be a big feather in the cap of progressive Democrats looking to prove that they can win not just Brownstone, Brooklyn, not just you know, the Upper West Side, but also swing states around the country.
Let's talk about Michigan's 7th. This is a toss-up competitive House seat, and William Lawrence has the nomination for the Democratic Party to face Tom Barrett, the incumbent, the Republican incumbent.
Yeah, a full 10 points away from the second place candidate, a former ambassador to Ukraine, Bridget Brink. The moderate vote was really split between her and Matt Masdam, a former Navy SEAL. I will say Alyssa Slotkin, who used to hold this seat before she went to the Senate, was very, very supportive of Masdam. She recruited him, she fundraised for him, she endorsed him, all that stuff. She actually caught a little bit of flack from the Women's Caucus for doing that, kind of against Brink. But basically, Democrats were really not able to consolidate on a moderate candidate. So we have William Lawrence, a co-founder of the Sunrise Movement, a climate action movement, very much on the progressive side of things. He's called for a moratorium on data centers. He's been critical of funding to Israel. Very much this type of candidate we've seen across the country of a progressive kind of getting a lot of attention.
Jacob, how split was this moderate vote?
Right down the middle. You know, it's pretty amazing to see that after all of this sound and fury, Matt Masdam and Bridget Brink are. Everyone was right that they were evenly matched. They just failed to realize that William Lawrence was going to drive straight over both of them en route to winning the nomination here. Look, this district is going to cause a lot of consternation within Democratic Party circles. There was a lot of money that came in here. There were a lot of decisions made by both the Brink team and the Masdam team and their allies that culminated in a William Lawrence win. One thing I'll say about politics, winning solves everything. So if William Lawrence beats Tom Barrett this fall, bygones will be bygones, and nobody is going to care about the decisions made in this primary.
Does he have a chance?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, any Democrat running in a district that is evenly divided or even probably a little Republican has a chance in this kind of election cycle. Is he as strong a general election candidate as either of these other two would have been? That is a more interesting question. He's certainly not as strong a fundraiser as either of them would have been, and he certainly has more progressive politics that might not be as palatable in this swing seat. He doesn't fit the mold of other candidates who have come out of this district in the way that Brink and Masdam both do. But certainly he has a chance. I think it's going to be very difficult for Republicans to hold on to a lot of these types of districts this fall, but not the candidate that national Democrats were hoping for in this race, and a clear coordination problem that the more establishment moderate Democrats had in this primary.
All right, we've gone up 3 percentage points in the votes in the Senate primary contest. Now there's 60% of the vote in. The Associated Press, too close to call here between Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens. And that difference between the two of them has been consistent as the votes have come in throughout the night. 60% of the vote. And any changes in the counties that we've been watching? Jacob Rubashkin.
Let's take a look. A little bit more in Wayne, and Stevens' margin has dropped down below 10%. So remember, we were talking about that 10% margin as a threshold for her. Wayne is about halfway counted now, and she's leading by 8. That said, her lead did pick up a little bit as more votes have trickled in Oakland County, so she's leading by 5 there. Oakland County currently reporting the most votes of any county. Wayne will overtake it by the time everything in Wayne is counted. So a little trade-off there. Again, that's why we're seeing her lead remain, or her deficit remain stable, but not quite where she needs to be in order to outpace Abdul.
Erica Filter, in the Upper Peninsula, what do the votes look like there? And that's less populous area. How is she looking in that part of the state?
Yeah, like you said, a pretty small population here. There's a little bit left to be counted in Marquette County. That's going to be the biggest drop for whichever candidate it goes to. El Sayed's performing in most UP counties other than Schoolcraft County, where Haley Stevens has less than 500 votes, but 47%. Like I think Jacob said earlier, Stevens can rely. She does have an advantage in a lot of these smaller counties, and it's possible that those could add up to lessen her deficit against El Sayed.
Okay. We'll go to Chuck, who's in Pennington, New Jersey, independent caller. Hi, Chuck.
Hello. I'm calling because I've heard so much about Social Democrats lately, and my initial impression was favorable. I was thinking in terms of people that live over in the Scandinavian countries, for instance, Denmark and Sweden and Switzerland, let's say, I had a positive impression. But when I find out the nitty-gritty of what the folks who are calling themselves Social Democrats, I'm somewhat considerably discouraged, actually, in some of their proposals. So I think, especially, I'm an older person. I'm especially concerned about younger folk wondering who to vote for, and I would advise them to maybe survey people in the world who are the happiest and the healthiest. If that's what a social democrat is, then I guess that was my initial favorable impression. But these folks that I'm hearing about, I don't think that's where they're actually going to go to.
Okay.
And
Jacob, I mean, the youth vote, is it a factor? Has it been a factor in these primary contests that we've been talking about here? And is it a factor tonight going into the general election?
I absolutely have to assume so. There's only so much you can tell from a county-by-county basis. We don't have a handy chart up here for how people are voting by age, but I do think that you have to assume that based on the polling data that we have, that the youth turnout and youth vote is a big part of the El Sayed coalition, right? We've talked a bit about Washtenaw County, about Ann Arbor, and his ability to win votes there. And certainly, I think the polling that we have suggests that younger voters are by far more open to democratic socialism than older voters, even within the Democratic Party. And so, again, not specific to Abdul's race, but in some of these other progressive wins that we've seen, I think young voters play a really major component. If you look at the results of the 2025 mayoral election in New York, part of the reason why Zohran Mamdani was able to win the primary and the general election was because he reshaped the electorate by bringing in more young voters than had voted in previous and typical races. And that's a testament to his politicking ability. And I think if Democrats can replicate that elsewhere, that is how we see these kinds of candidates outperform expectations.
Okay. Well, we are watching this race closely. 62% of the vote in between this face-off between Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens to get the Democratic nomination to face Mike Rogers, who has run for a Senate seat in the last cycle and narrowly lost. One of these candidates will face off against him in the general election. Erica Filter, what do you think analysts are going to be talking about tomorrow morning when they look at these results in county by county?
Yeah, county by county, that's a good question.
So just in general, about the performance of these two candidates.
I think that Oakland County is going to be a big question mark. Most of that tallies in Stevens, up by about 5 there. That's not necessarily what she's looking for. Still some questions with Wayne County and Macomb County, but that might be a question of how much she was able to attract black voters. That was a big part of her calculus going into the primary tonight. And the bigger questions for the party are, this really doesn't seem to show a clear indication of like the progressive versus moderate that we've been setting up. We've had several callers tonight that liked both candidates. It's likely that the party is going to unite around whoever wins, but there's not necessarily going to be a major tea leaf on which of these two ideologies is coming out on top.
Jacob, what do you think analysts are saying or will be talking about tomorrow? What are the headlines?
How much sleep they got last night is going to be what analysts are talking about tomorrow morning. No, look, I think the first question is, do we have results? Complete results. Because absent who won and who lost, I think that's a big part of the conversation here. Look, I think that the polling miss here is going to be a topic of a lot of conversation. Perhaps the over-reliance on internal polling to drive campaign coverage. We saw a lot of surveys come out from groups that were friendly to Abdul, showing him with these really big leads. We didn't really have very much high-quality, nonpartisan data or data out of the Stevens camp, and clearly those numbers were a decent bit off the mark. So I think there's going to be some conversation about that. In terms of kind of looking at where the candidates were able to overperform, I think Stevens holding her own in the more rural parts of the state. Her supporters are probably going to look at that and suggest that that's a sign of her electability, that it's a strong sign for her that she can win those parts of the state, whereas Abdul's vote is more concentrated in places like Ann Arbor that are going to vote Democratic no matter what. But ultimately, I think that what this points to is a party that has some really serious divisions on some big issues. And the reason why this race has gotten so much attention is because it's kind of an avatar of all of that. But it's not just here. The Democratic Party is confronting these questions.
Jacob Rubashkin, Inside Elections Deputy Editor, and Erica Filter, the National Journal and the Hotline National Campaign Correspondent, with their analysis tonight. Also, part of our campaign coverage has been the candidate speeches. Right now, we want to show you earlier tonight, John James, who won the Republican nomination to face off against Jocelyn Benson in November for Michigan governor.
Well, thank you, Michigan. First, thank you. Thank you. And always, I want to thank Almighty God for every blessing in my life, for each opportunity, and for each one of you. Everything that we have comes from Him. I also want to thank my incredible wife, Liz, and our 3 amazing boys. They are the reason why I fight so hard for Michigan's future. Thank you for your sacrifices. I love you. And I also want to thank President Trump for his endorsement, his friendship, and his steadfast belief. And his steadfast belief in the American people. And to every volunteer and supporter who poured your time, energy, and prayers into this cause, this victory belongs to you. The primary is over. Now we come together. One team, one fight, one mission to save Michigan. To those who supported me, thank you. And for those who did not, I'm going to work every single day to earn your trust. And to every Michigander who feels politically homeless, who loves this state, works hard, and believes in common sense and wonders whether anyone in government still sees you, I see you. I'm for you. And there's a place for you in this campaign. Tonight marks the beginning of Michigan's comeback. But we have to be honest about where we are. Michigan's families are paying some of the highest gasoline prices in the Midwest. Our unemployment rate's among the highest in America. Our children are falling behind. Our infrastructure is crumbling. And too many of our young people are leaving to find opportunities somewhere else. But don't worry. Benson and the Democrats will just blame Trump because they think you'll fall for it. But we're smarter than that. Here's the truth. The president's occupied the White House for less than half the time that Benson's held power in Lansing. For nearly 8 years, Jocelyn Benson's been a part of the Michigan Democratic leadership. For 2 full years under President Biden, Democrats had a trifecta in Lansing. They have the power. They passed their agenda. Now they're spending roughly $20 billion more than Michigan spent at the height of COVID. Our state budget's nearly 50% larger than it was under Governor Snyder. Does your child's school feel 50% better? How about your health care? How about your damn roads? Michigan now ranks 46th out of 50 states overall. 46th. That's 11 spots worse than California. We rank 45th in education, 43rd in our economy, 42nd in our infrastructure. Our 4th graders rank 44th in reading. 45 states are doing better than Michigan, and every one of them has the same president we do. Jocelyn Benson promises a new direction, but she has been a part of the leadership that got us lost in the first place. Now she's teaming up with Abdul El-Sayed, the Midwest Mamdani, to impose a socialist agenda that's never worked anywhere it's been tried. Look, Michigan does not lack talent. We do not lack resources, but Michigan lacks proven, tested leadership where it matters the most. I've spent my life answering the call. I'm a veteran. After September 11th, I served our nation in combat and learned to bring people together from different backgrounds to accomplish tough missions. After the recession, I worked with my father and my brother, and we helped grow jobs in Detroit when families needed work and dignity and hope. I'm a congressman. I helped cut taxes, secure our border, end vehicle mandates, save suffrage, and protect Medicaid for vulnerable people. Now I'm answering the call to come home. Michigan is on fire. I've always run toward the fire. This November, the choice will be clear. We offer freedom, they offer socialism. We offer change, they offer continued decline. We offer common sense, they offer crazy. But we should never underestimate how pain and desperation make false promises sound like hope. That doesn't make socialism compassionate or workable or even viable. It is none of those things. It means we must listen to people failed by the status quo and answer their pain with solutions that actually work. They don't want bureaucrats controlling their lives. They want groceries they can afford, homes they can buy, schools that will teach their children to read. They want safe streets, reliable electricity, decent health care, and a job that pays enough to raise a family on a single income. Our fellow Michiganders just want the pain to stop. But socialism will not stop that pain. It will deepen that pain. It will spread that pain, and eventually it will make that pain permanent. We cannot merely condemn socialism. We must expose it for the lie it is and show Michigan a better way. We must prove that freedom works, free enterprise works, lower taxes work, enforcing the law works, phonics works, strong families, faith, and freedom works. We will cut taxes, lower your energy bills. We're going to cut taxes. We're going to lower your energy bills. We're going to protect Medicaid for those who need it while stopping fraud and abuse for those who would steal from it. Yes. We're going to restore excellence and accountability and parental rights to our schools. We will support law enforcement, protect victims, and keep violent criminals off our streets. We're going to rebuild our roads and our bridges and our water systems and our electric grid with transparency and accountability. And we're going to make Michigan a state where our children can build their futures, not one they feel forced to leave. I know the American dream works because my family lived it. The son of a slave became a sharecropper. The son of a sharecropper became a mason. The son of a mason became a truck driver. And that son of a truck driver stands before you here tonight, the nominee from the party of Abraham Lincoln, 90 days away from becoming Michigan's first black governor. All glory and all praise and all honor to God. I am just a servant. I am here to submit to the Lord and serve all of his people, all 10 million of us. I'm not standing here because of socialism. I'm standing here by the grace of God and through the sacrifices of my family and because the American dream is real. To my children, to my nieces and nephews, and to all of yours out there, you were created in the image of God and built for a purpose. You are not victims of history. You are the founders of your future. Freedom, not socialism, is your birthright. Michigan is made for more, and so are you. So tonight, I ask every Michigander, Republican, Democrat, Independent, none of the above, I don't care. Join us. Join us. If you want your children and your grandchildren to build their futures here, join us. If you want your children to stay in Michigan and not necessarily in your basement, your movement is with us. This is bigger than any one party. We are all Michiganders, and we're all one nation under God. This future is about our home. And I'm here to tell you, hope is on the horizon. Help is on the way, and the best is yet to come. So with that, may the Lord bless and keep each and every single one of you. May God bless the great state of Michigan, and God bless the United States of America. Good night, and thank you so much.
I am so thrilled to stand before you as the Democratic Party's nominee to be the next governor of Michigan. Thank you. Thank you all for being a part of this moment, for being a part of our team. Thank you for placing your trust in me to work for you and with you to transform our state. Tonight, the general election begins. Tonight marks our opportunity to grow our coalition to include citizens in every corner of our state who believe, as we do, that the power of the people must always be greater than the people in power. My life's work is about making that promise, that hope, a reality. I carry that hope with me every day as the daughter of public school teachers, the wife of a combat veteran, as the mom of a 10-year-old little boy whose future will be shaped by what we do now together. Because that is the question facing voters this fall, my friends. Who do you want Michigan's leaders to work for? The people or the powerful? Well, you all know who I'll work for. I will work for all of you and every Michigander in this state. Not the highest bidder, not corporate interests, not Donald Trump, you. So I'm here tonight asking you to work with me to build a government together whose leaders work for the people. A government that saves us time, saves us money, and makes our life easier. A government led by a trifecta of state leaders who are committed to working together to make Michigan a place where anyone can afford to live and thrive, where childcare is affordable for all, where homes are easily built so that teachers and nurses and farmers can afford to live in the communities where they work, where every Michigander has access to quality health care and water that is safe to drink and air that is clean to breathe and a public education system that prepares our children for the jobs of the future. As the next governor of Michigan, I will work with you to drive down costs while expanding our economy. And yes, I will work with anyone to get that done. But I will also be ready to stand up to anyone, no matter how wealthy or powerful, who gets in our way. I've done that as Secretary of State, and I'm ready to do it as governor. I love this state, and I know when I talk to the single mom in Muskegon who has to decide, Mayor Mohammed, who has to decide whether to eat or pay rent, or when I sit down with seniors in Warren who are anxious about paying for medicine on a fixed income, I know we must do right by them. Just the other day, I sat down with a new mom and dad right here in Detroit, and I held their newborn little girl in my arms. And I listened as they talked to me about how they don't want their child to grow up in poverty. And as a mom, I can't stop thinking about that conversation, about how every decision we make now will shape the world that their little girl and my little boy and all of our children will grow up in. And in the eyes of that little girl's mom and dad, I saw two people who simply wanted what every parent wants, a chance for their child to grow up healthy, happy, and safe. To live in a state where she can get a world-class public education, afford to see a doctor when she needs one, get reproductive care because it is her right. Build a career she loves and live in a home that she can afford and not have to work 5 jobs in order to do it all. Right? It is our job to deliver that for her and for every person in this state. That's what it means to have leaders, a governor who works for the people. I will work for the veteran who deserves access to the health care they earned, the teachers who dedicate their lives to preparing our children for the future and who deserve pay and more respect. For the children whose futures depend on the work that we do today. Our campaign is about them and all of you. Costs down, wages up, rights protected, end corruption, and build a government that works for all of us. And again, you all know I'll work with anyone and everyone to get that done, but I'm also unafraid to stand up to anyone who gets in our way. And this moment demands leaders who will stand up with courage, unafraid to bullies. And boy, boy, do I know how to do that. Like when Donald Trump tried to pressure me into turning over your private voting information, I said no, and I'll see you in court. And I won. I want you to know that even if it means sheltering in my home, protecting my son, while people with guns protest on my front lawn, I am not afraid to stand up to anyone who would try to take away your rights and freedoms. And that, again, will be the choice facing Michigan's voters this fall. Who does your governor work for? What does she stand for? And who does she fight for? The Republicans have already shown us their vision for Michigan. It's a vision that would raise healthcare costs instead of lowering them, a vision that would allow housing costs to climb instead of fighting to bring them down, and a party whose leaders stood with Donald Trump when he tried to overturn a free and fair election and instead of standing with the people of Michigan. That is not the future that Michigan wants or needs. And together, we're going to reject it this November. Because the bottom line to me is this: Michigan deserves a governor who answers to the people, not corporations, not to the DeVos family, and not to Donald Trump. And my friends, I'll just say, Michiganders voted in this primary, which, by the way, is on track to be one of the highest turnout primary elections in state history. They voted in this primary because they are asking us to fight for them, to stand up for them, to fix what is broken for them. And I am committed as the next governor of Michigan to make sure we deliver. But I cannot do it alone. I need your help to get this done. I'm asking you tonight to knock those doors, make those calls, talk to your neighbors, leave here tonight ready to remind people what is at stake and what is possible when we come together. Let's take tonight's landslide victory and let's deliver another one this fall. I'm going to ask you tonight, as the eyes of the nation are on Michigan, right? I'm asking you to show the nation who we are, what we stand for, and who we are fighting for. So I'm going to ask you, like I asked you in 2018, like I asked you in 2022, are you ready to work for democracy? Are you ready to fight for democracy? Are you ready to vote for democracy? Well, let's get it done and let's go win. Thank you, guys. I love you.
You know what? There is a lot of noise that you hear during campaigns. There's a lot of chatter, there's national headlines, and everybody has an opinion. But we approach this from in a very simple way. We are going to work for the people right here in St. Louis. We understand that there's issues happening, and we'll take those issues seriously all over the country, all over the world. But the vision that I see for this place is a magnificent vision. When we think about all of the division that we hear, I think it is important that we focus on what this place can be. When I was a professor, I used to tell my students all the time, I want you to see me, I want you to see you how I see you. I see the potential in these young people, in my students. And I'm using that as an anecdote because when I think about this region, I see a region that is a sleeping giant. I see a region that has not seen its best days. That's right. But it's going to require us coming together, working together. That doesn't mean we agree on every single issue, but it does mean that we care about our babies here in St. Louis. It does mean that we care about our seniors right here in this region. It means that we care about working families that are having to make a decision whether they can fill up the entire tank or skip a meal. And so when we think about all that noise that was going on, I got a tremendous group of folks. And we just got to work. There were people who say, well, what about this? You know what? We got work to do. What about what's happening over here on the East Coast? We got work to do. When the biggest killer of our young people is gun violence, don't tell me what's happening on the other side of the country. So I got a few thank yous. Theta, how you doing? There's a lot of local leaders and elected officials who do this work and understand how tough this work is. And I want to make sure that we thank them. Do we have some in the room right now? Who are our labor folks? Folks doing the work, making sure that working families have decent wages, safe working conditions. And the fight that they do is the fight for every single American. Our faith leaders. Come on, y'all got to give it up. Campaign volunteers. Let's start with them. Listen, I got some officers that work with me. And last time we were here 2 years ago, we took a picture and everybody was happy except these two. And I know they doing their job keeping us safe, but just a little smile so we can get one picture. Come on, Clay, you can do it. But those organizers and campaign volunteers, just tremendous work. When we see it, the doors, the canvassing, the mailers, the postcards, but also what we emphasize to our folks, anybody that's working with us, you work hard, but you do it with a smile. When someone comes to you and they want to challenge you, you kill them with kindness. We're going to set an example of what not only campaigning, but what this life, how we're supposed to deal with each other in life. I want to thank the voters who chose. I can tell you right now, doing this right here, this speech, I don't have much written, and this doesn't get old. But there's folks who chose to have their voices heard when there are forces trying to take those voices away from you. But you chose to show up, show out, and let not just the country, but the world know that we are here. And we are not going away. My staff, so I can't go through everybody because we'll be here all night, but I got to talk about what I call the three-headed monsters. Our chief of staff, Whitley O'Neill. Where you at, Whitney? Let me tell you something. When I came to D.C., I was experienced in politics. I had served in Ferguson City's council, the county prosecutor's office, but D.C., I didn't know that place. And so I wanted someone who understood that place, but also understood that we were here to serve our constituents, that we were here to do the work. And I'm telling you, I could not have been fortunate enough to have a stronger chief of staff than this woman right here. And then there's Jordan. We call her Rich. We call her Rich Auntie. That's her nickname. Because she comes in with like 8 bags whenever she comes into the office. She got on this campaign shortly before we announced in the first time around, and just sees this responsibility, and just every day just shows up, does the work, and it's just been not only a tremendous campaign, whatever the campaign, man. Really what it is she's one of the ones, there's a couple of them that call me boss, but they boss me around all the time. But campaign manager, deputy chief, and just tremendous individual. And we appreciate you. And then when I decided to get into politics, when I was just thinking about running for office, I went to a person and I asked her what she thought. And I'm telling you, this could have went either way. If she would have said, that's stupid, I probably would have just shut it down. But I'm telling you, if you know her, when I mentioned this in the car, we were sitting in the car, and that big smile said, yeah! That was LaRonda Wilson. Every campaign I've been involved in, this has been the hardest worker, biggest cheerleader biggest smile. That's what she does. And you know, there's so many others: Floyd, Ken, Roy, Eric, our DC staff, Ethan and Eddie and Kate. I'm gonna start not mentioning people. Nate, you know, just every Chris and just everybody. I can't tell you how hard these people work. And some advice that I got a long time ago is leadership is about picking a good team, Dr. Holmes, you know this, and then letting them do their job. And it was hard early on. But, Aunt John, you were in there too. But, and I'm not going to mention everybody, and I'm sorry, blame it on the head, not the heart. But this team, it's not just about doing the work, it's about caring about the work. And our DC team, our district team, our campaign team, these people actually care about the work. We take... See, while some folks want to talk about issues happening in other places, there was a man who called our office who he's living check to check. His Social Security check was being shorted several $100s, and that meant a lot to him because he was living, barely making ends meet. He was owed over $4,000, and he had been dealing with this for months, if not longer. And he finally called our office just out of desperation. And we not only got him that increase, but we also got him every single penny of what he was owed. And there's so many other stories like that. So yeah, there's going to be times we disagree on issues, but that never should stop us from doing the work of regular folks. We can disagree over here, but we can still do the work. We can disagree over there, but we can still do the work. Because progressives are supposed to make progress. Let me say that one more time. Progressives are supposed to make progress. It is not enough to just say some nice words or look for attention. We got to do the work. And so I'm proud of the fact that when I was Ferguson City Councilman, we brought body cameras to every single officer. We brought community policing to Ferguson and around St. Louis County. We were able to bring court reform. Remember those debtors' prisons? We worked with a coalition of folks to get that done. When I was county prosecutor, you remember. When I was county prosecutor, we created the first of its kind diversion advisory committee so that we could connect folks with the help that they needed. Low-level nonviolent offenders who were struggling with addiction, they were struggling with mental health. And of the 4,500 people that we were able to get into our programs with the help of folks like Affinia and other programs, the Urban League, we had a 94% success rate. And you sent me to DC to get things done. And what I'll say is when I got there, I'm telling y'all right now, there is someone in this room whose name will not be said, who told us that when we got here as a freshman member in the minority, that might be them calling right now, looking for their Uber. No, I'm just joking. But they told me, you will not get any legislation passed. And a freshman member in the minority, it's not happening. Listen, I'm the youngest of 4 boys. I'm used to being on the bottom. I'm used to fighting for everything. I'm a little stubborn. And I'm thinking, you know what? That might be true, but we can still get to work. We co-authored our Gateway Partnership Act. We got obviously our Democratic brothers and sisters and caucus on board. We reached across the aisle. We got some Republicans on board. That bill passed the House. We're one of one or two freshman members that got a bill passed out of the House. Now, here's where it gets better. Just last week, it passed out of committee in the Senate unanimously. When that legislation passes, and I'm going to speak it into existence, we will be one of about 25 freshman minority members in the history of Congress to pass a bill into law. And so I'm going to stand by it. You elected me to deliver for the St. Louis region, and we have delivered, but we know there's still more work to do. We have St. Louis and still struggling with disaster relief. And we were able to get FEMA authorization in St. Louis, and that was not a layup by any stretch of the imagination. Let me be clear. Our friends in Maryland had billions of dollars worth of damage from flooding. They got zero in FEMA authorization. Compared to our $1.8 billion in estimated damage, California had over $200 billion in damage from wildfires. You know how much they got in supplemental relief? Zero. So when the tornadoes hit, we got on the ground. We were knocking on doors to talk to folks that were impacted to let them know that our office was here to help. But we also didn't finish there. We didn't stop there. Missouri has 6 Republicans and only 2 Democrats. Reverend Cleaver was already with us, and I'm going to talk about him in a second. But those 6 Republicans, we have to reach out. I called every single one of them, sat in their offices, explaining to them why this was so important and why we needed to join them. They needed to join us in getting this authorization passed. And we were able to get that done, over $200 million in the St. Louis region. 24 million another 24 million just authorized yesterday. And we know that there's more to do. And what we're seeing from this, listen, I got to talk a little bit about the administration here. Because we are seeing from this administration cruelty, chaos, and corruption. Costs are out of control. Healthcare costs are skyrocketing. The Voting Rights Act has been gutted by the Supreme Court, which means our very democracy is under attack. And what we need to make certain that our voices are heard loudly and clearly, that November elections are coming up. And Americans want to see these health care costs addressed and more access to health care. Americans want to restore and expand access to Medicare and Medicaid. We want to end gun violence. We want to roll back these Trump tariffs that have been, you said it right there. Did you? Let me write that down in my speech. That have been killing us. So the fight is just starting. Now, we'll work with anyone who will work with us, who is going to put the interests of working people before politics, our party, who are going to do the work for the people in this region and in this country. Because I'm going to bring this back to St. Louis. When we think about the person who has to take the bus to get there, to get to work, to get to that second job, when we think about the people who have to make these types of decisions about whether they can afford their prescriptions, whether they have to cut back on a meal, we do have a lot of work to do. And the only way we do that is if we come together. So I'm going to say this. My opponents, I had 3 opponents. This is the time where we need to start rallying around one another. This is the time that we need to be working together. To everyone who trusted me to represent you, thank you. And when we talk about the progress that we need to make, I think the folks know in St. Louis know that I'm going to always wake up working for you. Yes. Tomorrow, I'm going to wake up working for you. So when I get a question about, well, what is the plan? What's the next goal? Man, we working for St. Louis. We got stuff to do. So I am extremely humbled and honored that you have put your faith in me for a second time. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is the most diverse district in Missouri. We got black folks. We got white folks. We got Asian folks, Hispanic folks. We have the largest Bosniak community outside of Bosnia in this region. A thriving Asian community. And we're going to work for every single one of them to make sure every single person, I don't care if you're Asian, if you're black, white, Jewish, Hispanic, Bosnian, if you are St. Louis, we are St. Louisan, we are here for you. So y'all got to see this. Turn it around so they can see it real quick. I have this annoying little sister who started as my student the last semester that I taught, did such a great job that I hired her at the prosecutor's office. Stop talking because they can hear you. And I think she exemplifies what we are trying to accomplish here. This is a story of something bigger. And I'm talking about St. Louis. I watched her grow from this little knucklehead little girl to our staff assistant in D.C. managing our interns. And I'm just so proud of Taylor. So, we're going to have a good time. I'm gonna be here. I want to shake hands. I want to hug you if I haven't yet. Let's just know that that's coming. But then tomorrow we get back to work. And you know what? We had a lot of support from the D9. Where they at? A shout out Alpha Phi Alpha Incorporated, who have taken me in as a brother, and I can't tell you how proud I am to be associated, to stand with these brothers. But that again is another anecdote for the fact that we are all here standing together, working together, because I am convinced. And there's nothing that you can tell me to convince me otherwise that St. Louis has not seen its best days. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have nothing else to say.
Texas Republican Senate candidate and current state attorney general Ken Paxton spoke about the issues of affordability and economic issues during a campaign rally in the city of Allen. This runs about 15 minutes.
Wow. You know, it is pretty surreal for me to be here because my very first ever campaign event was in Allen, Texas in 2002 at the library. I have to say, I was running for state representative to represent McKinney, Allen, Prosper, Salina, and Allen. There were a few less people there than there are here tonight. I want to say thank you to Sarah Gonzalez for being here. I want to thank her. She's amazing. And I know that I didn't get to hear everybody beforehand, but I know that Senator Hall was up here, and he's done a great job. Senator Hall, thank you. And I know that Representative Shaheen, I just saw him back there. He was out here speaking. I really appreciate him and what he's done. And, of course, Jeff Leach introducing me in his district was pretty awesome. So thank you, Jeff. So I love Allen for a couple of reasons. One, I get to represent you for 12 years, both in the House and the Senate. I also love Allen because I get to live in the community and get to know the people in Allen. And then, every time that I've run for office and I spoke in Allen, I've won. So let's keep that going. So I am here today to announce something that I think is really going to be important to Texans and to the American people. It's a plan that we've been working on that I know that my opponent would not be fond of, but I think you all, and I think the Texas community is going to appreciate what we're offering up today and what we're going to go fight for. And we're calling it Paxton's Protecting Texas, the Texas Promise Plan. And I want to tell you what that's going to be. It's okay.
We're going to leave this here as we take you now to live coverage.
I know it's been an exciting night. I know it's been a long night, because that's the Michigan way. But I want to give you all an update, all right? We knew that this was going to be a close race, and that's exactly what we've got. A close race. we are still waiting on results, and we might not know the results until early in the morning, maybe even later tomorrow. We are still waiting on results from Detroit. We got Keith Williams in the House, the chair of the Michigan Democratic Party Black Caucus. And Keith knows we're also still waiting on results from Flint, Muskegon County, Macomb County. But friends, I am feeling good about this race. I am feeling fired up, and you should be too. But I want to talk about the stakes of this race a minute. We've had a long, hard-fought primary, and we'll know soon who our nominee is going to be. And whoever wins is going to go and take on Mike Rogers. Republicans are going to do everything they can to throw all the dirt, all the mud, the kitchen sink at us, because they want to keep the U.S. Senate red, so Mike Rogers can keep rubber stamping Donald Trump's ridiculous agenda, higher prices, 1,000 manufacturing jobs lost nationwide, corruption and abuses of power galore. They want to keep the Senate red so Mike Rogers can go to Washington again and sell us out to the highest bidder and make himself even wealthier. They want to keep the Senate red so Mike Rogers can ban abortion, gut health care, and roll back workers' rights and voting rights. No. Friends, we are not going to let that happen. So, Michigan, we are not going to know the results for just a little while.
We're with you.
The Congresswoman from West Michigan, everybody. Hillary Scholten. She's the mom of 2 great boys here, and their future's on the line. So we got to get some sleep or get some coffee. And then we got to be ready to go. We got to wake up and be ready to go, because if we are going to win this thing, which we are, we are going to have to get ready and show Mike Rogers what a little stick it to him looks like. Thank you, friends. See you soon. Thank you, Senator Stabenow.
You've been watching live coverage. We return now to our scheduled program. We join it in progress.
It's somewhat shocking. This is a guy that's also used the Bible and the story of Mary and Jesus to justify late-term abortions. And of course, the finale is his hatred of the oil and gas industry, because he said you can't be a Christian and support them. This is the James Tallarico that is, I call it, that's the real James Tallarico. Right now we've got the fake Tallarico. And you're going to see a lot of the fake James Tallarico, and you need to tell your friends, this is not the real James Tallarico. He's also been very anti-family. He's not supported parents. As I said, he pushed for transing kids. He pushed for boys and girls sports and in locker rooms. He fought for borders, fought against every single bill that would have protected our state at the border. Every single one. And you can ask these state reps, every single bill, whether it was to provide more law enforcement, whether it was to help federal law enforcement, whether it was to help law enforcement work across state borders, whether it was to build detention centers, pick a thing, and he voted against it. Of course now, that's the real James Tallarico. The fake Tallarico has said he's for securing our borders now. So as we go forward, I'm going to ask you all to do a couple of things. One is, and I'd say most importantly, this is such an important election. The entire country depends on how this election turns out, whether we keep the Senate, and whether we're going to tell the rest of the world that we've elected a liberal, socialist Democrat. And so I'm going to ask each of you, we have 92 days, I think, until the election, ask each of you to spend a few minutes in prayer, that we would pray for our state, that we pray for our country. So that's my first ask. The second one is that you would take, in those 92 days, take 5 minutes every day and talk to somebody about this race. Because the reality is, Tallarico has a lot of extra money because he had 3 more months to raise money, and he's already on TV trying to convince people that he's a moderate Democrat when he's not. That's the fake Tallarico. And I want you guys to go tell people the truth. Tell the people about my record, tell them about his record, and ask them, can you name one single good accomplishment of James Tallarico in his time in the Texas House? Think of one, because there aren't any. He's voted against us on every single issue. And so I'm also going to ask you to go to kenpaxton.com and donate, because we need all the help we can get. And so as we finish today, I want you to think, we just celebrated 250 years as a country. And think about what the founders did in the first year, the first 2 years, the first few years of the country. What they did 250 years ago allows us to be here today with the same freedoms that they established 250 years ago. And we are now beginning our second 250 years. Think of it that way. We're on year 1, first month, second month of our next 250 years. So we're kind of like that baseline of founders, except the new founders are from Texas. And this is the same battle that they had to preserve the country from the English, from the dictatorial rule of a king. We are in that same battle. We have socialist Democrats like James Tallarico who want to come be the Texas senator when he belongs in California. So thank you all for coming out here today. We can win this race. It's a close race right now. But if you guys get out and tell your friends, I guarantee you we're going to win, win, win. God bless, and thank you all for being here.
C-SPAN's Washington Journal, our live forum inviting you to discuss the latest issues in government, politics, and public policy from Washington, D.C. to across the country. Coming up Wednesday morning, we'll talk with Jessica Taylor from the Cook Political Report on the results from Tuesday's primary, including the Senate battle in Michigan. We're going to lead this here as we take you now to live coverage. Year. Also a discussion on
former... Y'all, money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? All right, y'all. Look, I wish I could tell you that I was declaring victory right about now. Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan. It's a big state. But I will tell you this. I want you just to reflect on what that means. Right now, we are on track to vastly outvote the historical numbers that we should have expected. And that tells you about the kind of movement that we were able to inspire. A movement that kicked off 15 months ago, traveling this state up and down, spending time in churches in Detroit and living rooms in Lansing, VFW halls in Escanaba, backyards in Grand Rapids, sometimes in rooms of 2 or 3, sometimes in rooms of 2,000 or 3,000. And across that movement that we built, there was an inspiration in the idea that we could take our government back. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, instead of government of the corporations, by the special interests, and for the billionaires. And because you had the audacity to believe in that, you know that the billionaires, the corporations, and the special interests, they weren't going to give up lightly. We all knew they were going to spend their money. We didn't know they were going to spend $70 million of their money. We didn't know that they were going to outspend us $11 to $1. And yet we're still standing. They want to tell us that here in Michigan, we're a purple state. That somehow everybody walks around wondering, I wonder where I stand on a left-right spectrum. When really, up and down the state, what you hear is, I wonder how I can afford my rent. I wonder how I can afford my groceries. I don't know what will happen if I get sick because I can't afford my deductible. We are not a purple state. We are a state in need of a movement to take our politics back. And despite their spending, despite their lies told in ad after ad after ad after ad on TV, we're walking into the rest of this evening with a 3-point lead. And so as folks ask, if and when we win this race, how are you going to beat Mike Rogers and their money? I want you to remind them that if we come through this, when we come through this, inshallah, that we'll have taken $70 million on the chin and kept fighting back. But I also want to speak to this moment. We've got 13 weeks to defeat Mike Rogers. And however we might feel about the campaign we've just come through, I want you to understand that it pales in comparison to the cynicism, in comparison to the corporatism, in comparison to the lies that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump are going to tell. There is so much more that unites us. However much we might disagree with our Democratic opponent, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. And so to all of our supporters here tonight, watching on TV, tomorrow we begin to mend fences. Whatever happens tonight, we have a responsibility to assure that we unite to make sure that Mike Rogers never sees the inside of the U.S. Senate. And I'm going to ask, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to ask all of us, as we think about where we go from here, always magnanimity in victory. So if your instinct is to be like, I told you, no. Let's come together to build a movement that's even bigger, that's even stronger, that's even more powerful, that reaches into the very depths of this state, that reminds us the best of who we are and who we can be. That is the commitment I want all of us to be making as we leave here tonight. And so, Mike, and I know you're listening, Mike, we are coming for you. I just gotta tell you, I was in med school while Mike Rogers was in Congress. This is a guy who's never seen a check from a pharmaceutical lobbyist he didn't want to cash. He sent our campaign a cease and desist for calling him a pharma lobbyist. But I don't know. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, smells like a duck, how am I supposed to know it's a goose? So look, forgive me, Mike. I just know that you spend so much time with pharma lobbyists, I just thought you were one. You've taken so much money for them to raise our prescription drug prices. I just thought that you just got in the business. After all, you haven't really explained how you made $14 million golfing in Florida. Unless it was trading on all the government relationships you built when you were in Congress. So I don't know, maybe 14 million wasn't enough. You got to come back, get some more relationships and trade on them too? This is a guy who has never seen a check from a corporation he did not want to corrupt himself with. And here's the thing about it. He can't decide which era of Republican he wants to be from. On the one hand, he was from the neocon era that had us fighting unnecessary wars in Iraq, swore up and down he could never support Donald Trump, then went to Mar-a-Lago when he decided to run for Senate the first time, and licked all the boots until he finally got that Trump endorsement. So he's both the worst of the neocon era and the worst of the MAGA era, and I just think that's the worst of all. Because at least you should know who you are. But I promise you, Mike, by the time we are done with you, all of Michigan is going to know who you are. You are a corporate sellout who's not a pharma lobbyist, but really, really might want to be one someday. Who voted to raise our prescription drug prices, who supported wars we don't need to fight, who tried to shut down our bridges, who wants to stand in the way of our unions, who should never see the inside of the U.S. Senate. So friends, we're going to have to wait a little longer to see the outcome of this race. But as I look in front of me, I already see the outcome of this campaign. A community of people who came together around a set of ideals, built on the foundation of what this government was supposed to be in the first place. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And as I think about where we sit in the long arc of our history, it's hard not to reflect on the fact that we just commemorated 250 years. And we all know those 250 years weren't perfect. We all know that a lot of that history was built on a set of foundational errors. And at the same time, I can't help but appreciate the fact that I know what America gave me. America is an incredible place. I used to live the contrapositive of the life I was supposed to live when I'd spend summers in Egypt. I crossed 15 hours and 10 years difference in life expectancy. But for the accident of being born here, I got the opportunity to get vaccinated against diseases that killed 2 of my aunts and uncles that I otherwise never met. I got to go to amazing public schools. I got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by the NIH. And at the same time, growing up just 15 minutes away from me, children whose families had been here far longer than mine, who never got those same opportunities. America can do glorious things, but to love America isn't just to dress up in some colors and pretend that everything's fine. To love America is to will America to do the hard work of being better. If you love America, you want America to be America for all of her kids. And as I think about those past 250 years, those errors, slavery, Jim Crow. The fact that this country was built without giving women equal access to citizenship for years. Continued discrimination against people. The thing our country has always done better than anyone else is that we've been able to look those failures in the eye and correct them. It's not because we ignore our challenges. The greatness of America is the ability to see those challenges and fix them. And 250 years on, as we think about where we go from here, it is that ability to correct that we together have embraced in this movement. We live in an era of historical inequality, in an era where union participation is near an all-time low, but the number of billionaires has never been higher. An era where schools continue to carry the consequences of historical segregation. An era where we continue to see a few very small people try to define America as being as small as they are. We can't control the past 250 years. What we can do is build the next 250. And to do that, it's going to mean movements like this one, of the people, by the people, and for the people, with a distinct purpose of taking on the challenges that we face. Those movements have never been more important than they are right now. I look in front of me and I see all kinds of colors, all kinds of stories coming together around the idea that we can have nice things, we just can't do it alone. That to have them, we're going to need to reach across the divides they tell us we can't breach. Divides of race, of faith, of geography, of sexual orientation, gender identity, to build together what we want to hand off to our kids and our grandkids. And for the past 15 months, I've had the privilege of being a part of that movement with all of you. And so as we continue forward, for the next 13 weeks, I am asking you to put your shoulder in the work to make sure that we defeat Mike Rogers, we defeat and send a blow to Trumpism, and we do the work of building that next 250 years that all of us deserve, because at some point, whether you know them or you don't, the future will ask you, what did you do in this moment? For me, it looks like two little girls, ethnically half Indian like their mom, ethnically half Egyptian like me, 100% American. And I want to tell them, when they ask, that I got to work with so many incredible people who believed in the best of America, so that we could hand it off to them and all of their kids and grandkids. Ask yourself what we could be if we treated all our kids like they were all our kids. Ask yourself what it would mean when it comes to where we spend our tax dollars, about the schools we build, the health care we provide, the opportunities we would want. And for the next 13 weeks and the next 6 years after that, I'm asking you to join me in helping to build that America. So with that, we should know who the victor will be tomorrow. And the work starts anew. And so for one last time for this primary, money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let's go win. Thank you so much.